Introduction to the Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction by Sir Edwin Arnold, KCIE. In the garden of my Japanese home in Tokyo, I have just perused the last sheets of my son's philosophical and historical romance, Phra the Phoenician. Among other scenes, I might be led to analyse, to criticise, perhaps a little to argue about the singular hypothesis on which he builds his story. Here, with a Buddhist temple at my gate and with Japanese Buddhists around me, nothing seems more natural than that an author, sufficiently gifted with imagination and study, should follow his hero beyond the narrow limits of one little existence, down the chain of many lives, taken up link by link after each long interval of rest and reward in the paradise of Jo-Do. I have read several chapters to my Asiatic friends, and they say, "Oh yes, it is ingwa, it is karma." That is all quite true. We also have lived many times and shall live many times more on this earth. One of them opens the shoji to let a purple and silver butterfly escape into the sunshine. She thinks some day it will thank her, perhaps 1,000,000 years hence. Moreover, here is a passage which I lately noted, suggestive enough to serve as preface, even by itself, to the present book. Commenting on a line in my Song Celestial, the writer thus remarks: "The human soul should therefore be regarded as already in the present life connected at the same time with two worlds, of which, so far as it is confined to personal unity to a body, the material only is clearly felt. It is therefore as good as proved, or, to be diffuse, it could easily be proved, or, better still, it will hereafter be proved, I know not where or when, that the human soul, even in this life, stands in indissoluble community with all immaterial natures of the spirit world, that it mutually acts upon them and receives from them impressions, of which, however, as man it is unconscious, as long as all goes well. It is, therefore, truly one and the same subject, which belongs at the same time to the visible and to the invisible world, but not just the same person, since the representations of the one world, by reason of its different quality, are not associated with ideas of the other, and therefore what I think as spirit is not remembered by me as man. I, myself, have consequently taken the stupendous postulates of Phra's narrative with equanimity, if not acceptance, and derived from it a pleasure and entertainment too great to express, since the critic, in this case, is a well-pleased father. The author of Phra has claimed for romance the ancient licence accorded to poetry and painting, pictoribus atque poetis, quid libit audendi semper fuit aqua potestas. He has supposed a young Phoenician merchant, full of the love of adventure and endowed with a large and observant, if very mystic philosophy, such as would serve for no bad standpoint whence to witness the rise and fall of religions and peoples. The adventurer sets out for the Tin Islands, or Cassiterides, at a date before the Roman conquest of England. He dies and lives anew many times, but preserves his personal identity under the garb of 6 transmigrations. And yet, while renewing in each existence the characteristic passions and sentiments which constitute his individuality and preserve the unity of the narrative, the author seems to me to have adapted him to varying times and places, with a vraisemblance and absence of effort which are extremely effective. A Briton in British days, the slave consort of his Druid wife, he passes by daring but convenient inventiveness into the person of a centurion in the household of a noble Roman lady who illustrates in her surroundings the luxurious vices of the latter empire with some relic still of the older republican virtues. Hence he glides again into oblivion, yet wakes from the mystical slumber in time to take part in King Harold's gallant but fatal stand against the Normans. He enjoys the repose as a Saxon thane which the policy of the conqueror granted to the vanquished, but after some startling adventures in the vast oak woods of the South Kingdom is rudely ousted from his homestead by the foreigners, and in a neighbouring monastery sinks into secular forgetfulness once more of wife and children, lands and life. On the return of consciousness he finds himself enshrined as a saint, thanks to the strange physical phenomena of his suspended animation, and learns from the abbot that he has lain there in the odour of sanctity, according to indisputable church records, during 300 years. He wanders off again, finding everything new and strange, and becomes an English knight under King Edward III. He is followed to Crécy by a damsel who from act to act of his long life drama similarly renews an existence linked with his own, and who constantly seeks his love. She wears the armour of a brother knight, and on the field of battle she sacrifices her life for his. Yet once more the long spell of sleep which is not death brings this much wandering Phra to the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and it is there, after many and strange vicissitudes, he writes his experiences, and the curtain finally falls over the last passage of this remarkable record. Such briefly is the framework of a creation which, while it has certainly proved to me extremely seductive as a story, is full, I think, of philosophical suggestiveness. As long as men count mournfully the years of that human life which M. Renan has declared to be so ridiculously short, so long their fancies will hover about the possibility of an elixir vitae, of splendidly extended spans like those ascribed to the old patriarchs, and meditate with fascination on the mystical doctrines of Buddhism and the Vedantas. In such a spirit the Egyptians wrapped their dead in careful fashion after filling the body with preservatives, and if ancient tombs have the 7 sleepers of the Koran, the Danish king who dozes under the castle of Elsinore, and our own undying King Arthur, do we not go to see Rip Van Winkle at the play, and is not hibernation one among the problems of modern science which whispers that we might, if we liked, indefinitely adjourn the waste of corporeal tissue and spread our 70 or 80 years over ever so many centuries? But to be charming, an author is not obliged to be credible, or what would become of the Arabian Nights, of Gulliver, of the best books in the library? Personally, I admire and I like Phra enormously, and being asked to pen these few lines by way of introduction, I counsel everybody to read it, forgetting who it is that respectfully offers this advice until the end of the book, when I shall be no longer afraid if they remember. Tokyo, Japan, April the 14th, 1890. End of introduction. Prologue to the Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prologue. Well and truly an inspired mind has written, one man in his time plays many parts. But surely no other man ever played so many parts in the course of a single existence as I have. My own narrative seems incredible to me, yet I am myself a witness of its truth. When I say that I have lived in this England more than 1,000 years, and have seen her bud from the callowest barbarity to the height of a prosperity and honour with which the world is full, I shall at once be branded as a liar. Let it pass. The accusation is familiar to my ears. I tired of resenting it before your fathers' fathers were born, and the scorn of your offended sense of veracity is less to me than the lisping of a child. I was, in the very distance of the beginning, a citizen of that ancient city, whose dominion once stretched from the blue waters of the Aegean round to and beyond the broad stream of the Nile herself. Your antiquities were then my household gods, your myths were my beliefs, those facts and fancies on the very fringe of records, about which you marvel, were the commonplace things of my commencement, Yes, and those dusty relics of humanity that you take with unholy zeal from the silent chambers of sarcophagi and pyramids were my boon companions, the jolly revellers I knew long ago, the good fellows who drank and sang with me through warm, long-forgotten nights. They were the great princes to whom I bent an always duteous knee, and the fair damsels who tripped our sunny streets when Sidon existed and Tyre was not a matter of speculation, or laughed at their own dainty reflections. The golden leisure of that forgotten age, where the black-legged ibis stood sentinel among the blue lotus flowers of the temple ponds. Since then, what have I not done? I have travelled to the corners of the world and forgotten my own land in the love of another. I have sat here in Britain at the tables of Roman centurions, and the last of her Saxon kings died in my arms. I have sworn hatred of foreign tyrants in the wassail bowls of serfs, and bestrode Norman chargers in tiltyards and battlefields. The kingdoms of the misty western islands, which it was my wonderful fortune to see submerged by alternate tides of conquest, I have seen emerge triumphant, with all their conquerors welded into one. I have seen more battles than I can easily recall, and war in every shape. I have enjoyed all sorts of peace, from the rudest to the most cultivated. I have lived, in fact, more than 1,000 years in this sea-girt island of yours, and so strange and grim and varied have been my experiences that I am tempted to set them down with a melancholy faith in my own uniqueness, though it is more than probable few will believe me. Yet for this I care nothing, nor do I especially seek your approval of my labours. I, who have tasted 1,000 pleasures and am hoary with disappointments, can afford to hold your censure as lightly as I should your commendation. Here then are my adventures, and this is how they commenced. End of Prologue. Chapter 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Regarding the exact particulars of my earliest wanderings, I do confess that I am somewhat uncertain. This may tempt you to reply that one whose memory is so far-reaching and capacious as mine will presently prove might well have stored up everything that befell him from his very beginning. All I can say is, things are as I set them down, and those facts which you cannot believe you must continue to doubt. The first 30 years of my life, it will be guessed in extenuation, were full of the frailties and shortcomings of an ordinary mortal, while those years which followed have impressed themselves indelibly upon my mind, by right of being curious, past experience and credibility. Looking back, then, into the very remote past, is like looking upon a country which a low sun at once illuminates and blurs. I dimly perceive, in the golden haze of the ancient time, a fair city rising, tier upon tier, out of the blue waters of the Midland Sea. A splendid harbour frames itself out of the mellow uncertainty, a harbour whereof the long white arms are stretched out to welcome the commerce of all the known world, and under the white fronts and at the temple steps of that ancient city, commerce poured into the lap of luxury every commodity that could gratify cupidity or minister to human pleasure. I was young then, no doubt, nor need I say a fool, and very likely the sight of 1,000 strange sails at my father's door excited my daily wonder, while the avarice which recognises no good fortune in a present having was excited by the silks and gems, the rich stuffs and the gums, the quaint curiosities of human ingenuity, and the frolic things of nature which were piled up there. More than all, my imagination must have been fired by the sea captain's tales of wonder or romance, and, be the cause what it may, I made up my mind to adventure like them and carry out my wilful fancy. It is a fitting preface to all I have learnt since, that my first real remembrance should be one of vanity. Yet so it was. More than 1,000 years ago, I will not lower my record by a single lustre to propitiate your utmost unbelief, I set out on a first voyage. It might be yesterday, so well it comes before me, with my youthful pride as the spirit of a man was born within, and I felt the strong beat of the fresh salt waves of the open sea upon my trading vessel's prow, and knew, as I stood there by her steering oar, that she was stuffed with 100 bales of purple cloth from my father's vats along the shore, and bound whither I listed. Who could have been prouder than I? Who could have heard finer songs of freedom in the merry hum of the warm southern air, in the brown cordage overhead, or the frothy prattle of the busy water alongside, as we danced that day out of the white arms of Tyre, the queenly city of the ancient seas, and saw the young world unfurl before us, full of magnificent possibilities? It is not my wish or intention to write of my early travels, were it possible. On this voyage, or it may be on some others that followed, now merged into the associations of the first, we traded east and west with adventure and success. The adventure was sure enough, for the great Midland Sea was then the centre of the world, and what between white-winged argosies of commerce, the freebooters of a dozen nations who patrolled its bays and corners, and rows of royal galleys sailing to the conquest of empires, it was a lively and perilous place enough. As for the profit, it came quickly to those who opened 100 virgin markets in the olden days. We sailed into the great Egyptian river up to Heliopolis, bartering stuffs for gold dust and ivory. At another time we took Trinacrian wine and oranges into Ostia, a truly magnificent port, with incredible capacities for all the fair and pleasant things of life. Then we sailed among the beautiful Achaean islands, with corn and olives, and so, profiting everywhere, we lived, for long, a jolly, uncertain life, full of hardship and pleasure. For the most part we hugged the coasts and avoided the open sea. It was from the little bays whose mouths we thus crossed that the pirates we greatly dreaded dropped down upon merchantmen like falcons from their perches. When they took a vessel that resisted, the crew, at those rough hands, got scant mercy. I have come across a galley drifting idly before the wind, with all her crew, a grim row of skeletons, hanging in a row along her yard, and swinging this way and that, and rattling drearily against the sail and each other in melancholy unison with the listless wallow of their vessel. At another time, a Roman trireme fell upon a big pirate of Melita, and stormed and captured her. The 300 men on board were too ugly and wicked to sell, so the Romans drove them overboard like sheep and burned the boat. When we sailed over the spot at sundown the next day, she was still spluttering and hissing, with the water lapping over the edge of her charred side, and round among the curls of yellow smoke overhead 1,000 gulls were screeching, while 1,000 more sat gorged and stupid upon the dead pirates. Not for many nights did we forget the evil picture of retribution, and how the setting sun flooded the sea with blood, and how the dead villains in all their horror swirled about in twos and threes in that crimson light, and fell into our wake, drawn by the current, and came jostling and grinning and nodding after us, though we made all sail to outpace them in a gloomy procession for a mile or so. It often seemed to me in those days there were more freebooters afloat than honest men. At times we ran from these, at times we fought them, and again we would give a big marauder a share of cargo to save the ship from his kindred who threatened us. It was a dangerous game, and one never knew on rising where his couch would be at night, nor whether the prosperous merchant of the morning might not be the naked slave of the evening, storing his own wealth in a robber cave under the lash of some savage sea tyrant. Yet even these cruel rovers did me a good turn. We were short of water, and had run down along a lonely coast to a green spring we knew of to fill water butts and skins. When we let go in the little inlet where the well was to be found, another vessel, and, moreover, a pirate, lay anchored before us. However, we were consciously virtuous, and what was of more consideration, a larger vessel and crew than the other. So we went ashore and made acquaintance round the fresh water with as villainous a gang of sea robbers as ever caused the blood of an honest trader to run cold in his veins. The very air of their neighbourhood smelled so of treachery and cruelty, we soon had but one thought — to load up and be gone. But this was a somewhat longer process than we wished, as our friends had bailed the little spring dry, and we had to wait its refilling. While we did so, I strolled over to a group of miserable slaves turned out for an airing, and cowering on the black and shadeless rocks. There were in that abject group captives from every country that fared upon those seas, and some others besides. The dusky peasant of Boeotia, that fronts the narrow straits, wrung her hands by the fair-cheeked girl snapped up from the wide gulf of Narbo. The dark Numidian pearl-fisher cursed his patron god, and the tall Achaean from the many islands of Peloponnesian waters grit his teeth as he cowered beneath his rags and bemoaned the fate that threw him into the talons of the sea-hawks. I looked upon them with small interest, for new-taken slaves were no great sight to me, until I chanced, a little way from the others, upon such a captive as I had rarely or never seen. She struck me at once as being the fiercest and most beautiful creature that mortal eyes had ever lit upon. Never was Umbrian or Iberian girl like that. Never was Cyprian Aphrodite served by a maid so pink and white. Her hair was fiery red gold, gleaming in the sunshine like the locks of the young goddess Medusa. Her face was of ruddy ivory, and her native comeliness gleamed through the unwashed dust and tears of many long days and nights. Her eyes were as blue under her shaggy wild hair as the sky overhead, and her body, grimy under its sorrow stains, was still as fair as that of some dainty princess. Knowing the pirate captain would seek a long price for his property, I determined to use a little persuasion with him. I went back to my men and sent one of them, proficient in the art of the bowstring, to look at the slaves. Then I drew the unsuspecting scoundrel up there for a bargain, and, well out of sight of his gang, we faced the red-haired girl and discussed her price. The rascal's first figure was 300 of your modern pounds, a sum which would then have fetched the younger daughter of a sultan, full of virtue and accomplishments. As this girl very likely had neither one nor the other, I did not see why it was necessary to pay so much, and stroking my beard in an agreed signal with my hand as my man was passing behind the old pirate, he slipped a length of twisted cloth over his wicked neck and tightened it with a jerk that nearly started the eyes from his head and brought him quickly to his knees. "Now, delicately minded one," I said, "I don't want to fight you and your crew for this maid here, on whom I've set my heart, but you know we are numerous and well armed, so let us have a peaceful and honest bargain. Give me a fairer price." And obedient to my signal the band was loosened. "Not a cestus will I take off," spluttered the wretch. "Not a drachma, not an ounce." "Come, come, think again," I said persuasively, "and the cloth shall help you." Thereon another turn was taken, and my henchman turned his knuckles into the nape of the swarthy villain's neck until the veins on his forehead stood out like cordage, and the blood ran from his nose and eyes. In a minute the rover threw up his hands and signed he had had enough, and when he got his breath we found he had knocked off £100. We gave him the cord again and brought him down, twist by twist, to 50. By this time he was almost at his last gasp, and I was contented, paying the coins out on a rock and leaving them there with the rogue, well bound. I was always honest, though, as became the times, a trifle hard at bargains. Then I cut the red maid loose and took her by the elbow and led her down to the beach, where we were secretly picked up by my fellows, and shortly afterwards we set sail again for the open main. Thus was acquired the figurehead of my subsequent adventures, the siren who lured me to that coast where I have lived 1,000 years and more. It was the inscrutable will of destiny that those shining coins I paid down on the bare hot African rock should cost me all my wealth, my cash and credit at many ports, and that fair slave, who I deemed would serve but to lighten a voyage or two, should mock my forethought and lead my fate into the strangest paths that ever were trodden by mortal foot. In truth, that sunny virago bewitched me. She combined such ferocity with her grace, and was so pathetic in her reckless grief at times, that I, the immovable, was moved, and softened the rigour of her mischance as time went on so much as might be. At once, on this, like some caged wild creature which forgives to one master alone the sorrows of captivity, she softened to me, and before many days were over she had bathed, and, discarding her rags for a length or two of cloth, had tied up her hair with a strand of ribbon she found, and looking down at her reflection in a vessel of water, her only mirror, for we carried women but seldom, she smiled for the first time. After this progress was rapid, and though at first we could only with difficulty make ourselves understood, yet she soon picked up something of the southern tongue from me, while I very fairly acquired the British language of this comely tutoress. Of her I learnt that she was of that latter country, where her father was a chief, how their coast village had been surprised by a southern rover's foray, she knew not how many of the people slain or made captive, and herself carried off. Afterwards she had fallen into the hands of other pirates by an act of sea barter, and they were taking her to Alexandria, hoping, as I guessed, in that luxurious city to obtain a higher price than in the ordinary markets of Gaul or Italy. What I heard of Britain from these warm lips greatly fired my curiosity, and after touching at several ports and finding trade but dull, chance clenched my resolution. We had sailed northward with a cargo of dates, and on the 6th day ran in under the high promontory of Massilia, which you moderns call Marseilles. Here I rid myself of the fruit at a very good profit, and after talking to a brother merchant, I met by chance upon the quay, fully determined to load up with oil, wine, stuffs, and such other things as he recommended, and sail at once for Britain. Little did I think how momentous this hasty decision would be. It was brought about partly, as I have explained, and partly by the interest which just then that country was attracting. All the weapons and things of Britain were then in good demand. No tin and gold, the smiths roundly swore, were like the British. No furs in winter, the Roman ladies vowed, were so warm as those, while no patrician from Tarentum to the Tiber held his house well furnished, unless a red-haired slave girl or two from that remote place idled sad and listlessly in his painted porticos. In these slaves there was a brisk and increasing traffic. I went into the market that ran just along inside of the harbour one day, and saw there an ample supply of such curious goods, suitable for every need. All down the middle of a wide street, rough booths of sailcloth had been run up, and about and before these crouched slaves of every age and condition. There were old men and young men, fierce and wild-looking barbarians in all truth, some with the raw red scars on chest and limbs they had taken a few weeks before in a last stand for liberty, and some groaning in the sickness that attended the slaver's lash and their condition. There were lank-haired girls submitting with sullen hate to the appraising fingers of purchasers, laughing and chatting in Latin or Gaulish as they dealt with them no more gently than a buyer deals with sheep where mutton is cheap. Mothers again, sick and travel-stained themselves, were soothing the unkempt little ones who cowered behind them and shrunk from every Roman footstep as the quails shrink from a kestrel's shadow. Some of these children were very flowers of comeliness, though trodden into the mire of misfortune. I bought a little girl to attend upon her upon my ship, who, though she wore at the time but one sorry cloth, and was streaked with dirt and dust, had eyes as clear as the southern sky overhead, and hair that glistened in uncared-for brightness upon her shoulders, like a tissue of golden threads. Her mother was loath to part with her, and fought like a tiger when we separated them. It was only after the dealer's lash had cut a dozen red furrows into her back, and a bystander had beat her on the head with the flat of his sword, that she gave in and swooned, and I led the weeping little one away. So we loaded up again with Eastern things, such as the barbarians might be supposed to like, and in a few weeks started once more. We sailed down the green coast of Hispania, through the narrow waters of Hercules Fretum, and then, leaving the undulating hills of that pleasant strait behind, turned northward through the long waves of the black outer sea. For many days we rolled up a sullen and dangerous coast, but one morning our pilot called me for my breakfast of fruit and millet cakes, and pointing over the green expanse, told me yonder white surf on the right was breaking on the steep rocks of Armorica, while the misty British shore lay ahead. So I called out Blodwen the slave, and told her to snuff the wind and find out what it had to say. She knew only too well, and was vastly delighted, wistfully scanning the long grey horizon ahead, and being beside herself with eagerness. We steered westwardly towards the outer islands called Cassiterides, where most of our people collected and bought their tin, but we were fated not to reach them. On the morrow, so fierce a gale sprang out of the deep, we could by no means stand against it, but turned and fled through the storm, and over such a terrible expanse of mighty billows as I never saw the like of. To my surprise, my girl thought naught of the wind and sea, but came constantly to the groaning bulwarks, where the angry green water swirled and gleamed like a cauldron, and, holding on by a shroud, looked with longing but familiar eyes at the rugged shore we were running down. At one time I saw her smile to recognise, close in shore, and plunging heavily towards some unknown haven, half a dozen of her own native fisher boats. Later on, Blodwen brightened up even more as the savage cliffs of the west gave way to rolling downs of grass, and when these, as we fled with the sea spume, grew lower, and were here and there clothed with woods, and little specks among them of cornfields, she shouted with joy, and leaping down from the tall prow where she had stood indifferent to the angry thunder of the bursting surges upon our counter, and the sting and rattle of the white spray that flew up to the swinging yard every time we dropped into the bosom of the angry sea, she said exultingly, with her face red and gleaming in a salt-wet glaze, she could guide us to a harbour if we would. I was by this time a little sick at heart for the safety of all my precious things in bales and boxes below, and something like the long invoice of them I knew so well rose in my throat every time we sank with a horrible sinking into one of those shadowy valleys between the hissing crests. So I nodded. Blodwen at once made the helmsman draw us nearer the coast. By the time we had approached the shore within a mile or so, the white squalls were following each other fast, while heavy columns of western rain were careering along the green sea in many tall spectral forms. But nothing cared that purchase of mine. She had gone to the tiller, and like some wild goddess of the foam, stood there, her long hair flying on the wet sea wind, and her fierce bright eyes aglow with pleasure and excitement as she scanned the white ramparts of the coast down which we were hurtling. She was oblivious of the swarthy seamen who eyed her with wonder and awe, oblivious of the white bed of froth which boiled and flashed all down the rim of our dripping gunwale, and equally indifferent to the heavy rain that smoked upon our decks and made our straining sails as hard and stiff as wood. Just as the great shore began to loom over us, and I sorely doubted my wisdom in sailing these unknown waters with such a pilot, she gave a scream of pleasure, an exulting, triumphant note that roused a sympathetic chorus in the piping wildfowl overhead, and following the point of her finger we saw the solid rampart of cliffs had divided, and a little estuary was opening before us. Round went our felucca to the imperious gesture of that girl, and gripping the throbbing tiller over the hands of the strong steersman, aglow with excitement, yet noting everything, while the swart brown sailors shouted at the humming cordage, she took us down through an angry cauldron of sea, and over a foaming bar, where I cursed in my haste every ounce I had spent upon her, into the quieter water beyond. And when a few minutes later, reeking with salt spray but safe and sound, we slowly rowed in with the making tide to a secure landlocked haven, that brave girl left the rudder, and going forward gave one look at the opening valley which I afterwards knew was her strangely recovered home, and then her fair head fell upon her arms, and leaning against the mast under the tent of her red hair, she burst into a passionate storm of tears. She soon recovered, and stealing a glance at me as she wiped her lids with the back of her hands to note if I were angry, her feminine perception found my eyes gave the lie to the frown upon my forehead. So she put on some extra importance, as though the air of the place suited her dignity, and resumed command of the ship. Well, there is much to tell, so it must be told briefly. We sailed into a fair green estuary with woods on either hand, dipping into the water, and nodding to their own glistening reflections until we turned a bend and came upon a British village down by the edge. There were perhaps 200 huts scattered round the slope of a grassy mound, upon top of which was a stockade of logs and mud walls encompassing a few better built houses. Canoes and bigger boats were drawn up on the beach, and naked children and dogs were at play along the margin, while women and some few men were grinding corn and fashioning boat gear. As our sails came round the headland, with one single accord the population took to flight, flung down their meal bags and tools, tumbling over each other in their haste, and yelling and scrambling, they streamed away to the hill. This amused Blodwen greatly, and she let them run until the fat old women of the crowd had sorted themselves out into a panting rearguard halfway up, and the long-legged youngsters were already scrambling over the barrier. Then, with her hand over her mouth, she exerted her powerful voice in a long, wailing signal cry. The effect was instantaneous. The crowd stopped, hesitated, and finally came scrambling down again to the beach, and after a little parley, being assured of their goodwill and greatly urged by Blodwen, we landed, and were soon overwhelmed in a throng of wondering, jostling, excited British. But it was not me to whom they thronged, but rather her, and such wonder and surprise, broadening slowly into joy as she with her nimble woman's tongue answered their countless questions, I never witnessed. At last they set up yelling and shouting, and seizing her, dragged and carried her in a tumultuous procession up the zigzag into the fortalice. Blodwen had come home, that was all, and from a slave girl had blossomed into a princess. Never before was there such a yelling and chattering and blowing of horns and beating of shields. While messengers rushed off down the woodland paths to rouse the country, the villagers crowded round me and my men, and, having by the advice of one of their elders relinquished their first intention of cutting all our throats in the excess of their pleasure, treated us very handsomely, feeding and feasting the crew to the utmost of their capacity. I, as you will suppose, was ill at ease for my fair barbarian who had thus turned the tables upon me, and in whose power it was impossible not to recognise that we now lay. How would the slave princess treat her captive master? I was not long in doubt. Her messenger presently touched me on the shoulder as I sat, a little rueful, on a stone apart from my rollicking men, and led me through that prehistoric village street, up the gentle slope, and between the oak log barrier into the long low dwelling that was at once the palace and the citadel of the place. Entering, I found myself in a very spacious hall, effective in its gloomy dignity. All around the three straight sides the massive walls were hidden in a drapery of the skins and furs of bear, wolf, and deer, and over these were hung in rude profusion light round shields embossed with shining metal knobs, javelins, and boar spears, with 100 other implements of war or woodcraft. Below them stood along the walls rough settles, and benches with rougher tables, enough to seat perhaps 100 men. At the crescent-shaped end of the hall Facing the entrance door was a dais, a raised platform of solid logs closely placed together and covered with skins, upon which a massive and ample chair stood, also of oak, and wonderfully fashioned and carved by the patient labour of many hands. Nigh it were a group of women, and one or two white-robed druids, as these people call their priests, but chief among them was she who stepped forth to meet me, clad, for her first idea had been to change her dress, in fine linen and fair furs. How, I scarcely know, save that they suited her marvellously. Fine chains of hammered gold were about her neck, a shining gorget belt set with a great boss of native pearls upon her middle, and her two bare white arms gleamed like ivory under their load of bracelets of yellow metal and prismatic pearl shell that clanked harmoniously to her every movement. But the air she put on along with these fine things was equally becoming, and she took me by the hand with an affectionate condescension, while, turning to her people, she briefly harangued them, running glibly over my virtues, and bestowing praise upon the way in which I had rescued and restored her to her kindred, until, so gracefully did she pervert the truth, I felt a blush of unwonted virtue under my callous skin, and when they acclaimed me friend and ally, I stood an inch taller among them to find myself of such unexpected worth, one tall druid alone scowling on me evilly. For long that pleasant village by the shallow waters remembered the coming of Blodwen to her own. Her kinsmen had all been slain in the raid of the sea rovers which brought about her captivity, and thus, the succession to headship and rule being very strictly observed among the Britons, she was elected after an absence of 6 months to the oak throne, and the headship of the clan, with an almost unbroken accord. But that priest, Dwallan, her cousin, and next below her in birth, scowled again to see her seated there, and hated me, I saw, as the unconscious thwarter of his ambition. Those were fine times, and the Princess bought my cargo of wine and oil and southern things, distributing it to all that came to pay her homage, so that for days we were drunk and jolly. Fires gleamed on 20 hilltops round about, and the little becks ran red down to the river with the blood of sheep and bullocks slaughtered in sacrifice, and the foot tracks in the woods were stamped into highways, and the fords ran muddy to the ocean, and the grass was worn away, and birds and beasts fled to quieter thickets, and fishes swam out to the blue sea, and everything was eaten up far and wide. That time my fair slave girl first put her foot upon the dais and prayed to the manes of her ancestors among the oak trees. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nothing whatever have I to say against Blodwen, the beautiful British princess, and many months we spent there, happily in her town. And she bore a son, for whom the black priest, at the accursed inspiration of his own jealous heart and thwarted hopes, read out an evil destiny, to her great sorrow. Going down one morning to the shore, somewhat sad and sorry, for the inevitable time of parting was near, my ship lying ready loaded by the beach, I rubbed my eyes again and again to see that the felucca had gone from the little inlet where she had lain so long. Nor was comfort at hand when, rushing to a promontory commanding a better view, to my horror there shone the golden speck of her sail in the morning sunlight on the blue rim of the most distant sea. I have often thought since the crafty princess had a hand in this desertion. She was so ready with her condolence, so persuasive that I should bide the winter and leave her in the spring, the which was said with her most detaining smile, that I could not think the catastrophe took my gentle savage much by surprise. I yielded, and the long black winter was worn through among the British, until, When the yellow light came back again, I had married Blodwen before all the tribe, and was rich by her constant favour, nor, need it be said, more loath than ever to leave her. In truth, she was a good princess, but very variable. Blodwen, the chieftainess, urging her clansmen to a tribal fight, red hot with the strong drink of war, or reeking with the fumes and cruelty of a bloody sacrifice to Baal, was one thing, and on the other hand, Blodwen, tending with the rude skill of the day her kinsman's wounds, Blodwen the daughter weeping gracious silent tears in the hall of her fathers as the minstrels chanted their praises, or humming a ditty to the listening blue-eyed little one upon her knee, his cheek to hers, was all another sight, and I loved her better than I have ever loved any of those other women who have loved me since. But sterner things were coming my erratic way. The proud Roman eagle, having in these years long tyrannised over fertile Gaul, must needs swoop down on our brothers along that rocky coast of Armorica that faces our white shore, carrying death and destruction among our kinsmen as the peregrines in the cliffs harry the frightened sea-mews. Forthwith the narrow waters were black with our hide-sailed boats rushing to succour, but it was useless. Who could stand against the Roman? Our men came back presently, few, wounded and crestfallen, with long tales of the foeman's deadly might by sea and shore. Then, a little later on, we had to fight for ourselves, though scantly we had expected it. Early one morning a friendly Veneti came over from Gaul and warned the southern princes the stern Roman consul Caesar was collecting boats and men to invade us. At once, on this news, we were all torn by diverse counsels and jealousies, and Blodwen hung in my arms for a tearful space, and then sent me eastward with a few men, all she could spare from watching her own dangerous neighbours, to oppose the Roman landing, while the priest Dualan, though exempt by his order from military service, followed sullen behind my warlike clansmen. We joined other bodies of British until, by the beginning of the harvest month, we had encamped along the Kentish downs in very good force, though disunited. 3 days later at dawn came in a runner who said that Caesar was landing to the westward. How I wished that traitor lie would stick in his false throat and choke him, and thither, bitterly against my advice, went nearly all our men. Even now it irks me to tell this story. While the next young morning was still but a yellow streak upon the sea, our keen watchers saw sails coming from the pale Gaulish coast, and by the time the primrose portals of the day were fully open, the water was covered with them from one hand to the other. In vain our recalling signal fires smoked. 1,000 scythed chariots and 4,000 men were away, and by noon the great consul's foremost galley took the British ground where the beach shelved up to the marshy flats, which again rose through coppices and dingles to our camp on the overhanging hills. Another and another followed, all thronged with tawny stalwart men in brass and leather. What could we do against this mighty fleet that came headlong upon us, rank behind rank, the white water flashing in tangled ribbons from their innumerable prows, and the dreaded symbols of Roman power gleaming from every high-built stern? We rushed down disorderly to meet them, the Druids urging us on with song and sacrifice, and waded into the water to our waists, for we were as courageous as we were undisciplined, and they hesitated for some seconds to leave their lurching boats. I remember at this moment when the fate of a kingdom hung in the balance. Down there jumped a centurion, and waving a golden eagle over his head, drew his short sword, and calling out that he at least would do his duty to the Republic, made straight for me. Brave youth! As he rushed impetuous through the water, my ready javelin took him true under the gilded plate that hung upon his chest, and the next wave rolled into my feet, a lifeless body lapped in a shroud of crimson foam. But now the legionaries were springing out far and near, and fighting hand to hand with the skin-clad British, who gave way before them slowly and stubbornly. Many were they who died, and the floating corpses jostled and rolled about among us as we plunged and fought and screamed in the shallow tide, and beat on the swarming, impervious golden shields of the invaders. Back to the beach they drove us hand to hand and foot to foot, and then, with a long shout of triumph that startled the seafowl on the distant cliffs, they pushed us back over the shingles, even farther from the sea that idly sported with our dead, back, in spite of all we could do, to the marshland. There they formed after a breathing space in the long stern line that had overwhelmed 100 nations, and charged us like a living rampart of steel. And as the angry waves rushed upon the immovable rocks, so rushed we upon them. For a moment or two the sun shone upon a wild uproar, the fierce contention of two peoples breast to breast, a glitter of caps and javelins, splintered spears and riven shields, all flashing in the wild dust of war that the Roman eagle loved so well. And then the Britons parted into 1,000 fragments and reeled back, and were trampled under foot and broke and fled. Britain was lost. Soon after this, all the coppices and pathways were thronged with our flying footmen, yet Llewellyn and I, being mounted, had lingered behind the rest, galloping hither and thither over the green levels, trying to get some few British to stand again. But presently it was time to be gone. The Romans in full possession of the beach had found a channel, and drawn some boats up to the shelving shore. They had dropped the hinged bullocks, and, with the help of a plank or two, had already got out some of their 20 or 30 chargers. Onto these 6 eager young patricians had vaulted, and I and Llewellyn, being conspicuous figures, they came galloping down at us. We, on our lighter steeds, knowing every path and gully in the marshlands, should have got away from them like starlings from a prowling sheepdog, but treachery was in the black heart of that high priest at my elbow, and a ravening hatred which knew neither time nor circumstance. It was just at the scraggy foothills, and the shouting centurions were close behind us. The last of our fighters had dashed into the shelter ahead, and I was galloping down a grassy hollow when the coward shearer of mistletoe came up alongside. I looked not at him, but over my other shoulder at the red plumes of the pursuers dancing on the skyline. All in an instant something sped by me, and shrieking in pain, my horse plunged forward, missed his footing, and rolled over into the long autumn grass, with the scoundrel priest's last javelin quivering in his throat. I heard that villain laugh as he turned for a moment to look back, and then he vanished into the screen of leaves. Amazed and dizzy, I staggered to my feet, pushed back the long hair and the warm running blood from my eyes, and grasping my sword, waited the onset of the Romans. They rode over me as though I were a shock of ripe barley in August, and one of them, springing down, put his foot to my throat and made to kill me. "No, no, Fabrius," said another centurion from the back of a white steed. "Don't kill him. He will be more useful alive." "You were always tender-hearted, Sempronius Faunus," grumbled the first one, reluctantly taking his heel from me and giving permission to rise with a kick in the side. "What are you going to do with him? Make him native prefect of these marshes, eh?" "Or perhaps," put in another gilded youth, whose sword itched to think it was as yet innocent of blood as when it came from its Tuscany smithy, "perhaps Sempronius is going to have a private procession of his own when he gets back to the Tiber, and wishes early to collect prisoners for his chariot tail." Disregarding their banter, the centurion Sempronius, who was a comely young fellow and seemed just then extremely admirable in person and principles to me, mounted again, and pointing with his short sword to the shore, bid me march, speaking the Gallic tongue, and in a manner there was no gainsaying. So I was prisoner to the Romans, and they bound me and left me lying for 10 hours under the side of one of their stranded ships, down by the melancholy afternoon sea, still playing with its dead men, and rolling and jostling together in its long green fingers the raven-haired Etrurian and the pale white-faced Celt. Then, when it was evening, they picked me up, and a low plebeian in leather and brass struck me in the face when, husky and spent with fighting, I asked for a cup of water. They took me away through their camp and a mile down the dingles, where the Roman legionaries were digging fosses and making their camp in the ruddy flicker of watchfires under the British oaks, to a rising knoll. Here the main body of the invaders were lying in a great crescent towards the inland, and crowning the hillock was a scarp where a rough pavilion of skins and sails from the vessels on the beach had been erected. As we approached this, all the noise and laughter died out of my guard, who now moved in perfect silence. A bowshot away we halted, and presently Sempronius was seen backing out of the tent with an air of the greatest diffidence. Seizing me by my manacled arms, he led me into it. At the very threshold he whispered in my ear, "Briton, if you value that tawny skin of yours I saved this morning, speak true and straight to him who sits within." And without another word he thrust me into the rough pavilion. At a little table, dark with usage and scarred with campaigning, a man was sitting, an ample toga partly hiding the close-fitting leather vest he wore beneath it. His long and nervous fingers were urging over the tablets before him a stylus with a speed few in those days commanded, while a little earthenware lamp, with a flickering wick burning in the turned-up spout, cast a wavering light upon his thin, sharp-cut features, the imperious mouth that was shut so tight, and the strong lines of his dark, commanding face. He went on writing as I entered, without looking up, and my gaze wandered round the poor walls of his tent, his piled-up arms in one place, his truckle bed in another, there a heap of choice British spoil, flags and symbols and weapons, and there a foreign case, half opened, stocked with bags of coins and vellum rolls. All was martial confusion in the black and yellow light of that strange little chamber, and as I turned back to him I felt a shock run through me to find the blackest and most piercing pair of eyes that ever shone from a mortal head fixed upon my face. He rose, and with the lamp in his hand surveyed me from top to toe. "Of the Veneti," he said, in allusion to my dark, un-British hair, and I answered, "No." "What then?" I told him I was a knight just now in the service of the British King. "How many of your men opposed us today?" was the next question. "A third as many as you brought with you where you were not invited." "And how many are there in arms behind the downs and in this southern country?" "How many pebbles are there on yonder beach? How many ears of corn did we pull last harvest?" I answered, for I thought I should surely die in the morning, and this made me brave and surly. He frowned very blackly at my defiance, but curbing, I could see, his wrath, he put the lamp on the table, and after a minute of communing with himself, he said in a voice over which policy threw a thin veil of amiability, "Perhaps, as a British knight and a good soldier, I have no doubt you could speak better with your hands untied." I thanked him, replying that it was so, and he came up, freeing with a beautiful little golden stiletto he wore in his girdle my wrists. This kindly slight act of soldierly trust obliged me to the Roman general, and I answered his quick incisive questions in the Gaulish tongue, as far as honestly might be. He got little about our forces, finding his prisoner more effusive in this quarter than communicative. Once or twice, when my answers verged on the scornful, I saw the imperious temper and haughty nature at strife with his will in that stern, masterful face, and those keen black eyes. But when we spoke of the British people, I could satisfy his curious and many questions about them more frankly. Every now and then, as some answer interested him, he would take a quick glance at me, as though to read in my face whether it were the truth or not, and stopping by his little table, he would jot down a passage on the wax, scan it over, and inquire of something else. Our life and living, wars, religions, friendships, all seemed interesting to this acute gentleman so plainly clad, and it was only when we had been an hour together, and after he had clearly got from me all he wished, that he called the guard and dismissed me, bidding Sempronius in Latin, which the general thought I knew not, to give me food and drink, but keep me fast for the present. Sempronius showed the utmost deference to the little man in the toga and leather jerkin, listening with bent head and backing from his presence, while I but roughly gave him thanks for my freed hands, and stalked out after my gaoler with small ceremony. Once in the starlight and out of earshot, the centurion said to me with a frown, "Briton, I feel somewhat responsible for you, and I beg the next time you leave that presence not to carry your head so high or turn that wolf-skinned back of yours on him so readily, or I am confident I shall have orders to teach you manners. Did you cast yourself down when you entered?" "Not I." "Jove! And did not kneel when you spoke to him?" "Not once," I said. "Now, by the sacred flame, do you mean to say that you stood the whole time as I found you, towering in your ragged skins, your bare braceleted arms upon your chest, and giving Caesar back stare for stare in his very tent?" "Who?" "Caesar himself. Why, who else? Caesar, whose word is life and death from here to the Apennines, who is going to lick up this country of yours as a hungry beggar licks out a porringer. Surely you know that he to whom you spoke so freely was our master, the great Praetor himself." Here was an oversight. I might have guessed so much, but full of other things, I had never supposed the little man was anything but a Roman general sent out to harry and pursue us. Strange ideas rose at once, and while the Tyrian in me was awestruck by the closeness of my approach to a famous and dreaded person, the Briton moaned at a golden opportunity lost to unravel by one bold stroke, a stroke of poignard, of burning brand from the fire, of anything, the net that was closing over this unfortunate island. So strong rose these latter regrets at having had Caesar the unwelcome, the relentless, within arm's length, and having let him go forth with his indomitable blood still flowing in his lordly veins, that I stopped short, clapped my hand upon my swordless scabbard, and made a hasty stride back to the tent. At once the ready Sempronius was on me like a wildcat, and with 2 strong legionaries bore me to the ground and tied me hand and foot. They carried me down to the camp, and there pitched me under a rock to reflect until dawn on the things of a disastrous day. But by earliest twilight the bird had flown. At midnight, when the tired soldiers slept, I chafed my hempen bonds against a rugged angle of earth-embedded stone, and in 4 hours was free, rising silently among the snoring warriors, and passing into the forest as noiselessly as one of those weird black shadows that the last flashes on their expiring campfires made at play on the background of the woods. I stole past their outmost pickets while the first flush of day was in the east, and then, in the open, turned me to my own people and ran like a hind to her little one over the dewy grasslands and through the spangled thickets, scaring the conies at their earliest meal, and frightening the merles and mavis ere they had done a bar of their matin songs, throwing myself down in the tents of my kinsmen just as the round sun shone through the close-packed oak trunks. But curse the caitiff fools who welcomed me there. It would have been far better had I abided the Caesar's anger or trusted to that martial boy, Sempronius Faunus. The British churls, angry and sullen at their defeat of yesterday, were looking for a victim to bear the burden of their wrongs. Now the priest Dualan, who had turned livid with fear and anger when I had come back unharmed from the hands of the enemy, with a ready wit which was surely lent him from hell, saw he might propitiate the Britons and gratify his own ends by one more coward trick to be played at my expense. I do not deny his readiness, or grudge him aught, yet I hate him even now from the bottom of my heart with all that fierce old anger which then would have filled me with delight and pride if I could have had his anointed blood smoking in the runnels of my sword. Well, it was his turn again. He procured false witnesses, not a difficult thing for a high priest in that discontented camp, and by midday I was bound once more, and before the priests and chiefs as a traitor and Roman spy. What good was it for me to stand up and tell the truth to that gloomy circle while the angry crowd outside hungered for a propitiatory sacrifice? In vain I lied with all the resources I could muster, and in vain, when this was fruitless, denounced the pale villain my accuser. When I came to tell of his treachery in killing my horse the day before and leaving me to be slain by the enemy, I saw I was but adding slander, in the judge's eyes, to my other crimes. When I declared I was no Roman but a Briton, an aged fool, his long white locks filleted with oak leaves, rose silently and held a polished brass mirror before me, and by every deity in the northern skies, I must own my black hair and dusky face was far more Roman than native. So they found me guilty, and sentenced me to be offered up to Baal next morning, before the army as a detected spy. When that silvery dawn came, it brought no relief or respite, for the laws of the Druids, which enjoined slow and deliberate judgments, forbade the altering of a sentence once pronounced. It was as fine a day as could be wished for their infernal ceremonial, with the mellow autumn mist lying wide and flat along the endless vistas of oak and hazel that then hid almost all the valleys. And over the mist the golden rays of the sun spread far and near, kissing with crimson radiance the green knobs of upland that shone above that pearly ocean, and shining upon the bare summits of the lonely grass hills around us, and gleaming in rosy brilliancy upon the sea that flashed and sparkled in grey and gold between the downs to the southward. Here in this fairy realm, while the thickets were still beaded with the million jewels of the morning, and the earth breathed of repose and peace, they carried out that detestable orgy of which I was the centre. My memory is a little hazy. Perhaps at the time I was thinking of other things, a red-haired girl, for instance, playing with her little ones outside her porch in a distant glen, my shekels of brass and tin and silver, my kine, my dogs, and my horses, mayhap. Such things will be, and thus I know little of how it came. But presently I was on the fatal spot. A wide circle of green grass kept short and close in the heart of a dense thicket of oak. Round this circle a ring of great stone columns, crowned by mighty slabs of the same kind, and hung to-day with all the skins and robes and weapons of the assembled tribesmen, so that the mighty enclosure was a rude amphitheatre, walled by the wealth of the spectators, and in the centre an oblong rock, some 8 feet long, with a gutter down it, for the blood to run into a pit at its feet. This was the fatal slip from which the Druids launched that poor vessel, the soul, upon the endless ocean of eternity. All round the great circle, when its presence and significance suddenly burst upon me, were the British, to the number of many hundreds, squatting on the ground in the front rows, or standing behind against the grey pillars, an uncouth ring of motley barbarians, shaggy with wolf and bear skins, gleaming in brass and golden links that glistened in the morning light against naked limbs and shoulders, traced and pictured in blue woad, with 100 designs of war and woodcraft. They forced me and 2 other miserable wretches to the altar, and then, while our guards stood by us and the mounted men clustered among the monoliths behind, a deadly silence fell upon the assembly. It was so still we could hear the beat of our own hearts, and so intolerable that one of us 3 fell forward in a swoon ere it had lasted many minutes. The din of battle was like the murmur of a pleasant brook before that expectant hush, and when the white procession of executioners came chanting up the farther avenue of stones into the arena, I breathed again, as though it was a nuptial procession, and they were bringing me a bride less grim than the golden adze which shone at their head. They sang round the circle their mystic song, and then halted before the rude stone altar. Mixing up religion and justice as was their wont, the chief Druid recited the crimes of the 2 culprits beside me, with their punishment, and immediately the first one, tightly bound, was pitched upon the stone altar. And while the Druids chanted their hymns to Baal, the assembled multitude joined in, and clanging their shields in an infernal tumult, which effectively drowned his yells for mercy, the sacred adze fell, and first his head and then his body rolled into the hollow, while 20 little streams of crimson blood trickle down the sides of the altar stone. The next one was treated in the same way, and tumbled off into the hollow below, and I was hoisted up to that wrecking slab. While they arranged me, that black priest stole up and hissed in my ear, "Is it a Blodwyn you think when you shut your eyes? Take this then for your final comfort," he said, with a malicious leer. "I, even I, the despised and thwarted, will see to Blodwyn and answer for her happiness. Ah, you writhe! I thought that would interest you. Let your last thought, accursed stranger, be I and she. Let your last conception be my near revenge. Villain, I spit upon and deride you." And he was as good as his word, glowering down upon me, helpless, with insatiate rage and hatred in his eyes, and then, stepping back, signed to the executioner. I heard the wild hymn to their savage gods go ringing up again through the green leaves of the oaks. I heard the clatter of the weapons upon the round brass-bound targets, the voices of the priests and the cry of a startled kite circling in the pleasant autumn mist overhead. I saw the great crescent of the sacred golden adze swing into the sky, and then, while it was just checking to the fall which should extinguish me, there came a hush upon the people, followed by a wild shout of fear and anger, and I turned my head half over as I lay bound upon the stone. I saw the British multitude seethe in confusion and then burst and fly like the foam strands before the wind, as, out of the green thickets at the run, their cold brave faces, all emotionless over their long brass shields, came rank upon rank of Roman legionaries. I saw Sempronius on his white charger at their head, glittering in brass and scarlet, and finding my tongue in my extremity, "Sempronius!" I yelled, "Sempronius to the rescue!" But too late. With a wavering, aimless fall, the adze descended between my neck and my shoulder. The black curtain of dissolution fell over the painted picture of the world. There was a noise of 1,000 rivers tumbling into a bottomless cavern, and I expired. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I do confess I can offer no justification for the continuation of my story. Once so fairly sped as I was on that long distant day, thus recalled in such detail as I can remember, the natural and regular thing would be that there should be an end of me, with, perhaps, a page or two added by some kindly scribe to recall my too quickly smothered virtues. Nevertheless I write again, not a whit the worse for a mischance which would have silenced many a man, and in a mood to tell you of things wonderful enough to strain the sides of your shallow modern scepticism, as new wine stretches a goatskin bottle. All the period between my death on the Druid altar and my reawakening was a void, whereof I can say but little. The only facts pointing a faint clue to the wonderful lapse of life are the brief phenomena of my reawakening, which came to hand in sequence as they are here set down. My first consciousness was little better than a realization of the fact that practically I was extinct. To this pointless knowledge there came a dawning struggle with the powers of mortality, until very slowly, inch by inch, the negativeness was driven back and the spark of life began to brighten within me. To this moment I cannot say how long the process took. It may have been days or weeks or months or ages as likely as not. But when the vital flame was kindled, the life and self-possession spread more quickly, until at last, with little fluttering breaths like a new-born baby's, and a tingling trickle of warm blood down my shrunken veins, in one strange minute, 400 years after the close of my last spell of living, as I afterwards learned, I feebly opened my eyes and recognised with dull contentment that I was alive again. But oh, the sorrows attendant on it! Every bone and muscle in me ached to that awakening, and my very fibre shook to the stress of the making tide of vitality. You who have lain upon an arm for a sleepy hour or two and suffered as a result ingenious torments from the new moving blood, think of the like sorrows of 400 years' stagnation. It was scarcely to be borne, and yet, like many other things of which the like might be said, I bore it in bitterness of spirit until life had trickled into all the unfamiliar pathways of my clay, and then at length the pain decreased, and I could think and move. In that strange and lonely hour of temporal resurrection, almost complete darkness surrounded me, and my mind, with one certain consciousness that I had been very long where I lay, was a chaos of speculation and fancy, and long forgotten scenes. But as my faculties came more completely under control, and my eyes accepted the dim twilight as sufficient and convenient to them, they made out overhead a dull massy roof of rock, rough with the strong masonry of Mother Earth, and descending in rugged sides to an uneven floor. In fact, there could be no doubt I was underground, but how far down and where and why could not be said. All round me were cavernous hollows and midnight shadows, round which the weird gleam of rude pillars and irregular walls made a heavy mysterious coast to a black uncertain sea. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, and as I did so I felt every rag of clothing drop in dust and shreds from my person, and peered into the almost impenetrable gloom. My outstretched hands on one side touched the rough rocks of what was apparently the arch of a niche in this chamber of the netherworld, and under me they discovered a sandy shelf upon which I lay some 8 or 10 feet from the ground, as near as could be judged. Not a sound broke the stillness, but the gentle monotony of falling water, whereof one unseen drop twice a minute fell with a faint silver cadence onto the surface of an unknown pool. I did not fear, I was not frightened, and soon I noticed as a set-off to the gloom of my sullen surroundings the marvellous purity of the atmosphere. It was a preservative itself. Such an ambient, limpid element could surely have existed nowhere else. It was soft as velvet in its absolute stillness, and pure beyond suspicion. It was like some thin sunless vintage that had mellowed endless years in the great vat of the earth, and it now ran with the effect of a delicate tonic through my inert frame. Nor was its sister and ally, the temperature, less conducive to my cure. In that subterranean place, summer and winter were alike unknown. The trivial changes that vex the cuticle of the world were here reduced to an unalterable average of gentle warmth that assimilated with the soulless air to my huge contentment. You cannot wonder, therefore, that I throve apace and explored with increasing strength the limits of my strange imprisonment. All about me was fine deep dust and shreds, which even then smelt in my palm like remnants of fur and skins. At my elbow was a shallow British eating dish with a little dust at the bottom, and by it a broken earthenware pitcher such as they used for wine. On my other side, as I felt with inquisitive fingers, lay a handleless sword, one of my own I knew, but thin with age, the point all gone, rusty and useless. By it again reposed a small jar, heavy to lift and rattling suggestively when shaken. My 2 fingers thrust into the neck told me it was full of coins, and I could not but feel a flush of gratitude in that grim place at the abortive kindness which had put food and drink, weapons and money by my side with a sweet ignorance, yet certainty of my future awakening. But now budding curiosity suggested wider search, and rising with difficulty, I cautiously dropped from my lofty shelf onto the ground. Then a wish to gain the outer air took possession of me, and peering this way and that, a tiny point of light far away on the right attracted my attention. On approaching, it turned out to be a small hole in the cave out of reach overhead, but feeling about below this little star of comfort, the walls appeared soft and peaty to the touch, So at once I was at work, digging hard with a pointed stone, and the farther I went, the more leafy and rough became the material, while hope sent my heart thumping against my ribs in tune to my labour. At last, impulsive after half an hour's work, a fancy seized me that I could heave a way out with my shoulder. No sooner said than done. I took 10 steps back, and then plunged fiercely in the darkness of the great cavern into the mouldy screen. How can I describe the result? It gave way, and I shot in a whirlwind of dust into a sparkling golden world. I rolled over and over, down a spangled firmament, clutching in my bewilderment, my hands full of blue and yellow gems at every turn, and slipping and plunging with a sirocco of colour, red, green, sapphire and gold flying round before my bewildered face. I finally came to a stop and sat up. You will not wonder that I glared round me when I say I was seated at the foot of all the new marvels of a beautiful limestone knoll, clothed from top to bottom with bluebells and primroses, spangled with the young spring greenery of hazel and beech overhead, and backed by the cloudless blue of an April sky. On top of this fairy mountain, at the roots of the trees that crowned it, hidden by bracken and undergrowth, was the round hole from which I had plunged. Nor need I tell you how, remembering what had happened in there, I rubbed my eyes and laughed and marvelled greatly at the will of the inscrutable which had given me so wonderful a rebirth. To you must be left to fill up the picture of my sensations and slowly recurring faculties. How I lay and basked in the warmth and slowly remembered everything. To me belongs but the strange and simple narrative. One of my first active desires was for breakfast, nor, as my previous meal had been 4 centuries earlier, will I apologise for this weakness. But where and how should it be had? This question soon answered itself. Sauntering hither and thither, the low shoulder of the ridge was presently crossed, and a narrow footway into the woods leading to some pleasant pastures entered upon. Before I had gone far up this shady track, a pail of milk in her hand, and whistling a ditty to herself, came tripping towards me as pretty a maid as had ever twisted a bit of white hawthorn into her amber hair. I let her approach, and then, stepping out, made the most respectful salutation within the knowledge of ancient British courtesy. But alas! My appearance was against me, and Roman fancies had peopled the hills with jolly satyrs, for one of which, no doubt, the damsel took me. As I bowed low, the dust of centuries cracked all down my back. I was tawny and grim and unshaved, and completely naked, though I had forgotten it, and even my excellent manners could not warrant my disingenuousness against such a damning appearance. She screamed with fear, and letting go her milk jar, turned and fled with a nimbleness which would have left even the hot old wood god himself far in the rear. However, the milk remained, and peering into the pitcher, here seemed the very thing to recuperate me by easy stages. So I retired to a cosy dell, and between copious draughts of that fine natural liquor, overwhelmed with blessings the sleek kine and the comely maid who milked them. Indeed, the stuff ran into my withered processes like a freshet stream into a long dry country. It consoled and satisfied me, and afterwards I slept as an infant all that night, and far into another sun. The next day brought several needs with it. The chief of these were more food, more clothes, and a profession, since fate seemed determined to make me take another space of existence upon the world. All 3 were satisfied eventually. As for the first 2, I was not particular as to fashion or diet, and easily supplied them. In the course of a morning stroll, a shepherd's hut was discovered, and on approaching it cautiously, the little shed turned out to be empty. However, the owner had left several sheepskin mantles and rough homespun clothes on pegs round the walls, and to these I helped myself sufficiently to convert an unclothed caveman into a passable yeoman. Also I made free with his store of oatcakes and coarse cheese, putting all not needed back upon his shelf. Here I was again, fed and clothed, but what to do next was the question. To consider the knotty matter, after spending most of the day in purposeless wandering, I went up to the top of my own hill, the one that, unknown to everyone, had the cavern in it, and there pondered the subject long. The whole face of the country perplexed me. It was certainly Britain, but Britain so amplified and altered as to be hardly recognisable. Wide fields were everywhere, broad roads traversed the hills and valleys with impartial straightness, the great woodlands of the earlier times were gone or much curtailed, while wonderful white buildings shone here and there among the foliage, and down away in the west, by a river, the sunbeams glinted on the roofs and temple fronts of a fine unknown town. That was the place, it seemed to me at length, to refit for another voyage on the strange sea of chance. But I was too experienced in the ways of the world to travel citywards with an empty wallet. While meditating upon the manner in which this deficiency might be met, the golden store of coins left in the cave below suddenly presented themselves. The very thing. And as heavy purple clouds were piling up round the presently sinking sun, earth and sky alike presaging a storm that evening, the cavern would be a convenient place to sleep in. Finding the entrance with some difficulty, and noticing, but with no special attention, that it looked a little larger than when last seen, my first need was fire. This I had to make for myself. In the pouch of the shepherd's jerkin was a length of rough twine. This would do for matches, while as a torch a resinous pine branch bruised and split served well enough. Fixing one end of the string to a bush, I took a turn round a dry stick, and then began laboriously rubbing backwards and forwards. In half an hour the string fumed pleasantly, and something under the hour — one was nothing if not patient in that age — it charred and burst into flame. Just as evening set in, and the earth opened its pores to the first round drops of the warm-smelling rain that pattered on the young forest leaves, and the thunder began to murmur distantly under the purple mantle of the coming storm, my torch spluttering and hissing, I entered the vast gloomy chamber of my sleep, and not without a sense of awe stole up along the walls 100 yards or more to my strange couch. The coins were safe and shining greenly in their earthen jar, so sticking the light into a cleft, I poured them onto the sand, and then commenced to tuck the stuff away, as fast as might be, into my girdle. It was strange, wild work, the only company my own contorted shadow on the distant rocks, and such wild forms of cruel British superstition as my excited imagination called up, the only sound the rumble of the storm now overhead, and the hissing drip of the red rosin gleaming on the wealth, all stamped with images of long-dead kings and consuls, that I was cramming into my pouch. By the time the task was nearly finished, I was in a state of nerves equal to seeing or hearing anything. No doubt long fasting had shaken a mind usually calm and callous enough, and therefore you will understand how the blood fell from my limbs and the cold perspiration burst out upon my forehead, when, having scarified myself with traditions of ghouls and cave devils, I turned to listen for a moment to the dull rumble of the thunder, and the melancholy wave-like sough of the wind in the trees, even here audible, and beheld, 20 paces from me in the shadows, a vast shaggy black form, grim and broad as no mortal ever was, and red and wavering in the uncertain light, 7 feet high, and possessed of 2 fiery gleaming eyes that were bent upon my own with a horrible fixity. I and that monstrous shadow glared at each other until my breath came back, when, leaning a moment more against the side of the cavern, I suddenly snatched the torch from its cleft with a yell of consternation that was multiplied 1,000 times by the echoes until it was like the battle cry of a legion of bad spirits, and started off in the supposed direction of the entrance. But before 10 yards had been covered in that headlong rush, I tripped over a loose stone, and in another moment had fallen prone, plunging thereby the spluttering torch into one of the many little pools of water with which the floor was pitted. With a hiss and splutter the light went out, and absolute darkness enveloped everything. Just where I had fallen stood a round boulder, a couple of yards broad, it had seemed, and some 5 feet high. I sprang to this, instinctively clutching it with my hands, just as those abominable green eyes, brighter than ever in the vortex, got to the other side and hesitated there in doubt. Then began the most dreadful game I ever played, with a forfeit attaching to it not to be thought of. You will understand, the cave was absolute sterile blackness to me, a dim world in which the only animated points were the twin green stars of the cruel ghoul, my unknown enemy. As those glided round to one side of the little rock, I as cautiously edged off to the other. Then back they would come, and back I went, now this way and now that, sometimes only an inch or two, and sometimes making a complete circle, with every nerve at fullest stretch and every sense on tiptoe. Why all this time, it might be asked, did I not run for the entrance? But in reply, the first frightened turn or two round the boulder had made chaos of my geography, and a start in any direction then might have dashed me into the side of the cave, prone at the mercy of the horrible thing, whose hot, coarse breath fanned me quicker and quicker as the game grew warm and more exciting. So near was it that I could have stretched out my hands if I had dared, and touched the monstrous being that I knew stood under those baleful planets that glistened in the black firmament, now here and now there. How long exactly we dodged and shuffled and panted round that stone in the darkness cannot be said. It was certainly an hour or more, but it went on so long that even in my panting stress and excitement it grew dull after a time, so monotonous was it, and I found myself speculating on the weather while I danced vis-à-vis to my grim partner in that frightful pastime. "Yes," I said, "a very bad storm indeed," once to the left, "and nearly overhead now," right. "It is a good thing," twice round and back again, "to be so," a sharp spin round and round, he nearly had me, "conveniently under cover," twice to the left and then back by the opposite side. Well, it could not have lasted for ever, and I was nearly spent. The boulder seemed hot and throbbing to my touch, and the floor was undulating gently, as it does when you land from a voyage. Already 50 or 60 green eyes seemed circling in fiery orbits before me, when an extraordinary thing befell. The thunder and lightning had been playing wildly overhead for some minutes, and the rain was coming down in torrents, even the noise of rushing hill streams being quite audible in that clear resonant space, when all of a sudden there came a pause, and then the fall of a Titanian hammer on the dome of the hill, a rending, resounding crash that shook Mother Earth right down to her innermost ribs. At the same instant, before we could catch our breath, the whole side of the cave opposite to us, some hundreds of paces of rugged wall, was deluged with a living, oscillating drapery of blue flame. That magnificent refulgence came down from above, a glowing cascade of light. It overran the rocks like a beautiful gauze, clinging lovingly to their sinuousness, and wrapping their roughness in a tender, palpitating mantle of its own winsome brightness. It ran its nimble, fiery tendrils down the veins and crevices, and leapt in fierce playfulness from point to point, spinning its electric gossamers in that vacuum air like some enchanted tissue spread between the crags. It ran to the ledges and trickled off in ambient, sparkling cascades. It overflowed the sandy bottom in tender sheets of blue and mauve, feeling here and there with a million fingers for the way it sought, and then it found it, and sank as silent, as ghostly, as wonderful as it had come. All this was but the work of an instant, but an instant of such concentrated brightness that I saw every detail, as I have told you, of that beautiful thing. More, in that second of glowing visibility, while the blue torch of the storm still shone in the chamber of the underground, I saw the stone by me, and beyond it towering, amazed and stupid, with his bulky strength outlined against the light, a great cave bear in all his native ruggedness. Better still, a bowshot on my right was the narrow approach of the entrance, and as the gleam sank into the nether world, almost as quick as that gleam itself, with a heart of wonder and fear, and a foot like the foot of the night wind overhead, I was gone and down the sandy floor, and through the gap, and into the outer world and midnight rain I plunged once more, grateful and glad. After such hairbreadth escapes, there was little need to bemoan a wet coat and an evening under the lee of a heathery scar. When the morning arrived, clear and bright as it often does after a storm, I felt in no mood to hang about the locality, but shook the rain from my fleece, and breakfasting on a little water from the brook, a staff in my hand and my dear bought wealth in my belt, set out for the unknown town, whose wet roofs shone like molten silver over the dark and dewy oak woods. 5 hours' tramping brought me there, and truly the city astonished me greatly. Could this indeed be Britain, was the constant question on my tongue as I trod fair white streets, with innumerable others opening down from them on either hand, and noticed the evidence of such art and luxury as, hitherto, I had dreamed the exclusive prerogative of the capital of the older empires. Here were baths before which the Roman youth dawdled, stately theatres with endless tiers of seats from whose rostra degenerate sons of the soil, aping their masters in dress and speech, recited verse and dialogue trimmed to the latest orator in fashion by the Tiber. Mansions and palaces there were, outside which the sleek steeds of consuls and praetors champed gilded bits, while waiting to carry their owners to gay procession and ceremonial. Temples to Apollo and shrines to Venus dotted the ways, forums, market-places and the like in bewildering profusion. And among all these evidences of the new age thronged a motley mixture of people. The thoughtful senator coming from conclave with his toga and parchments elbowed the callow British rustic in the rude raiment of his fathers. The wild blue-eyed Welsh prince upon his rough mountain pony would scarce give right of way to the bronzed Roman mercenary from the Rhine. Umbrians and Franks, pale-haired Germans and olive Tuscans laughed and chaffered round the booths and fountains, while here and there legionaries stood on guard before great houses or drank on the trestles of wayside wine-shops. Now and again 2 or 3 soldiers came marching down the street with a gang of slaves, or a shock-headed chieftain from the wild north, fierce and sullen on his way to Rome, and over all the varied throng the crows and kites circled in the blue sky, and the little sparrows perched themselves under the lintel and in the twisted column tops of their mistress's fane. Half the day I stared, and then, having eaten some dry Etrurian grapes, the first for 400 years, I went to the bath and threw down a golden coin on the doorkeeper's marble slab. "Why, my son," said that juvenile official of some trivial 50 summers, "where in the name of Mercury did you pick up this antique thing?" And he handled it curiously. But being in no mind to tell my tale just then, I put him off lightly, and passed on to the great bathing place itself. Stage by stage, balneum, concamerata, sudatio, tepidarium, frigidarium, and all the other chambers I went through, until in the last a mighty slave, who had rubbed me with the strength of Hercules himself for half an hour, suddenly stopped, and surveying me intently exclaimed, "Master, I've scrubbed many a strange thing from many a Roman body, but I will swallow all my own towels if I can get this extraordinary dirt from you," and he pointed to my bare and glowing chest. There, to my astonishment, revealed for the first time, was a great serpent-like mark of tattoo and woad circling my body in 2 wide zones. What it meant, how it came, was past my comprehension. Shrunk and shrivelled as I was with long abstemiousness, it seemed but like a gigantic smudge meandering down my person, a smudge, however, that with a little goodly living might stretch out into an elaborate design of some nature. Of course I knew it was thus the British warriors were accustomed to adorn themselves, but who had been thus purposely decorating one that had never knowingly submitted to the operation, and to what end, was past my guessing. ' Never mind, sir, don't despond,' said the slave, ' we will have another essay,' and hitching me on to the rubbing couch, he knelt upon my stomach — these bath attendants were no more deferential than they are now — and exerted his magnificent strength, armed with the stiffest towel that ever came off a loom, upon me, until I fairly thought that not only would he have the tattoo off, but also all the skin upon which it was engrossed. But it was to no purpose. He rose presently and sulkily declared I had had my money's worth. The more he rubbed, the bluer those accursed marks became. This might well be, so I tossed him an extra coin, and, dressing hastily, covered my uninvited tattoo, and went forth fully determined to examine and read it, for those things were nearly always readable, more closely on a better and more private opportunity. My next visit was to an Etruscan barber who was shaving all and sundry under a green-white awning in a pleasant little piazza. To him I sat, and while he reaped my antique stubble with many an exclamation of surprise and disgust at its toughness, my thoughts wandered away to the train of remembrances the bath slave's discovery had started. Again I thought of Blodwen and my little one, the seaport with its golden beaches, and the quiet pools where the trout and salmon of an evening now and again shattered the crystal mirror of the surface in their sport, as she and I sat on some grassy bank and talked of village statecraft, of conquests over petty princelings, of crops and harvests, of love and war. Then again I thought of the Roman galleys, and Caesar, the penman autocrat, of the British camp, and lastly the great mischance which had and yet had not ended me. ' Ah, that was a bad slash indeed, sir, wasn't it ?' queried the barber in my ear. ' May I ask in what war you took it ?' This very echo of my fancy came so startlingly true, I sprang to my feet and glowered upon him. ' Oh, culler of herbs,' I said, ' oh, trespasser along the verge of mystery and medicine,' pointing to the dried things and electuaries with which, in common then with his kind, his booth was stocked. ' Where got you the power of reading minds ?' He shook his head vaguely, as though he did not understand, pointing to my neck, and replying he knew naught of what my thoughts might have been, but there on my shoulder was obvious evidence of the slash he had alluded to. I took the steel mirror he offered me, and sure enough I saw a monstrous white seam upon my tawny skin, healed and well, but very obvious after the bath and shaving. ' Why, sir, I have dressed many a wound in my time, but that must have been about as bad a one as a man could get and live. How did it happen ?'' Oh, I forget just now.' ' Forget ? Then you must have a marvellously bad memory. Why, a thing like that one might remember for 400 years,' said the sagacious little barber, bending his keen eyes on me in a way that was uncomfortable. In fact, he soon made me so ill at ease, being very reluctant that my secret should pass into possession of the town through his garrulous tongue, that I hastily paid him another of those antique green coins of mine, and passed on again down the great wide street. Even he who lives 2000 years is still the serf of time. Therefore I cannot describe all the strange things I saw in that beautiful foreign city set down on the native English land. But presently I tired, and having become a Roman by exchanging my sheepskins for a fine scarlet toga over a military cuirass of close-fitting steel, inlaid after the fashion with turquoise and gold enamel, sandals upon my feet and a short sword at my side, I sought somewhere to sleep. First I chanced upon a little house set back from the main thoroughfare, and over the door a withered bush, and underneath it on a label was written thus: Hic habitat felicitas. ' Ah !' I said, as I hammered at the portal with the brass knob of my weapon, ' if, indeed, happiness is landlord here, then Phra the Phoenician is the man to be his tenant.' But it would not do. Bacchus was too bibulous in that little abode, and Cupid too blind and indiscriminate. So it was left behind, and presently an open villa was reached where travellers might rest, and here I took a chamber on one side of the square marble courtyard, facing on a garden and fountain, and looking over a fair stretch of country. No sooner had I eaten than, very curious to understand the nature of the bath slave's discoveries upon my skin, I went to the disrobing room of the private baths, and discarding my gorgeous cuirass and piling the gilded arms and silken wrappings with which a new-born vanity had swathed me in a corner, I stood presently revealed in the common integument, the one immutable fashion of humanity. But rarely before had the naked human body presented so much diversity as mine did. I was mottled and pictured from my waist upwards in the most bewildering manner, all in blue and purple tints, just as the slave had said. There were more pictures on me than there are on an astrologer's celestial globe, and as I turned hither and thither before my great burnished metal mirror, a whole constellation of dim, uncertain meaning rose and set upon my sphere. Now this was the more curious because, as I have said, I had never in my life submitted me for a moment to the needle and unguents of those who in British time made a practice of the art of tattooing. I had seen young warriors under that painful process, and had stood by as they yelled in pain and reluctant patience, while the most elaborate designs grew up under the stolid draughtsman's hands upon their quivering cuticle. But, to Blodwen's grief, who would have had me equal to any of her tribesmen in pattern as in place, I had ever scorned to be made a mosaic of superstition and flourishes. How then had this mighty maze, this pictorial web of blue myth and marvel, grown upon me during the night time of my sleep? On studying it closely, it evolved itself into some order, and, though that night I made not very much of it, yet, as time went on and my body grew sleek and fair with good living, the design came up with constantly increasing vigour. Indeed, the narrative I translated from it was so absorbingly interesting to one in my melancholy circumstances that again and again I would hurry away to my closet and mirror to see what new detail, what subtle deduction of stroke or line had come into view upon the scroll of the strangest diary that ever was written. For, indeed, it was Blodwen's diary that circled me thus. It began in the small of my back with the year of my demise upon the Druid altar, and ever as she wrote it, she must have rolled with tender industry her journal over and over, and so worked up from my back in a splendid widening zone of token and hieroglyphic for 20 changing seasons until my chest was reached, and there the tale ran out in a thin and tremulous way which it made my heart ache to understand. There is no need to describe exactly the mode of deduction or how I came to comprehend, without key or help, the sense of the things before me, but you will understand my wits were sharp in the quest, and once the main scheme of the idea was understood, the rest came easily enough. The Princess, then, had taken a sheaf of corn as her symbol of the year. There were 20 of them upon me, and I judged their varying sizes were intended to indicate good or bad harvest seasons in the territories of my careful chieftainess. Round these central signs she had grouped such other marks or outlines as served to hint the changing fortunes of the times. There were heads of oxen by each sheaf, varying in size according to the conditions of her herds, and fishes big or small to indicate what luck her salmon spearsmen had met with by the tuneful rapids of that ancient stream I knew so well. Following these early designs was one that interested me greatly. The gentle chieftainess had, when I left her, expectation of another member to her tribe of her own providing. I had thought, when we should have beaten the Romans, to hurry back, and mayhap be in time to welcome this little one, but you know how I was prevented, and now here upon my skin, nigh over to my heart, was the sketch and outline of what seemed a small new-born maid, all beswaddled in the British fashion and very lovingly limbed. But what was more curious was that its wraps were turned back from its baby shoulder, and there, to my astonished interpretation, in that silent maternal narrative, was just the likeness, broad, lasting, indelible, of the frightful scar I wore myself. Long I pondered upon this. Had that red-haired slave princess by some chance received me back, perhaps at Sempronin's compassionate hands, all hurt as I was, and had that portentous wound set its seal during anxious vigils upon the unborn babe? I could not guess, I could but wonder, and wondering still, pass on to what came next. Here was a graphic picture, no bigger than the palm of my hand and not hard to unriddle. An eagle, no doubt the Roman one, engaged in fierce conflict with a beaver, that being Blodwen's favourite tribal sign, for there were many of those animals upon her river. Jove, how well 'twas done! There were the flying feathers and the fur and the turmoil and the litter of the fight, and well I guessed the proud Roman bird, that day he brought my gallant tribe under the yoke, had lost many a stalwart quill and damaged many a lordly pinion. And besides these main records of this fair and careful chancelloress of her state, there were others that moved me none the less. Yes, by every gloomy spirit that dwelt in the misty shadows of the British oaks, it gave me a hot flush of gratified revenge to see, there by the symbol of the first year, a severed bleeding head, still crowned with the Druid oak. ' Oh, Dhuwallon, my friend !' I laughed, as I guessed the meaning of that bloody sign. ' So they tripped you up at last, my crafty villain. By all the fiends of your abominable worship, I should like to have seen the stroke that made that grisly trophy. Well, I can guess how it came about. Some slighted tribesman who saw me die peached upon you. Liar and traitor! I can see you stand in that old British hall, strong in your sanctity and cunning, making your wicked version of the fight and my undoing, and then methinks I see Blodwen leap to her feet, red and fiery with her anger. Accursed priest! How you must have sickened and shrunk from her fierce invective, the headlong damnation of her bitter accusation, with all the ready evidence with which she supported it. Mayhap your cheeks were as pale that day, good friend, as your infernal vestments, and first you frowned and pointed to the signs and symbols of your office, and pleaded your high appointments before the assembled people against the answering of the charge, and then, when that would not do, you whined and cringed and called her kinswoman. Oh, but I can fancy it, and how my pretty princess, there upon her father's steps, scorned and cursed you before them all, and how some ready faithful hand struck you down, and how they tore your holy linen from you and dragged you screaming to the gateway, and there upon the threshold log struck your wicked head from your abominable shoulders. By the sacred mistletoe, I can read my Blodwen's noble anger in every puncture of that revenge commemorating outline. Here again, in the years that followed, it pleasured me to see her little state grow strong and wide. At one time she typified the coming and destruction of 2 peak-sailed southern pirates, and then the building of a new stockade. She also made, perhaps to the worship of my manes, a mighty circle. It began with a single upright on my side. The next year there were 2. In the summer that followed she crossed them by a 3rd great slab, and so on for 10 years. The tribesmen seemed to have toiled and laboured until they had such a temple of the sun as must have given my sweet heathen vast pleasure to look upon. She feared comments and portents much, and punctured me with them most exactly. She kept her memoranda of corn pots and stores of hides upon me like the clever frugal mother of her tribe she was, and now and then she acquired territory or made new alliances, printing the special tokens of their heads in a circle with her own, until I was illustrated from waist to shoulder, a living lexicon of history. Many were the details of that strange blue record I have not mentioned. Many are the strokes and flourishes that still expand and contract to the pulsations of my mighty life, undeciphered, unintelligible. But I have said enough to show you how ingenious it was, how sufficient in its variety, how disappointing in its pointless end. For indeed it stopped suddenly at the 20th season, and the cause thereof I could guess only too well. There, in that Roman hotel, I stayed reflecting. It was in this rest house, from the idle gossip of the loungers and chatter of Roman politicians, that I came to comprehend the extent of my sleep in the cave, and as the truth dawned upon me, with a consciousness of the infinite vacuity of my world, I went into the garden, and there was no light in the sunshine, and no colour in the flowers, and no music in the fountain, and I threw my toga over my head and grieved for my loneliness, with the hum of the crowd outside in my ears, and mourned my fair princess and all the ancient times so young in memory, yet so old in fact. Many days I sorrowed purposeless, and then my grief was purged by the good medicine of hardship and more adventure. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One day I was sitting in gloomy abstraction in the sunny garden, when, looking up suddenly, a little maid stood by demurely and somewhat compassionately regarding me. Grateful just then for any sort of sympathy, I led her to talk, and presently found, as we thawed into good fellowship, drawn together by some mutual attraction, that she was of British birth, and more, from my old village. This was bond enough in my then state, but think how moved and pleased I was when the comely little damsel laughingly said, "Oh, yes, it is only you Roman lords who come and go more often than these flowers. We British seldom move. I and my people have lived yonder on the coast for ages." So I let my lonely fancy fill in the blanks, and took the little maid for a kinswoman, and was right glad to know someone in the void world into which 400 years' sleep had plunged me. Strange, too, as you will take it, Numidia, who now and then to my mind was so like the ancestress she knew naught of. Numidia, the slave girl who had stood before me by predestined chance in that hour of sorrow. It was she who directed my destiny and saved and ruined me in this chapter, just as her mother had done distant lifetimes before. Between this fair little friend and my inexhaustible wallet, I dried up my grief and turned idle and reckless in that fascinating town of extravagance and debauchery. It was not a time to boast much of. The degenerate Romans had lost all their valour and most of their skill in the arts of government. All their hardihood and strength had sunk under the evil example of the debased capital by the Tiber, and, though some few unpopular ones among them railed against the effeminate luxury of the times, few heeded and none were warned. It shamed me to find that all these latter-day Romans thought of was silks and linens, front seats at the theatre, pageantry and spectacles, trinkets and scents. It roused my disdain to see the senators go by with gilded trains of servitors, and the young centurions swagger down the streets in their mock armour, their toy peacetime swords hanging in golden chains from their tender sides, and the wind warning of their perfumed presence even before they came in sight. Such were not the men to win an empire, I thought, or to hold it. As for the native British, a modicum of them had dropped the sagum for the toga, and had put on with it all its vices but few of its virtues. Such a witless, vain, incapable medley of arrogant fools never before was seen. To their countrymen they represented themselves as possessed of all the keys of statecraft and government, stirring them up as far as they durst to discontent and rebellion, while to their masters they stood acknowledged sycophants and apes of all the meannesses of a degenerate time. All this was more the pity, for magnificent and wide were the evidences of what Rome had done for Britain during the long years she had held it. When I slept, it was a chaotic, wild, peopled by brave but scattered tribes. When I awoke, it was a fair, united realm, a beautiful territory of fertility, rich in corn and apple yards, arteried by smooth white paved roads, and ruled by half a dozen wonderful capitals, with countless lesser cities, camps, and villas, wherein modern luxury, like a rampant beautiful flowered parasite, had overgrown, and choked and killed the sturdy stuff on which it grew. Well, it is not my province to tell you of these things. The gilded fops who thronged the city ways I soon found were good enough for drinking bouts and revelry, and, by all Olympus, my sleep had made me thirsty, and my sorrow full of a moroseness which had to be constantly battened down under the hatches of an artificial pleasure. All the old cautious, frugal, merchant spirit had gone, and the Roman Phra, in his gold and turquoise cincture, his belt full of his outlandish, never-failing coins, was soon the talk of the town, the life and soul of every reckless bout or folly, the terror of all lictors and honest benighted citizens. And, like many another good man of like inclinations, his exit was as sudden as his entry. Well I remember that day, when my ivory tablets were crowded with suggestions for new idleness and vanities, and bore a dozen or two of merry engagements to plays and processions and carnivals, and all my new-found world looked like a summer sea of pleasure. Under these circumstances I went to my hoard one evening, as I had done very often of late, and was somewhat chagrined to discover only 5 pieces of money left. However, they were big plump ones, larger than any I had used before, and as all those had been good gold, these still might mean a long spell of frolic for me. When they were nearly spent, it would be time to turn serious. I at once sat down to rub the general green tint of age from one, noticing it was more verdant than any of its comrades had been, and rubbed with increasing consternation and alarm moment after moment, until I had reduced it at last to an ancient British copper token, a base, abominable thing, not good enough to pitch to a starving beggar. Another and another was snatched up and chafed, and, as I toiled on by my little flickering earthen lamp in my bachelor cell, every one of those traitor coins in an hour had shed its coating of time and turned out, under my disgusted fingers, common plebeian metal. There they lay before me at length, a contemptible 5 pence, wherewith to carry on a week's carousing. 5 pence! Why, it was not enough to toss to a noisy beggar outside the circus, hardly enough for a drink of detestable British wine, let alone a draught of the good Italian vintages that I had lately come to look upon as my prerogative. Horrible! And as I gazed at them stolidly that melancholy evening, the airy castle of my pleasure crumbled from base to battlement. As the result of long cogitation, knowing the measure of my friends too well to think of borrowing of them, I finally decided to make a retreat, and leave my acquaintance, my still unblemished reputation, in pawn for the various little items owing by me. Taking a look round, to assure myself everyone in the house was asleep, I argued that tonight, though a pauper, I was still of good account, whereas with daylight I should be a discredited beggar, so that it was, in fact, a meritorious action to leave my host an old pair of sandals in lieu of a month's expenses, and drop through the little window into the garden on the way to the open world once more. Necessity is ever a sophist. It is needless to say that the grey dawn was not particularly cheerful as I sprang into the city fosse and struck out for the woods beyond. The fortune which makes a man one day a gentleman of means and the next a mendicant is more pleasant to hear of when it has befallen one's friends than to feel at first hand. It was only the fear of the detestable city jail and the abominable provender there, added to the ridicule of my friends, perhaps, that sent me, scripless, thus afield. Grey as the prospect ahead might be, behind it was black, so I plodded on with my spear for a staff and melancholy for a companion. The leafy shades reached in an hour or so invited rest, and in their seclusion an idle spell was spent watching, through the green frame of branches, the fair careless city below wake to new luxurious life. Watching the blue smoke rise from the temple courtyards, and the pigeons circling up into the sky, and the glitter of the sun on the legionaries' arms as they wheeled and formed and reformed in the open ground beyond the Prefect's house. Oh yes, I knew it all. And how pleasantly the water spluttered in the marble baths after those dusty exercises, and how heavy the lightest armour was after such nights as I and those jolly ones down there were accustomed to spend. As I, breakfastless, leant upon the top of my staff, I recalled the good red wine from my host's coolest cellars, and the hot bread from slaves' ovens in the street, and how pleasant it was to lie in silk and sandals, and drink and laugh in the shade, and stare after the comely British maids, and lay out in those idle sunny hours the fabrics of fun and mirth. On again, and by midday a valley opened before me, and at the head, a mile or so from the river, was a very stately white villa. Thither, out of curiosity, my steps were turned, and I descended upon that lordly abode by coppices, ferny brakes, and pastures, until one brambly field alone separated us. An ordinary being, whom the fates had not set themselves to bandy for ever in their immortal hands, would have gone round this enclosure, and so taken the uneventful pathway. But not so I. I must needs cross the brambles, and thus bring down fresh ventures on my head. In the midst of the enclosure was an oak, and under the oak 5 or 6 white cows, with a massive bull of the fierce old British breed. This animal resented my trespass, and shaking his head angrily as I advanced, he came after me at a trot when half-way across. Now a good soldier knows when to run no less than when to stand, and so my best foot was put forth in the direction of the house, and I presently slipped through a hole in the fence directly into the trim gay garden of the villa itself. So hasty was my entry that I nearly ran into a stately procession approaching down one of the well-kept terraces intersecting the grounds. A seneschal and a butler, a gorgeously arrayed mercenary or two, men and damsels in waiting, all this lordly array attending a litter borne by 2 negro slaves, whereon, with a languidness like that of convalescence, belied however by the bloom of excellent health and the tokens of robust grace in the every limb, reclined a handsome Roman lady. There was hardly time to take all this in at a glance, when the gorgeous attendant set up a shout of consternation and alarm, and, glancing over my shoulder to see the cause, there was that resentful bull bursting the hedge a scanty 20 paces away, with vindictive purpose in his widespread nostrils and angry eyes. Down went the seneschal's staff of office, down went the base mercenary's gilded shields, the butler threw the dish of grapes he was carrying for his lady's refreshment into the bushes, the waiting maids dropped their fans and shrieking joined the general rout. Worse than all, those base villains, the littermen, slipped their leather straps and in the general panic dropped the litter, and left to her fate that mistress who, with her sandalled feet wrapped in silks and spangled linens, struggled in vain to rise. There was no time for fear. I turned, and as the bull came down upon us two in a snorting avalanche of white hide and sinew, I gave him the spear, driving it home with all my strength, just in front of the ample shoulder as he lowered his head. The strong 7-foot haft of ash, as thick as a man's wrist, bent between us like a green hazel wand, and then burst into splinters right up to my grasp. The next moment I was hurled backwards, crashing into the flowers and trim parterres, as though it were by the fist of Jove himself I had been struck. Hardly touching the ground, I was up again, my short sword drawn and ready as ever, though the gay world swam before me, to kill or to be killed. It was not necessary. There had been few truer or more forceful spears than mine in the old times, and there lay the great white monster on his side in a crimson pool of blood, essaying in vain to lift his head, and dying in mighty tremors all among the pretty things the servants had thrown down. The gush of red blood from his chest was wetting even the silken fringes of the comely dame's skirts and wrappings, while she, now at last on her feet, frowned down on him, with angry triumph rather than fear in her countenance. Though there was hardly a change of colour on her face or a tremor in the voice with which she thanked me, yet I somehow felt her ladyship was in a fine passion behind that disdainful mask. But whether it were so or not, she was civil enough to me, personally evincing a condescending interest in a trifling wound that was staining my bare right arm with crimson, and sending her good youth away in a minute or two to the house to get it bound. As I turned to go, the stately lady gathered up tunic folds and skirt in her white fist, and moved down upon the group of trembling servants who were gathering their wits together slowly under the nervous encouragement of the seneschal. What she said to them I know not, but if ever the countenances of men truly reflected their sensations, her brief fierce whispers must have been exceedingly unpleasant to listen to. The damsel who bound the scratch upon my shoulder told me something of this beautiful and wealthy dame, but in truth, when she called her Lady Electra, I needed to hear little more. It was a name that had circulated freely in the city yonder, and especially when wine was sparkling best and tongues at lightest. I knew, without asking, the lady was niece to an emperor, and was reputed as haughty and cruel as though she had been one of the worst herself. I knew her lawful spouse was away, like most Romans, from his duty just then, and she stood in his place to tyrannise over the British peasants and sweep the taxes into his insatiate coffers. I knew, too, why Rome was forbidden for a time to the vivacious lady, as well as some stories, best untold, of how she enlivened the tedium of her exile in these savage places. In fact, I knew I had fallen into the gilded hold of a magnificent outlaw, one of the worst productions of a debased and sinking state, and, being wayward by predestination, I determined to play with the she-wolf in her own den. No fancy of mine is so rash but that fate will countersign it. When Electra sent for me presently in the great hall, where the fountains played into basins of rosy marble, it was to inform me that the destruction of the Bull and my bearing thereat had caught her fancy, and I was to consider myself for the present in her private service and attached to the bodyguard. This decision was announced with an easy imperialness which seemed to ignore all suggestion of opposition, a suavity such as Juno might use in directing the most timorous of servitors. So, as my wishes ran in unison, I bowed my thanks and kissed the fringe of my ladyship's cloak, and thought, as she lay there before me on her silken couch in the tessellated hall of her stately home, that I had never before seen so beautiful or dangerous looking a creature. Nor had I long to wait for a sight of the Vice-Prefect's talons. While she asked me of my history, the which I made up as I told it, and having once thus baulked the truth, never afterwards told her the real facts, a messenger came, and standing at a respectful distance saluted his mistress. "Ah," she said, with a pretty look of interest in her face, and rising on her elbow, "are they dead?" "One is, madam," the man responded. "One of your bearers fled, but the other we secured. We took him into the field and tied him, as your ladyship directed, to the horns of the strongest white cow. She dragged him here and there and gored him for full 10 minutes before he died. And now all that remains of him," with a wave of the hand towards the vestibule, "most respectfully awaits your ladyship's inspection in the porch." And the messenger bowed low. "It is well. Fling the dog into a ditch, and, my friend, let my brave henchmen know if they do not lay hands on the other villain before sunset tomorrow, I shall come to them for a substitute." The successful termination of this episode seemed to relieve my new mistress. "Ah, my excellent soldier," she said, with a pretty sigh, "you cannot conceive what a vexation my servants are to me, or how rebellious and unruly. Would there were but a man here, such as yourself, for instance, to protect and soften a lonely matron's exile." This was very flattering to my vanity, more especially as it was accompanied by a gracious look, with more of condescension in it than I fancied usually fell to the lot of those who met her handsome eyes. In such circumstances under a lordly roof and careless again of tomorrow, a new spell of experience was commenced in the Roman villa, and I learnt much of the ways of corrupt Roman government, and a luxurious society there which might amuse you were it not all too long to set down. For a time, when her ladyship gave, as was her frequent pleasure, gorgeous dinners, and all the statesmen and soldiers of the neighbouring towns came in to sup with her, I pleaded one thing and another in excuse for absence from the places where I must have met many too well known before. But Electra, as the time went on, was proud of her handsome, stalwart centurion, and advanced me quicker than my modest ambition could demand, clothed me in the gorgeous livery of her household troops, raised me to the chief command, and finally, one evening, sat me at her side on her own silken couch, before all the lords and senators, and, deriding their surprise and covert sarcasm, proclaimed me first favourite there, with royal effrontery. Did I but say Electra was proud of her new find? Much better had it been simply so, but she was not accustomed to moderation in any matters, and perhaps my cold indifference to her overwhelming attractions, when all else fawned for an indulgent look, excited her fiery thirst of dominion. Be this as it may, not very long time after my arrival it was palpable her manner was changing, and as the days went by, and she would have me sit on the tiger skin at her knee, a second Antony to this British Cleopatra, telling wonderful tales of war and woodcraft, I suddenly found the unmistakable light of awakening love shining through her ladyship's half-shut lids. Many and many a time before and since has that beacon been lit for me in eyes of every complexion. It makes me sad to think how well I know that gentle gleam. But never in all my life did I experience anything like the concentrated fire that burnt silently but more strongly day by day in those black Roman eyes. I would not be warned. More, I took a lawless delight in covertly piling on material and leading that reckless dame, who had used and spurned a score of gallant soldiers or great senators, according to her idle fancy, to pour out her over-ample affection on me, the penniless adventurer. And, like one who fans a spark among combustible material, the blaze that resulted was near my undoing. The more dense I was to her increasing love, the more she suffered. Truly, it was pitiful to see her, who was so little accustomed to know any other will, thwarted by so fine an agency, to see her imperialness strain and fret at the secret meshes of love, and fume to have me know and answer to her meaning, yet fear to tell it, and at times be timorous to speak, and at others start up, palely wrathful that she could not order in this case as elsewhere. Indeed, my lady was in a bad way, and now she would be fierce and sullen, and anon gracious and melancholy. In the latter mood she said one day, as I sat by her bicelium, "I am ill and pale, my centurion. I wonder you have not noticed it." "Perhaps, madam," I said with the distant respect that galled her so, "perhaps your ladyship's supper last night was over large and late, and those lampreys, I warned you against them that third time." "Gross! Material!" exclaimed Electra, frowning blackly. "Guess again. A finer malady, a subtler pain." "Then maybe the valley air affects my lady's liver, or rheumatism, perhaps, exacts a penalty for some twilight rambles." Such banter as this and more was all the harder to bear since she could not revenge it. I was sorry for the tyrantess, for she was wonderfully attractive thus pensive-wise, and woefully in earnest as she turned away to the painted walls and sighed to herself. "Fie! To be thus withstood by a fameless mercenary! Why thus must I, unaccustomed, sue this one, the least worthy of them all, and lavish on his dull plebeian ears the sighs that many another would give a province or two to hear? I, who have slighted the homage of silk and scarlet, and imperial purple even. Lucullus was not half so dull, or Palladius or Decius, and that last of many others, my witty Publius Torquatus,
would have diagnosed my disease and prescribed for it all in one whisper. Poor lady! It was not within me, though she did not know it, to hold out for long against the sunshine and storm of her impetuous nature. Neither her abominable cruelties nor her reckless rapacity could suffice to dim her attractions. Many a time since, when that comely personage has been as clearly wiped from the page of life, as utterly obliterated from the earth as the very mound of her final resting place, have I regretted that she was not born to better days, and then, perchance, her fine material might have been run into a nobler mould. She was jealous too, and it came about in this way. Very soon after I had taken service with her, whom should I espy one morning feeding the golden pheasants outside the verandah but my little friend Numidia. Often I had thought of that maid and determined to discover that big house where she told me she was bondwoman, and the great lady who sent her tripping long journeys into the town for the powders and silk stuffs none could better choose. And now here she was on my path again, a roof mate by strange chance, with her graceful tender figure and her dainty ways, and that chronic friendly smile upon her mouth that brought such strange fancies to my mind every time I looked upon it. Of course I befriended the maid as though she were my own little one, not so many times removed, and equally, of course, Lady Electra noticed and misread our friendship. Poor Numidia! She had a hard life before I came, and a harder perhaps afterwards. You compassionate moderns will wonder when I tell you that Numidia has shown me her white silk shoulders laced with the red scars of old floggings laid on by Electra herself, and the blood-spotted dimples here and there where the imperious dame had thrust, for some trivial offence, a golden bodkin from her hair deep into that innocent flesh. No one knew better than my noble mistress how to give acute torture to a slave without depreciating the market price of her property. But when I became of more weight, when, in brief, my comely tigress was too fast bound to be dangerous, I spoke up, and Electra grew to be jealous and to hate the small Christian slave girl with all the unruly strength that marked her other passions. Thus one day, having discovered Numidia weeping over a new-made wound, I sought out the offender, and as she sauntered up and down her tessellated pavements, I shook my fist at her queenship and said, "By the bright flame of Vesta, Lady Electra, and by every deity, old or new, in the endless capacity of the skies, if you get out your abominable flail for that girl again, or draw but once upon her one of your accursed bodkins, I will marry her among the smoking ruins of this white sty of yours." While I spoke to her thus under the lash of my anger, she would uprise to the topmost reach of her height, and thence, frowning down upon me, her shapely head tossed back, and her draperies falling from her crossed arms and ample shoulders to the marble floor, she would regard me with an imperious stare that might have withered an ordinary mortal. So beautiful and statuesque was her ladyship on these occasions, towering there in her own white hall like an image of an offended Juno in the first flush of her queenly wrath, that even I would involuntarily step back a pace. But I did not cower or drop my eyes, and when we had glowered at each other so for a minute or two, the royal instinct within her was no match for traitor love. Slowly then the woman would come welling into her proud face, and the glow of anger gave way upon her cheeks. Her arms dropped by her sides, she shrank to mortal proportions, and lastly sank on the ebony and ivory couch in a wild gust of weeping, woefully asking to know, as I turned upon my heels, why the slave's trivial scars were more to me than the mistress's tears. My vice-prefect was avaricious too. There was, stored in the spacious hollows below her villa, I knew not how much bronze and gold squeezed from those reluctant British hinds whose old-world huts clustered together in the oak clumps dotting the fertile vales as far as the eye could see from our roof ledges on every hand. Had all the offices of the Imperial Government been kept as she kept her duties of tax collecting, the great empire would have been further by many a long year from its ruin, and the closer Electra made her accounts, the more deadly became her exactions, the more angry and rebellious grew the natives round us. Already they had heard whispers of how hard barbarians were pressing upon Rome. Day by day they saw Britain depleted of the stalwart legionaries who had occupied the land 400 years, and as phalanx after phalanx went south through Gaul to protect the mother city on the Tiber, their demagogues secretly stirred the people up to ambition and discontent. Nor can it be denied the villains had something to grumble for. Society was dissolute and debased, while the country was full of those who made the good Roman name a byword. The British peasant had to toil and sweat that 100 tyrants, the rank production of social decay, might squander and parade in the luxury and finery his labour purchased. Added to this, the pressing needs of the Emperor himself demanded the services of those who had taken upon themselves for centuries the protection of the country. As they retired, northern rovers, at first fitfully, but afterwards, with increasing rigour, came down upon the unguarded coasts, and sailing up the estuaries, harried the rich English vales on either side, and rioted amid the accumulated splendour and plenty of the luckless land to their heart's content. Saddled thus with the weight of luxurious conquerors who had lost nearly every art but that of extortion, miserable at home and devastated from abroad, who can wonder that the British longed to throw off the Roman yoke and breathe the fresher air of a wholesome life again? And as the shadow of the imperial wings was withdrawn from them, their hopes ripened. They thought they were strong and rule-worthy. Fatal mistake. I saw it bud, and I saw it bitterly fruitful. If you turn back the pages of history, you will find these hinds did indeed make a stand for a moment, and, when Honorius had withdrawn his last legionaries and given the islanders their liberty, for a few brief years there was a shepherd government here. The British ruled again in Britain. Then came the next strong tide of northern invasion, and another conquest. I well remember how, in the throes of the first great change that heralded a new era in Britain, the herdsmen and serfs were crushed between waning Roman terrors such as Electra wielded and the growing horrors of the Northmen. Of these latter I saw something. On one occasion when the storm was brewing I was away down the coast provinces hunting wolves, and thus by chance fell in with a sea king's foray and a British reprisal. On that occasion the spoilers were spoilt, and we taught the northern ravishers a lesson which, had they been more united so that such a blow might have been better felt by the whole, would have damped their ardour for a long time. As it was, to rout and destroy their scattered parties was but like mopping up the advancing tide of those salt waves that brought them on us. Those down there by the Kentish shore had been unmolested for some years. They had lived at their leisure, had got their harvests in, had rebuilt their villages out in the open, and set up forges and hammered spearheads and bosses, rings for their women of silver and brass, and chains and furniture for their horses of gold, shearing their flocks and living as though such things as Norsemen were not, when one day the infliction came upon them again. It was a gusty morning in early summer, I remember it well, and most of the men were from the villages hunting, when away towards the coast went up the brightening sky a thin curl of smoke, followed by another and another. The sight was understood only too well. Line after line crept up in the silence of the morning over the green tree-tops and against the grey of the sea, while groups of black figures, flying villagers we knew them to be, went now and then over the skyline of the wolds into the security of the valleys to the right and left. As the wail went up from the huts where I rested, a mounted chief, his toes in the iron rings of his stirrups and his wolf-skins flying from his bare shoulders, came pounding through the woods with the bad news the raiders were close behind. Rapid packing was a great feminine accomplishment in those days, and, while the women swept their children and more portable valuables into their cloths and disappeared into the forest, we sent the quickest-footed youths that were with us to call back the hunters, and made our first stand there round the huts and mounds of the old village of Can Edron. And we kept its thatch and chattels inviolate, for, by this time, the countryside was all in arms, and, as the sea was far behind them, the despoilers but showed themselves on the fringe of the open, exchanged a javelin or two, and turned. Hot on their track that morning of vengeance, we went after them, over the scrubby open ground and down through the tangles of oak and hazel. We pressed them back past the charred and smoking remnants of the villages they had burnt, back by the streams that still ran streaky in quiet places with blood, back down the red path of ruin and savagery they had trodden, back by the cruel finger-posts of dead women, back by the halting places of the ravishers, ever drawing new recruits and courage till we outnumbered them by 6 to 1, and thus we trampled that day on the heels of those laden pirates from the valley head down to the shore. It was a time of vengeance, and our women and children crowded singing and screaming after us to kill and torture the wounded. Every now and then those surly spoilers turned, and we fled before them as the dogs fly from a big boar who goes to bay. But each time we came on again, and their standing places by the coverts and under the lichened rocks were littered with dead, and all bestrewn amid the ferns in the pink morning light was the glittering spoil they disgorged. Truly, that was an hour of victory, and the Britons were drunk with success. They followed like starving wolves after a herd of deer, leaping from rock to rock, crowding every point of vantage, and running and yelling through the underwood, until surely the Northmen must have thought the place in possession of a legion of devils. But all this noise was as nothing to the frightful yell of savage joy which went up from us when we saw the raiders draw together on the shingle ridge of the beach, and knew instinctively by their pale tideward faces and hesitation that they were trapped. The sea was out, and their ships were high and dry. Somehow, I scarcely know how it was, when those men turned grimly and prepared to make their last stand under their ships, a strange silence fell upon both bands, and for a minute or two the long wild rank of our warriors halted at the bottom of the slope, every man silent and dumb by a strange accord, while opposite, against the skyline, were the mighty Norsemen, clustered together and looking down with fierce sullen brows, equally silent and expectant, while the sun glistened on their rustling arms and tall peaked casques. We stood thus a minute or two, and I heard the thumpings of my own heart like an echo of the low wash of the far-away sea, a plover piping overhead, and a raven croaking on the distant hills, but not another sound until, suddenly, some British women who had come red-handed to a mound behind broke out into a wild war-song. Then the spell was loosed, and we were again at them, sweeping the sea kings from the ridge into the tangle of long grass and sand and stunted bushes that led to the shore, and there, separated, but dying stubbornly, powerless against our numbers, pulled them down, and killed them one by one, lopping their armour from them and stripping their cloths, till the pleasant lichened alleys of the seashore wood and the green footways of the moss were stamped full of crimson puddles, and littered with the naked bodies of those tawny giants. The last man to fall was a chief. Twice I had seen him hard pressed, and had lifted my javelin to slay him, but a touch of silly compunction had each time held my hand, and now he stood with his back to his ship like some fierce, beautiful thing of the sea. His plated brass and steel cuirass was hacked and dinted, his white linen hung in shreds about him, his arms were bare, and blood ran down them, while his long fair hair lifted to the salt wind that was coming in freshly with the tide, and the sun shone on his cold blue eyes, and his polished harness, and his tall and comely proportions, standing out there against the dark side of his high-sterned vessel. But what cared the Britons for flaxen locks or the goodliness of a young Thor? He had in his hands a broken spear, his own sword being snapped in two, and with this weapon he lay about fiercely every now and then as the men edged in upon him. Luckless Viking! There is no retreat or rescue. He was bleeding heavily, and even as I watched his chin sank upon his chest. At once the Britons ran in upon him, but the life flared up again, and the gallant robber crushed in a pair of heads with his stave, and sent the others flying back, still glaring upon the wide circle of his enemies with death and defiance struggling for mastery in his eyes in a way wonderful to behold. Again and again the yellow head of the young Thor nodded and sank, and again he started up and scowled upon them, as each savage cry of joy, to see him thus bleeding to death, fell upon his ears. Presently he wavered for a moment, and leaned his shoulder against the black side of his ship, and his lids dropped wearily. At once the Britons rushed, and, when I turned my face, there again they were hacking and stripping the armour from a mutilated but still quivering corpse. A few such episodes as this repulse of the Northmen, magnified and circulated with all the lying exaggeration that a coward race ever wraps about his feats of arms, made the Britons bold, and their boldness brings me to the end of my chapter. Many a pleasant week and month did I live and enjoy all the best things life has to give, the master of my Roman mistress, the foremost spearman where the boar went to bay among the rocks on the hillside, the jolliest fellow that was ever invited to a lordly banquet, the penniless adventurer whose fortune everyone envied. And then fate put me by again and wiped my tablets clean for another frolic epoch. It came about this way. The British grew more and more unruly as time went on, and legion after legion left us. At length, when the last of the Romans were down to the coast, about to embark, Electra made up her mind to go too, and with all her hordes. But in this latter particular, the new authorities in the neighbouring town could not concur, and they sent 2 brand new civilian senators to expostulate and detain her, the last representative of the old rule. Electra had these gentlemen stripped in the vestibule and flogged within an ace of their lives, and then them sent home, bound in a mean country cart. All that afternoon we were busy sewing up the gold and bronze in bags, and by dusk a long train of mules set out for the coast, in charge of a score of our mercenaries, who, having served a long apprenticeship to cruelty and extortion, had more to fear from the natives than even we. Nor was it too soon. As the last of the convoy went into the evening darkness, Electra and I ascended the flat, wide roof of her home, and there we saw, westwards, under the stormy red of the setting sun, the flashing of arms and the dust wreaths against the glow which hung above the bands of people moving out and bearing down on us in a mood one well could guess. Her ladyship, having safely packed, was disdainful and angry. Her fine lips curled as she watched the grey column of citizens swarming out to the assault, but when her gaze wandered over the fair valleys she had ruled and bled so long, she was, perhaps, a little regretful and softened. "My good and stalwart captain," she said, coming near to me, "yonder sun, I fear, will never rise again on a Roman Briton. We must obey the fates. You know what I would do, had I the power, to yonder scum, but since we must desert this house to them, as I see too clearly we must, how can we best ensure the safety of the treasure?" We arranged there and then, with small time for parley, that I should stay with a handful of her mercenaries and make a stand about the villa, while she, with the last of her servants, should go on and hurry up by every means in her power the slow caravan of her wealth. In truth, my mistress was as brave as she was overbearing, and, but for those endless shining bags of gold, I do believe she would have stayed and fought the place with me. As it was, She reluctantly consented to the plan and bid me adieu, which I returned but coldly, and came back again for another kiss, and said another goodbye, and hung about me, and enjoined caution, and held my hands, and looked first into my eyes and then back into the darkness where the laden mules were, as much in love as a rustic maid, as anxious as a usurer, and torn and distracted between these contending feelings. At last she and all the women were gone, whereon with a lighter mind we set ourselves down to cover their retreat. Here it must be confessed that for myself I was ill at ease. Treachery lurked within me. I had grown somewhat weary of her ladyship, nor had longer a special wish to be dragged in her golden chains. The restless spirit chance had bred within moved, and I had determined to see my enamoured vice-prefect safe to her ships, and then, if I could, if I dared, break with her. I well knew the wild tornado of indignation and love this would call up, and hence had not confessed my intentions earlier, but had been cold and distant. The dame, you will see presently, had been sharper in guessing than I supposed. We made such preparation as we could with the small time at our disposal, barricading the white facade of the villa and closing all approaches. Then we pulled the winter stacks to pieces in the yard, making 2 great mounds of faggots in front of the porch, pouring oil upon each and stationing a man to fire them by way of torches at a given signal. My hope was that, as the wide Roman way ran just below the villa, the avengers of the ambassadors would not think of passing on until they had demolished the house and us. Of the loyalty of the few men with me I had little fear. They were brave and stubborn, all their pay was on Electra's mules, and the British hated them without compunction. There were in our little company that black evening 7 wild Welshmen under a shaggy-haired, blue-eyed princeling, Gwallon of the Bow he called himself, 15 swarthy Iberians, all teeth and scimitar, a handful of Belgic mercenaries with great double-headed axes, but never a Roman among them all in this last stand of Roman power in Britain. Was I a Roman, I wondered, as I stood on the terrace waiting the onset of the liberated slaves? What was I? Who was I? How came it that he who was first in repelling the stalwart Roman adventurers of endless years before was the last to lift a sword in their defence? And more personally, was this night to be, as it greatly seemed, the last of all my wild adventures, or had fate infinite others in store for her bantling? You will guess how I wondered and speculated as my golden Roman armour clanked to my gloomy stride in Electra's empty corridors, and the wet fleecy clouds drifted fitfully across the face of a broad full moon, and 1,000 things of love or sorrow crowded on my busy mind. We had not long to wait, however. In an hour the mob came scuffling round the bend, shouting disorderly, with innumerable torches borne aloft, and they set up a yell when they caught sight of our shining white walls silently agleam in the moonlight. There could be no parley with such a leaderless rush, and we attempted none. Without a thought of discipline, they stormed the pastures and swarmed into the garden, a motley, angry crowd, armed with scythes and hooks and axes, and apparently all the town pressing on behind. Well, we fired our faggots, and they gleamed up fiercely to welcome the scullion levies to their doom. Never did you see such a ruddy wild scene, such a motley parody of noble war. The bright flames leapt into the tranquil sky in volcanoes of spark and hissing tongues. The British rushed at us between the fires like imps of darkness, and we met them face to face, and slew them like the dogs they were. In a few minutes we were hemmed in the verandah, under whose columns we had some shelter, and then my brave Welshmen showed me how they could pull their longbows, which indeed they did in right good earnest, until all the trim terraces were littered with writhing, howling foemen. But again they drove us back, this time into the house, and there we soon had a better light to fight by, for the sparks had caught the roof, and soon everything far and near was ablaze. Every man with me that night fought like a patrician, and Electra's polished floors were slippery with blood. Her pretty walls, with their endless painted garlands of oak and myrtle, their cooing doves and tender cupids, were horribly besmeared and smudged, and her marble pillars were chipped by flying javelins and gashed by random axe strokes. 10 times we hurled ourselves upon the invaders and drove them staggering backwards over the slippery pavements into the passages. 16 men had fallen to my own arm alone, and we crammed their bodies into the doorways for barricade, but it would not do. The sheer weight of those without made the men within brave against their will. Nothing availed the stinging shafts of my Welshmen. The Iberian scimitars played hopelessly, like summer lightning in the glare, upon a solid wall of humanity, and the German axes could make no pathway through that impenetrable civilian tangle. Overhead and among us the smoke curled and eddied, and the flames behind it made it like a hot noonday in our fighting place, and in the wreaths of that pungent vapour, circling thick and yellow in the great open-roofed hall of the noble Roman villa, her ladyship's statues of faun and satyr still fluted and grinned imbecilely as though they liked the turmoil. Niobe wept for new griefs as the marble little ones at her feet were calcined before her eyes, and the Gorgon head wore 100 frightful snakes of flame. The pale, proud Pallas Athene of the Greeks looked disdainfully on the dying barbarians at her feet, and Pan, himself in bronze, leered on us through the reek until his lower limbs grew white-hot and gave way, and down he came, whereon a mighty Briton heaved him up by his head, and with this hissing, glowing flail carried destruction and confusion among us. It was so hot in that flaming marble battle-place that foreigner and Briton broke off fighting now and then to kneel together for a moment at the red fountain basins where the jets still played, for the fugitives had forgotten to turn them off, and quenched their thirst in hurried gasps ere flying again at each other's throats. And so wild the confusion and uproar, and so dense the smoke and flame, so red and slippery were the pavements, and so thick the dead and dying, that hardly one could tell which were friends and which foes. For an hour we kept them at bay, and then, when my arms ached with killing, all on a sudden the face of a man, unknown to me, whom I never had seen before, shone in the gleam at my shoulder. "Phra the Phoenician," he said, calling me by an appellation no living man then knew. "I am bidden to get you heads. Come to the inner doorway, quick." I hardly knew what he meant, but there was that about him which I could not but obey, so I turned and followed his retreating figure. I ran with him across the courtyard, under the white marble pillars all aglow, through the silent banquet hall that had echoed so often to the haughty laughter of my mistress, and then, when we reached the cool damp outer air, like a wreath of mist in November, like an eddy among the dead leaves, my guide vanished and left me. Angry and surprised, but with no time for wonder, I turned back. Even as I did so, there was a mighty crack, a groaning of 1,000 timbers, and there before my very face, with a resounding roar, Electra's lordly mansion, and all the wings and buttresses and basements, the rooms and colonnades and corridors of that splendid home of luxury and power, lurched forward and heaved and collapsed in one mighty red ruin that tinctured the sky from east to west, and buried alike in one vast glowing hecatomb besiegers and besieged. It had fallen, the last stronghold of Roman authority, and there was nothing more to defend. I turned and took me to the quiet forest pathways, every nook and bend of which I knew. As I ran, the sweet moist air of the evening was like an elixir to my heated frame. Now into the black shadows I plunged, and anon brushing the silver moonlight dew from bramble and bracken, while 1,000 fancies of our stubborn fight danced around me. In a little time the road went down to a river that sparkled in flood under the moonbeams. Here the laden mules had crossed into comparative safety, and now I had to follow them with a single guide rope to feel my way alone across the dangerous ford. I struggled through the swollen stream safely, though it rose high above my waist, and then who should loom out of the dark on the far side but Electra, standing alone and expectant at the brink. Faithful, stately matron ! She was so glad to see me again, I was really sorry I did not love her more. I told her something of the fight, and she a little of the retreat. Some time before, the long train of mules and slaves had gone on up the steep sloping bank and into the coppice beyond, and now I and the Roman dame lingered a minute or so by the brink of the turgid stream to see the last flickers of her burning home. We were on the point of turning — indeed, Lady Electra seemed anxious to be gone — when, stepping out of the dark pathway into a patch of moonlight on the farther shore, a little silver casket in her duteous hands, and those dainty skirts in which she took so much pride, muddy and soiled, appeared the poor little slave, Numidia. She tripped fearfully forth from the shadows and down to the brink, where the water was swirling against the stones in an ivory and silver inlay, and when she saw, not perceiving us in the shadows, that all the people had gone on, and she was deserted to the tender mercies of the foemen behind, she dropped her burden and threw up her white clasped hands in the moonlight, and wailed upon us in a way that made my steel cuirass too small for my swelling heart. Surely such a pitiful sight ought to have moved anyone, yet Electra only cursed those nimble feet under her breath, and from this, though I may do her heavy injustice, I have since feared she had planned the desertion, and sent the maid back to be killed or taken on some false errand, which for her jealous purpose was too quickly executed. The noble Roman lady pulled me by the hand and would have had me leave the girl to her fate, scolding and entreating, and when I angrily shook myself free, turning her wild untutored passions into the channels of love, told me she had guessed my project of leaving her for Numidia, and clung to me and endeared me, and promised me the tallest porch on Palatina, as I threw off my buckler and broadsword to be lighter in the stream, and the whitest arms for welcome there that ever a Roman matron spread, as I pitched my gilded helmet into the bushes and strode down to the torrent, if I would but turn my back once and for all upon my little kinswoman. 3 times the white arms of that magnificent wanton closed round me, and 3 times I wrenched them apart and hurled her back. 3 times she came anew to the struggle, squandering her wild queenly love upon me, while under the white light overhead the tears shone in her wonderful upturned eyes like very diamonds. 3 times she invoked every deity in the hierarchy of the southern skies to witness her perjured love, and cursed, for my sake, all those absent youths who had fallen before her. 3 times she knelt there on the black and white turf, and wrung her fair hands, and shook out her long thick hair, and came imploring and begging down to the very lapping of the water. And there I stood, for I too was a southern and could be hot and fierce, and spoke such words as she had never heard before, abused and scoffed and derided her, laughed at her sorrow and mocked her grief, and then turned and plunged into the torrent. The ford was not long. In a minute or 2 I struggled out on the farther shore, and Numidia, with a cry of pleasure and trustfulness, came to my dripping arms. The British, hot on the track, were shouting to one another in the dark pursuit, so the little maid was picked up securely, and with her in my left arm upon my hip, her warm wrists about my neck, and my other hand on the guide rope, we went back into the stream again. By the sacred fane of Vesta, it ran stronger than a mill sluice, and tugged and worried at my limbs like the fingers of a fury. I felt the pebbly gravel sifting and rolling beneath my feet, and the strong lift of the water as it swirled, flying by in the moonlight, hissing and bubbling at my heaving chest in a way that frightened me, even me. At last, with my every muscle on fire with the strain and turmoil, and my head giddy with the dancing torrent all about it, I saw the farther bank loom over us once more, and heaving a heavy sigh of fatigue, collected myself for one more crowning effort. But I had forgotten that royal harpy my mistress, and, even as I gathered my last strength in the swirl of the black water below, she sprang to the verge of the bank overhead, vengeance and hatred flashing in the eyes that I had left full of gentleness and tears, and gleaming there in her wrath, her white robe shining in the moonlight against the ebony setting of the night, and glowered down upon us. ' Down with the maid !' she screamed with all the tyrant in her voice. ' Down with her, Centurion, or you die together !'' Never, never !' I shouted, for my blood was boiling fiercely, and I could have laughed at 100 such as she. But while I shouted my heart sank, for Electra was terrible to behold, an incarnation of beautiful cruelty, hot, reckless hatred ruling the features that had never turned upon me before but in sweetness and love. For 1 minute the passion gathered head, and then, while I stood still in the current, with dread of the coming deed, she snatched my own naked sword from the ground. ' Die, then !' she yelled, ' and may 1,000 curses weigh down your souls !' As she said it, the blade whirled into the moonlight, descending on the guide rope just where it ran taut and hard over the posts, severing it clean to the last strands with one blow of those effective white arms, and the next minute the hempen cord was torn out of my grasp, and over in a drowning, bewildering cascade of foam we were swept away down the stream. It was the wildest swim that ever a mortal took. So fiercely did we spin and fly that heaven and earth seemed mixed together, and the white clouds overhead were not whiter than the sheets of foam that ran down seawards with us. I am a good swimmer, but who could make the bank in such a cauldron of angry waters? And now Numidia was on top, and now I. It went to my heart to hear the poor little Christian gasp out on ' Good St. Christopher !' and to feel the flutter of her breast against my leather jerkin. And then presently I did not feel it at all. Many an island of wreckage passed us, but none that I could lay hold on, until presently a mighty log came foaming down upon us, labouring through that torrent surf like a full-sailed ship. As it passed I threw an arm over a strong root, and thus for an hour, behind that black midnight javelin, we flew downwards, I know not whither. Then it presently left the strong stream, and towing me towards a soft alluvial beach, just as dawn was breaking in the east, deposited me there and slowly disappeared again into the void. This is all I know of Roman Britain. This is the end of the chapter. As I reeled ashore with my burden, some friendly fisher folk came forward to help, but I saw them not. Numidia was dead. My poor little slave girl, the one speck of virtue in that tyrant world, and I bent over her and shut her kindly eyes, and spread on the sand her long wet braids, and smoothed the modest white gown she was so careful of, with a heart that was heavier than it ever felt yet in storm or battle. Then all my grief and exertions came upon me in a flood, and the last thing I remember was stooping down in the morning starlight to kiss the fair little maid upon that pallid face that looked so wan and strange amid the wild-spread tangles of her twisted hair. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When consciousness came to my eyes again, everything around me was altered and strange. The very air I drew in with my faint breaths had a taste of the unknown about it, an impalpable something that was not before, speaking of change and novelty. As for surroundings, it was only dimly that any fashioned themselves before those dull and sleepy eyes of mine that hesitated as they drowsily turned about whether to pronounce this object and that true material substance, or still the idle fantasy of dreams. As time went on, certainty developed out of doubt, and I found myself speculating on as strangely furnished a chamber as anyone was ever in. All round the wall hung the implements of many occupations in bunches and knots. Here the rude tools of husbandry were laid aside, the mattock and the flail, the woodman's axe and the neat herd's goad, just as though they had been suspended on the wall by some invisible labourer after a good day's work. Yonder were a sheaf of arrows and a stout bow strangely shaped, a hunting horn, and there again a long withy peeled for fishing, and a broad rusty iron sword that truly looked as if it had not been used for some time, over against a leash for dogs, and a herdsman's cowl, with other strange things festooning the walls of this dim little place. Among those possessions of some many-minded men were shelves, I noted, with clay vessels of sorts upon them, and bunches of dried herbs and roots and apples put by for the winter, and, more curious still, in the safest niche away in the quietest corner were stored up in many tiers more than a score of vellums and manuscripts, all neatly rolled and tagged with coloured ribbons, and wound in parchments and embroidered gold and coloured leathers, forming such a library of learning as only the very studious could possess in those days. Beyond them were flasks and essences and dried herbs and ink-horns and sheafs of uncut reeds for writing, with such other various items as astonished me by their incongruous complexity and novelty. All these lay in the shadows, most commendable to my weakly eyes. As for the centre of the room, I now began to notice it was a brilliant golden haze, a nebulous cloud of yellow light, to my enfeebled sense without form or meaning, whence emerged constantly a thin metallic hammering, as though it might be some kindly invisible spirit were forging a golden idea into a human hope behind that shining veil. I shut my eyes for a minute or two to rest them, and then looked again. The haze had now concentrated itself into a circle of light, radiating, as I perceived, from a lamp hung from the low roof, and under that pale, modest radiance, seated at a trestle table, was a venerable, white-bearded old man. Never so far, perhaps, in long centuries of intercourse with brave but licentious peoples, had a face like his been before me. It was restful to look at, a new page in history it seemed, full of a peace which had hitherto passed all understanding, and a dignity beyond description or definition. Before him, on the board, was a brilliant mass of shining white metal, and as he eagerly bent over it, absorbed in his work, his thin and scholarly hands, wielding a chisel and a mallet, and obeying the art that was in his soul, caused the rhythmed hammering I had noticed, while they forced with loving zeal the bright chips and spiral flakes from the splendid dazzling crucifix he was shaping. And all behind that lean and kindly anchorite, the black shadows flickered on the walls of his lonely cell, and his little fire of sticks burnt dimly on the open hearth, and the shining dust of his labour sparkled in his grizzly beard as brightly as the reverent pleasure in his eyes, while the symbol before him took form and shape. So pleasant was he to look upon, I could have left him long undisturbed, but presently a sigh involuntarily escaped me. Thereon, looking up for the first time from his work, the recluse peered all round him into the recesses, and, seeing nothing, fell to his task once more. Again I sighed, and then he arose without emotion or fear, and stared intently into the shadows where I lay. In vain I essayed to speak. My tongue clove to my mouth, and naught but a husky rattle broke the stillness. At that sound he took down the lamp and came forward, wonder and astonishment working in his face, and when, as the light shone on me, with a great effort my head was turned to one side, even that placid monk started back and stood trembling a little by the table. But he soon mastered his weakness and advanced again, muttering as he did so excitedly to himself, ' He was right, he was right.' And when at last my tongue was loosened, I said, ' Who was right, thou grey-bearded chiseller ?'' Who ? Why, Alfred ! Alfred, the son of Ethelwulf, the son of Egbert, Alfred, the great Thane of England.' ' One of your British princelings, I suppose,' I muttered huskily. ' And wherein was he so right ?'' He was right, O marvellous returner from the dim seas of the past, in that he prophesied your return. To him you owe this shelter and preservation.' ' All this may be so, my host,' I replied, beginning to feel more myself again, ' but it matters not. I fought a stubborn fight last night, and I was carried away by a midnight torrent. If you have sheltered and dried me, and,' with a sudden sinking of my voice, ' if you have protected the little maid I had with me, then I am grateful to you, Alfred or no Alfred,' and I threw off a mountain of mouldy seeming rags and coverlets and staggered up. But that worthy monk was absolutely dumb with astonishment, and as I tottered to my feet, holding out to him a gaunt, trembling hand, brown with the dust of ages, and drunkenly reeled across his floor, he edged away, while the long hair of his silvery head bristled with wonder. ' My son,' he gasped at length over the shining crucifix, ' this is not so. None of us know the beginning of that sleep you have slept. That night of yours is of immeasurable antiquity. History has forgotten your very battles, and your maid, I fear, has long since passed into common, immaterial dust.' This was too much, and suddenly, overwhelmed by the tide of hot Phoenician passion, I shook my fist in his face, and swearing in my bitter Roman that he lied, that he was a grizzle bearded villain with a heart as black as his tongue, I staggered to the doorway, and, pushing wide the hinges, tottered out onto a grassy promontory just as the primrose flush of day was breaking over the hilltops. There, holding on to a post, for my legs were very weak and frail, and peering into the purple shadows, I lifted my voice in anger and fear, and shouted, in that green loneliness, ' Numidia ! Numidia !' then waited with a beating heart until, thin, sullen, derisive, from the hills across the ravine came back the soulless response, ' Numidia ! Numidia !' I could not believe it. I would not think they could not hear, and, stamping in my impatience, ' Electra !' I shouted. ' Numidia ! 'Tis Phra ! Phra the friendless who calls to you !' Then again bent an ear to listen, until from the void shadows of the purple hills, through the pale vapours of the morning mist, there came again in melancholy wise the answer, ' 'Tis Phra, Phra the friendless who calls to you !' And I dropped my face into my hands and bent my head, and dimly knew then that I was jettisoned once more on the shore of some unknown and distant time. It was of no use to grieve, and when the kindly hand of the monk was placed upon my shoulder I submitted to his will, and was led back to the cell, and there he gave me to drink of a sweet, thin decoction that greatly soothed these high-strung nerves. Then many were the questions that studious man would have me answer, and busy his wonder and awe at my assertions. ' What Emperor rules here now ?' I said, lying melancholy on my elbow on the couch. ' None, my son. There are no Emperors but the Sovereign Pontiff now. May St. Peter be his guide.' ' No Emperor ? Why, old man, Honorius held sway in Rome that night I went to sleep.' ' Honorius !' said the monk, incredulously stopping his excited pacings to stare at me, and he took down a portly tome of history and ran his fingers over the leaves until, about midway through that volume, they settled on a passage. ' Look, look, you marvellous man !' he cried. ' All this was history before you slumbered. And all this, nigh as much again, has been added while you slept. 500 years of solid life, 1,000 changing seasons has the germ of existence been dormant in that mighty bulk of yours. Oh, 'tis past belief, and had you not been my lodger for so long a time, though all so short in comparison, I would not hear of it.
' And how has the world spun all this period ?' I said with dense persistence. ' Who is Consul now in Gaul ? And are all my jolly friends of the 10th Legion still quartered where I left them ?' And I mentioned the name of the town by which Electra lived.
' I tell thee, youth,' the priest replied quite hotly, ' there is no Consul, there are no legions. All your barbarous Romans are long since swept to hell, and the noble Harold is here, anointed King of Saxon England.'
' I never heard of him,' I said coldly.
' Perhaps not, but by the cowl of St. Dunstan, he flourishes nevertheless,' responded my saintly entertainer.
' And is this Harold of yours successor to the other Thane, Alfred, whom you describe as taking such a kindly interest in me ?''
Yes, but many generations separate them. It was the great Bretwalda you have mentioned who, tradition says, once found you inanimate, yet living, in a fisherman's hut where he sheltered one day from a storm, and struck by the marvel and the tale of the poor folk that their ancestors had long ago dragged you from a swollen river in their nets, and that you slumbered on without alteration or change from year to year, from father to son, there on your dusty shelf in their peat smoke and broken gear, he bought and gave you to the holy prelate at the blessed Cathedral of Canterbury, whence you came a few months ago into my hands. All else there is to know, my strangely gifted son,' the monk went on, ' is locked in the darkness of that long slumber, and such acts of your other life as your vacant mind may recall.' This seemed a wonderful thing, very briefly told, but it was obviously all there was to hear, and sufficient after a style. The old man said that, having a mind for curiosities, and observing me once in danger of being broken up as rubbish by careless hands, he had claimed me and brought the strange living mummy here to his cell, on the hills Senlac by the narrow English straits. That inscrutable one,' he added with a twinkle in his eye, ' was only some months ago, and the mess I made my hut in cleaning and wiping you down was wonderful. Yonder little stream you hear prattling in the valley ran dusty for hours with your washings, and your form was one shapeless bulk of cobwebs and dishonoured wrappings. Many a time, as I peeled from you the alternate layers of peat smoke and rags with which generations of neglect had shrouded that body, did I think to roll you into the valley as you were, and see what proportions the weather and the crows would make of it. But better counsels prevailed, and for 7 days you have been free and daily rubbed with scented oils.' I thanked him meekly, and hoped I had not been a reluctant patient. ' A more docile never breathed.' ' Nor an expensive lodger afterwards.' ' Never was there one more frugal, nor one who less criticised his entertainment.' Then it was the good monk's turn, and his wise and kindly eyes sparkled with pleasure and astonishment as I told him in gratitude such tales of the early times, drew for him such brilliant, fiery pictures on the dark background of the past, illumined and vivified his dry histories with the colours of my awakening memory, and set all the withered puppets of his chronicles a-dancing in the tinsel and the glitter of their actual lives, until, over the lintel of his doorway and under the lappets of his roof, there came the first thin, fine fingers of the morning sunshine, trickling into our dim arena, thronged thus with shadowy imagery, and playing lovingly about the great silver crucifix that lay thus ablaze under it in the gloom. Then I slept again for 2 days and 2 nights as lightly and happily as a child. When I woke I was both hungry and well. Indeed, it was the scent of breakfast that roused me. But alas, the meal was none of mine. The little table had been cleared, and at it On clean white napkins were places for 3 or 4 people. There were wooden platters with steel knives upon them, oaten loaves, great wooden tankards of wine and mead, with fish and fowl flesh in abundance. Surely my entertainer was going to turn out a jolly fellow now the night's vigils were over. But, as I speculated in my retired couch, there fell the beat of marching men, a clatter of arms outside, a shouting of many voices in clamorous welcome, the ringing of stirrup irons and the champing of bits, and then, to my infinite astonishment, in stalked as comely a man as I had ever seen, and leading by the hand a fair, pale, black-haired girl who looked jaded and red in her eyes. ' There, my Adeliza,' he said, ' now dry those lashes of yours and cheer up. What, a Norman girl like you, and weeping because 2 hosts stand faced for battle? What will our Saxon maids say to these shining drops ?'' Oh, Harold,' the girl exclaimed, ' it is not conflict I fear, or I would not have come hither to you, braving your anger. But think of the luckless chance that brings my father from Normandy in arms against my Saxon love. Think of my fears. Think how I dread that either side should win. Surely grief so complicated should claim pardon for these simple tears.' ' Well, well,' said he, whom I, unobserved in the shadows, now recognised as the English monarch himself, ' if we are bound to die, we can do so but once, and at least we will breakfast first.' And down he sat, signing the girl to get herself another stool in rough Saxon manner. And a very good meal he made of it, putting away the toasted ortolans and cheese, and waging war with his fingers and dagger upon all the viands, washing them down with constant mighty draughts from the wooden flagons, and this all in a jolly light-hearted way that was very captivating. Ever and anon he called to the churls outside, or gave a hasty order to his captains with his mouth full of meat and bread, or put some dainty morsel into the idle fingers of his damsel, as though breakfasting was the chief thing in life, and his kingdom were not tottering to the martial tread of an invader. But even gallant Harold, the last king of the Saxons, had finished presently, and then donned his painted casque and his flowing silken filigreed cloak. Thrusting his whinger into his jewelled girdle, he threw his round steel target on his back, then held out both his arms. Whether or not his Norman love, the reluctant seal of a broken promise, had always loved him, it is not for me to say, but, womanlike, she loved him at the losing, and flew to him and was enfolded tight into his ample chest, and mixed her raven tresses with his yellow English hair, and sobbed and clung to him, and took and gave 100 kisses, and was so sweet and tearful that my inmost heart was moved. When Harold had gone out, and when presently the clatter of arms and shouting proved he was moving off to the field of eventful battle, Adeliza the Proud bowed her head upon the table and abandoned herself to so wild a grief that I was greatly impelled to rise and comfort her. But she would not be consoled, even by the ministrations of 2 of her waiting maidens, who soon entered the place, and seeing this I took an opportunity when all 3 were blending their tears to slip out into the open air. There I found my friendly Saxon monk in great tribulation, with a fragment of vellum in his hand. ' Ah, my son,' he said, ' the very man. Look here, the air is heavy with event. Yonder, under the sheen of the sun, William of Normandy is encamped with 60,000 of his cruel adventurers, and there, down there among the trees, you see the gallant Harold and his straggling array, sorry and muddy with long marching, on the way to oppose them. But the King has not half his force with him, nor a fourth as many as he needs. Take this vellum, and if you ever put a buskin in speed to the grass, run now for the credit of England and for the sake of history. Run for that ridge away there behind us, where you will find the good Earl of Mercia and several thousand men encamped, and, if not asleep, most probably stuffing themselves with food and drink,' he added bitterly under his breath. ' Give him this, and say Harold will not be persuaded. say that unless the reserves march at once, the fight will be fought without them, and then I think Dane and Saxon will be chaff before the wind of retribution. Run, my son, run for the good cause, and for Saxon England.' Without a word I took the vellum and crammed it into my bosom, and spun round on my heels and fled down the hillside, and breasted the dewy tangles of fern and brambles, and glided through the thickets, and flying from ridge to ridge, and leaping and running as though the silver wings of Mercury were on my heels. In an hour I dashed up the far hillside, and, panting and exhausted, threw down the missive under the tawny beard of the great Earl himself. That scion of Saxon royalty was, as the monk had foreseen, absorbed in the first meal of the day, but he was too much of a soldier, though, like all his race, a desperate good trencherman, to let such a matter as my errand grow cold, and no sooner had he read the scroll and put me a shrewd question or two than the order went forth for his detachments to arm and march at once. But only a captain of many fights knows how slow reluctant troops can be in such case. Surely, I thought, as I stood by with crossed arms watching the preparations, it was none of my business to help. Surely a nation, though gallant enough, which quits its breakfast board so tardily, and takes such a perilous time to cross-garter its legs, and buckle on its blades, and peak its beard, and tag out its baldric so nicely, when the invader is on foot, surely such a nation is ripe to the fall. And these comely English troops were doubly weary this morning, for they were fresh, as one of them told me, from a hard fight in the far north of the kingdom, where Harold had just overthrown and slayed Hardrada, King of Norway, and the unduteous Tosti, Harold's own brother. Less wonder, then, I found them travel-stained and weary. No marvel, for the once they were so slow to my fatal invitation. It was noon before the English Earl led off the van of his men, and an hour later, before I had seen the last of them out of the camp, and followed reflective in the rear, a place that never yet sorted with my mood, wondering with the happy impartiality of my circumstances whether it were best this morning to be invader or invaded. When we had gone a mile or two through the leafy tangles, a hush fell upon the troop with which I rode, and then with a shout we burst into a run, for up from the valley beyond came the unmistakable sound of conflict and turmoil. We breasted the last ridge, I and 200 men, and there, suddenly emerging into the open, was the bloody valley of Senlac beneath us, and the sunny autumn sea beyond, and at our feet, right and left, the wail and glitter and dust of nearly finished battle. Harold had fought without us, and we saw the quick-coming forfeit he had to pay. The unhappy Saxons down there on the pleasant grassy undulations and among the yellow gorse and ling stood to it like warriors of good mettle, but already the day was lost. The Earl and his tardy troops had been merged into the general catastrophe, and my handful would have been of naught avail. The English array was broken and formless, galled by the swarming Norman bowmen, the twang of whose strings we could mark even up here, and fiercely assailed by foot and horsemen. In the centre alone the English stood stubbornly shoulder to shoulder around the peaked flag, at whose foot Harold himself was grimly repelling the ceaseless onset of the foeman. But alas for Harold, alas for the curly-headed son of Ethelwulf, and all the princes and peers with him. We saw a mighty mass of foreign cavalry creeping round the shoulder of the hill, like the shadow of a rain-cloud upon a sunny landscape. We saw the 1,000 gonfalons of the spoilers fluttering in the wind. We saw the glitter on the great throng of northern chivalry that crowded after the black charger of William Normandy, and the sacred flag, a cursed ensign that Tustein held aloft. We saw their sweeping charge, and then, when it was past, the battle was gone and done. The Saxon power was 100 little groups dying bravely in different corners of the field. The men with me that luckless afternoon melted away into the woods, and I turned my steps once more to the little hill above Senlac and my hermit's cell. There the ill news had been brought by a wounded soldier, and the women were filling the evening air with cries and weeping. All that night they wept and wailed, Harold's wife leading them, and when dawning came nothing would serve but she must go and find her husband's body. Much the good monk tried to dissuade her, but to no purpose, and swathing herself in a man's long cloak, with one fair maiden likewise disguised, and me for a guide, before there was yet any light in the sky, the brave Norman girl set out. And sorry was our errand and grim our success. The field of battle was deserted, save of dead and dying men. On the dark wind of the night went up to heaven from it a great fitful moan, as all the wounded groaned in unison to their unseen miseries. Alas! those tender charges of mine had never seen till now the harvest field of war laid out with its swathes of dead and dying. Often they hesitated on that gloomy walk and hid their faces as the fitful clouds drifted over the scene, and the changing light and shadows seemed to put a struggling ghastly life into the heaps of mangled corpses. Everywhere, as we threaded the mazes of destruction, or stepped unwitting in the darkness into pools of blood and mire, were dead warriors in every shape and contortion, lying all asprawl, or piled up one on top of another, or sleeping pleasantly in dreamless dissolution against the red sides of stricken horses. And many were the pale, blood-besmeared faces of princes and chiefs my white-faced ladies turned up to the starlight, and many were the sodden yellow curls they lifted with icy fingers from the dead faces of thanes and franklins, until in an hour the Norman girl, who had gone a little apart from us, suddenly stood still, and then up to the clear black vault of heaven there went such a clear piercing shriek as hushed even the very midnight sorrows of the battlefield itself. The King was found. And Editha, the handmaiden, too, made her find presently, and there, over the dead Prince's feet, their left hands still clasping each other as when they had died, were her father and her two stalwart brothers. Never did silenter courtiers than we six sit at a monarch's feet until the day should break, and then we who lived covered the comely faces with the hems of their Saxon tunics, and were away as fast as we could go to the Norman camp, that the poor princess girl might beg a trophy of her victorious father. We entered the camp without harm, but had to stand by until the conqueror should leave his tent and enter the rough shelter that had already been erected for him. Here, while we waited, a young knight, guessing Editha's sex through her long cloak, roughly pulled down the kerchief she was holding across her face, whereupon I struck him so heavily with my fist that for a moment he reeled back against the horse he was leading, and then out came his falchion, and out came mine, and we fell upon each other most heartily. Before a dozen passes had been made the bystanders separated us, and at the same moment the Normans set up a shout, and the brand new English tyrant strode out of his tent, and encircled by a glittering throng entered the open audience hall. Adeliza dropped her white veil as he sat himself down, and called to him, and ran to the foot of his chair, and wept and knelt, so that even the stern son of Robert the Devil was moved, and took her to him, and stroked her hair, and soothed and called her, in Norman French, his pretty daughter, and promised her the first boon she could think of, and that boon was the body of Harold in Felix. Turn back the pages of history, and you will see that she had her wish, and Waltham Abbey its kingly patron. Exact historians say it was Harold's mother who found his body upon the field of battle, and offered William its weight in gold for it, but our narrator ought to know the truth better than any of them. Meanwhile, a knight led the weeping princess away to her father's tent, but when I and Editha would have followed, two iron-coated rogues crossed their halberds in our path. "Not so fast there, my bulky champion,"
called William the Bastard to me. What is this I heard about your striking a Norman for glancing at yonder silly Saxon wench? By Saint Denis, your girls will have to learn to be more lenient. Whence come you? What was your father's name? I hardly know, I said without thinking. Ah, a too common ignorance nowadays, sneered the Conqueror, turning to his laughing knights. Whereon, wrathfully, I replied, At least my father never mistook, under cover of the night, a serving wench for a princess. The shaft took the soldier in a very tender spot, and his naturally sallow countenance blanched slowly to a hideous yellow as a smile went round the steel circle of his martial courtiers at my too telling answer. Yet, even then, I could not but do his iron will justice, for the stern resolution with which the passion was restrained in that cold and cruel face, and when he turned and spoke in the ear of his marshal standing near, there was no tremor of anger or compassion in the inflexible voice with which he ordered me to be taken outside and hanged to the nearest tree that will bear him in 10 minutes. As for the Saxon wench, here, Desormeaux, turning to a grim villain in steel harness at his side, this girl has a good fief, they say. She and it are yours for the asking. My mighty liege, said the Norman, dropping on one knee, never was a gift more generously given. I will hold the land to your eternal service, and make the maid free of my tent today, and tomorrow we will look up a priest for the easing of her conscience. Loudly the assembled soldiers laughed as Desormeaux pounced upon the shrieking Editha and bore her out of one door, while, in spite of my fierce struggles to get at him, I was hustled into the open from another. They dragged me into a green avenue between the huts of the invaders' camp, while they went for a rope to hang me with, and as I stood thus loosely guarded and waiting among them, down the Norman ravisher came pacing towards us on his war-horse, bound towards his tent, with my white Saxon flower fast gripped in front of him. Oh, but he was proud to think himself possessed of a slice of fair English soil so easily, and to have his courtship made so simple for him, and he looked this way and that, with an accursed grin upon his face, no more heeding the tears and struggles of his victim than the falcon cares for the stricken pigeon's throes. When they came opposite to us, Editha saw me, and threw out her hands and shrieked to me, and, when I turned away my eyes and did not move, surely it seemed as though her heart would have broken. 3 more paces the war-horse made, and then, with the spring of a leopard thirsting for blood, I was alongside of him. Another bound, and I was on the crupper behind, and there, quicker than thought, quicker than the lightning strikes down the pine tree, I had lifted the Norman's steel shoulder plate and stabbed him with my long keen dagger so fiercely in the back that the point came out under his midrib, and the red blood spurted to his horse's ears. Quicker too than it takes to tell, I had gripped the maiden from the spoiler's dying hands, and pushing his bloody body from the saddle, had thrown my own legs over the crescent peak, and before the gaping scullion soldiers comprehended my bold stroke for freedom, I had turned the horse's head and was thundering through the camp towards the free green woods beyond. And we reached them safely. A rascal or two let fly their crossbows at us as we fled by, and I heard the bolts hum merrily past my ears, but they did no harm, and there was mounting and galloping and shouting, but the mailed Normans were wonderfully slow in their stirrups. I laughed to see them scrambling and struggling into their seats, 2 or 3 men to every warrior who got safely up, and we soon left them far behind. Down into the dip we rode, my good horse spurning in his stride the still fresh bodies of yesterday's fighters, and spinning the empty helmets and clattering through all the broken litter of the bitter contest, until we swept up the inland slopes into the stunted birch and hazels, and then, turning for a moment to shake my fist at the nearest of the distant Normans, I headed into the leafy shelter and was speedily free from all chance of pursuit. Then, and not before, was there time to take a glance at my beautiful prize, lying so gentle and light upon my breast. Alas!
Every tint of colour had gone from her fair features, and she lay there in my arms, fainting and pulseless. I loosened her neck-scarf. " So," I said, " fair Saxon blossom, this is destiny, and you and I are henceforth to be joined together by the wondrous links of fate." And stooping down as we paced through the pleasant green and white flicker of the silent wood, I endorsed the immutable will of chance with a kiss upon her forehead. Presently she recovered, and all that day we rode forward through the endless vistas of the southern woods by bridle tracks and swine paths, until at nightfall, far from other shelters, we halted among the rocks and hollows of a little eminence. No doubt my gentle comrade would have preferred a more peopled habitation, but there was none in all that mighty wilderness, so she, like a wise girl, submitted without complaint to that which she could not avoid. There was naught much to tell you of this evening, but it lives for ever in my memory for one particular which consorted strangely with the thoughts the flight with and rescue of Editha had aroused. I had found her a roomy hollow in the rocks, and there had cut with my dagger and made a bed of rushes, built a fire, and got her some roots to eat. And when darkness fell, we talked for a time by the cheerful blaze. Without surprise I heard that though true Saxon in name and face, there was some British blood in her veins, a fact indeed of which I had been certain without her assurance. Then she went on to tell, with tearful pauses, of the home and broad lands of which she was now lady paramount, as well as of the gallant kinsman lying out yonder dead in the night dew, and wept and sighed in gentle melancholy, yet without the wild inconsolable grief latter times have taught to women, until presently those tearful blue eyes grew heavier and heavier, and the shapely chin dropped in grief and weariness upon her white breast, and Edith of Voewood slept in the hands of the stranger. Then I went out and looked at the blackness of the night. Over the sombre forest the shadowy pall of the evening was spread, and 1,000 stars gleamed brightly on every hand. Very still and strange was that unbroken fastness after the red turmoil of yesterday, with nothing disturbing the silence but the cry of an owl to its mate across the coppices, the tinkle of a falling streamlet, and now and then the long hungry howling of a wolf, or, nearer by, the sharp barking of the foxes. I fed my horse, then went in and pulled the fire together, and fell a-ruminating, my chin on my hands, upon 100 episodes of happiness and fear. O strange eternal powers who set the goings and comings of humanity, what is the meaning of this wild riddle you are reading me? I said presently aloud to myself. Oh, Hapi and Amenti, dark goddesses of the Egyptians, oh, Atropos, Lachesis, Clotho, fatal sisters whom the Romans dread, Mista, Skogula, Zernebock. Of these dark Saxon shadows, why am I thus chosen for this uncertain immortality? When will this long drama, this changeful history of my being end? As I muttered thus to myself, I glanced at the white girl sleeping in the ruddy blaze, and saw her chest heave, and then, strange to tell, stranger to hear, with a sound like the whisper of a distant sea, her lips parted, and there came unmistakably the words, "Never." Perhaps she was but dreaming of that amorous Norman's fierce proposals, and so again I mused. Is it possible some unfinished spell of that red high priestess of the Druids plays this sport with me? Is it possible Blodwen's abiding affection, stronger than time and changes, accompanies me from age to age in these her sweet ambassadors for ever crossing my path? Tell me, you comely sleeper, tell me your embassy, which is it that lasts longest, life or love? Slowly again, to my surprise, those lips were parted, and across the silent cavern came, beyond mistake or question, the word, "Love." At this very echo of my thoughts, I stared hard at her who answered so appropriately, but there could be no doubt Editha was asleep with an unusually deep and perfect forgetfulness, and when I had assured myself of this, it was only possible for me to suppose those whispered words were some delusion, the echo of my questioning. Again I brooded, and then presently looked up, and there, by Thor and Odin, 'twas as I write it, between me and the bare earth and the tangled rootlets of the cavern side, over against the fitful sparkle of the fire, was a thin, impalpable form that oscillated gently to the draughts creeping along the floor, and grew taller and taller, and took mortal air and shape, and rose out of nebulous indistinctness into a fine ethereal substance, and was clothed and visaged by the concentration of its impalpable material. And there at last, smiling and gentle in the flicker of the campfire, the grey shadow of my British princess stood before me. That man was never brave who has not feared, and then for a moment I feared. Leaping to my feet and staggering back against the wall under the terrible sweetness of those eyes that burnt into my being with a relentless fire that I could not have shunned if I would, and would not if I could. For some time I was thus motionless and fascinated, and then the gentle shadow, who had been regarding me intently, appeared to perceive the cause of my enthralment, and lifting a shapely arm of lavender-coloured essence for a minute, veiled the terrible bewitchment of her face. Shrewd, observant shadow! As she did so I was myself again. My blood welled into my empty veins, my heart knocked fiercely at my ribs, and when Blodwen lowered her hand there seemed to me endless enchantment, but nothing dreadful in the glance of kindly wonder with which her eyes met mine. Surely it was as strange an encounter as ever there had been. The little rocky recess, all ruddy and shadowy in the dancing flames, the silent white Saxon girl there on the heaped-up rushes, her breast heaving like a summer sea with a long smooth undulation, and I against the stones, one hand on my dagger and the other outspread, fearful on the wall, scarce knowing whether I were brave or not, while against the eddying smoke, calm, passive, happy, immutable, was that winsome presence, shining in our dusky shelter with a tender violet light, such as was never kindled by mortal means. When I found voice to speak, I poured forth my longings and pent-up spirit in many a reckless question, but to all of them the Princess made no answer. Then I spread my arms and thought to grasp her, and ever as they nearly closed upon her she moved backwards, now here and now there, mocking my foolish hope and passing impalpable over the floor, always gentle and compassionate, until the uselessness of the pursuit at last dawned upon me, and I stood irresolute. I little doubt that immaterial immortal would have mustered courage or strength to speak to me presently, but the sleeping girl sighed heavily at this moment, and seemed so ill at ease that without a thought I turned to look at her. When my eyes sought the opposite side of the fire again, the presence was not half herself. Under my very glance she was being absorbed once more by the dusky air. To let her go like that was all against my will, and leaping to those printless feet, "Princess! Wife!" I called, "stay another moment!" And as I said it, I swept my arms round the last vestige of her airy kirtle, and drew into my bosom an armful of empty air. She had gone, and not a sign was left. Not a palm's breadth of that lovely sheen shone against the wall as I arose, ashamed, from my knee, and noticed Editha was awaking. "My kind protector," said that damsel, "I have been feeling so strange, not dreaming quite, but feeling as though someone were borrowing existence of me, yet leaving in my body the blood and pulse of life. Now, how can this be? I must surely have been very tired yesterday." "No doubt you were, fair Franklin," I answered. "Yesterday was such a day as well excuses your weariness. Sleep again, and when the sun rises in an hour, you shall rise with it as fresh as any of the little birds that already preen themselves." So she slept, and presently I too. All the next day we rode on through endless glades and briery paths towards Editha's home, and as we went, I afoot, and she meekly perched upon our mighty Norman charger, I wooed her with a brevity which the times excused, and poured my nimble lover wit into ears accustomed only to the sluggish flattery of woodland thanes and princely swineherds. And first she blushed and would not listen, and then she sighed and switched the low wet boughs of oak and hazel as we passed along, and then she let me say my say with downcast averted eyes, and a sweet reluctance which told me I might stoutly push the siege. As we went we picked up now and then a straggling soldier or two from the fight behind us, and now and then a petty chieftain joined us, until presently we wound through the bracken towards Voewood, a very goodly train. Editha had got a palfrey, and I my horse again, but as she neared her home the thought of its desolation weighed heavier and heavier upon her tender nature. She would not eat and would not speak, and at last took her to crying, and so cried until we saw a glint through the oak stems, a very fair homestead, and ample, with broad lands around, and kine and deer about it, and all that could make it fair and pleasant. This was her Voewood, and when the servants came running to meet us, knowing nothing of the fight or its results, and thinking we were their master and his sons come again, with waving caps and shouts of pleasure, it was too much for the overwrought girl. She threw up her white hands, and with a cry of pain and grief slipped fainting from her palfrey before us all. Then might you have seen a score of saddles featly emptied to the service of the heiress. Down jumped Offa the Dane, whose unchanged doublet was still red to his chin with mud and Norman gore. Down jumped Edred and Egbert, those blue-eyed brothers who had left their lands by the northern sea a month ago to follow Harold's luckless banner. Torquil the Grim and Wulfhere of the white beard sprang to the ground, and Clwyn, the fair Welsh princeling, and his shadow Idwal ap Cynan, the harper warrior, vaulted to their feet, spent and battle-weary as they were, with many another. But, lighter and quicker than any of them, Phra the Phoenician had leapt to earth and stood there astride of the senseless girl, his hand upon his dagger hilt, and scowling round that soldier circle, wrathful to think that any other but he should touch her. Then he took her up, as if it were a mother with a sleeping babe, and the serfs uncapped and stood back on either hand, and the grim warriors fell in behind. And so Editha came home, her loose arms hanging down, and her long bright hair all adrift over the broad shoulders of the strangest, most many-adventured soldier in that motley band. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When I come back to look upon that Saxon period, spent in the green shades of my sweet Franklin's homestead, it seems perhaps that never was there a time so peaceful before in the experience of this passion-tossed existence. We hunted and we hawked, we feasted, and we lay abask in the sunshine of a jolly idle life all these luxurious months, drinking scorn and confusion amid our nightly flagons to remote care and, as it seemed, remoter Normans. But first, to tell you how I won the right to lord it over these merry Saxon churls and dissolute thanes. Editha had hardly come to her home, and dried in a day or two her weeping eyes, when all the noble vagrants from yonder battle were up in arms to woo her. Never was maid so sued. From morning till night there was no rest or peace. From the uppermost bower looking over the fair English glades, down into the thickets of nut and hazel, the air reeked of love and petitions. The mighty Dane, like a sick bear, slept upon her curtained threshold and growled amorousness into her timid ear before the sun was up. The Welsh prince wooed her all her breakfast time, and his tawny harper spent many a golden morning in outlining his noble patron's genealogy. In faith, ap Tudor, ap Griffith, ap Morgan, ap Huge, and I know not how many others, it seemed all had a hand in the making of that paragon. But Editha blushed and said she feared one Saxon girl was all too few for so many. They besought her up and down, night and morning, full and empty, to wed them. The English princelings dogged her footsteps when she went afield, and Torquil and Wulfhere, those bandaged lovers, were ready for her with sighs and plaintive proposals when she came flitting, frightened and fearful, home through the bracken. How could this end but in one way for the defenceless girl? She was sued so much and sued so hot that one day she came creeping like a hunted animal to the turret nut where I sat brooding my fortunes, and, timorous and shy, begged me to help her. I stood up and touched her yellow dishevelled hair, and told her there was but one way, and Editha knew it as well as anyone, and had made her choice, and slipped into my arms and was happy. That was as noisy a wedding as ever had been in Voewood. Editha freed 100 serfs, and all day long the noise of files on their iron collars echoed through her halls. She fed at the door every miscreant or beggar who could crawl or hobble there, and remitted her taxes to a score of poorer villains. In the hall such noisy revellers as the rejected suitors surely never were seen. They began that wedding feast in the morning, and it was not finished by night. To me, who had so lately supped amid the costly detail, the magnificent and cultivated licence of a patrician Roman table, these Saxon rioters seemed scrambling hungry dogs. Where Electra would taunt her haughty courtiers over loaded tables, which the art of 3 empires had furnished, firing her cruel witty arrows of spite and arrogance from her rose-strewn couches, these rough uncivil woodland peers but wallowed in their ceaseless flow of muddy ale, gorged themselves to sleep with the gross flesh of their acorn-fed swine, and sang such songs and told such tales as made even me, indifferent, to scowl upon them and wonder that their kinswoman and her handmaids could sit and seem unwotting of their gross, obscene and noisy revels. And late that night blood was nearly spilt upon the oaken floor of Voewood. The thanes had fairly pocketed their disappointment, but now, deep in drink and stuffed with food and courage, they began to eye me and my thin-hid scorn askance, and then, presently, like the mutter of a quick-coming storm, came the whisper, "Why should she fall to the stranger? Why? Why?" It flew round the tables like wildfire, and half-emptied beakers were set down, and untasted food stopped on its way to the mouth. And then, all on a sudden, the drunken chiefs were on foot, advancing to the upper table, where I sat by Editha's right hand, their daggers agleam in the torchlight, shining upon their red and angry faces as they came tumbling and shouting towards us. "Death to the black-haired stranger! Voewood for a Saxon! Why should he win her?" 'Tis not my fashion to let the foeman come far to seek me, and I was up in an instant, overturning the table with all its wines and meats, and whipping out my sword, I leapt into the middle of the rushy space before them. "Why?" I shouted. "Why, you drunken Norman-beaten dogs? Why? Because, by Thor and Odin, by all the bones of Hengist and his brother, I can throw a straighter javelin and whirl a heavier sword and sit a fiercer steed than any of you. Why? Because my heart is stronger than any that ever beat under your dirty scullion doublets. Why? Because I scorn and spit upon and deride you." It was braggart boasting, but I noticed the Saxons liked their talk of that complexion, and in this case it was successful. The princes stood hesitating and staring as I towered before them, fiery and disdainful in the red gleaming banquet lights, until presently the youngest there burst into a merry laugh to see them all thus at bay, chewing the hilts of their angry daggers, and each one waiting for his neighbour to prove himself the braver by dying first upon my weapon. That laugh had hardly reached the ruddy oaken rafters overhead when it was joined by a score of others, and in a moment those wilful Saxon lordlings were all laughing and jerking back their steels, and scrambling into their supper places as if they had not broken their fast since morning, and I were their mother's son. Deep were their flagons that night, after the women had stolen away, and Idwell ap Howl filled the hall with wild Welsh harping that stirred my soul like a battle call, for it was in my dear British tongue, and full of the colour, light, and the life that had illuminated the first page of my long pilgrimage. And the Saxon gleemen, not to be outdone, each sang the song that pleased him best, and the Welshman strove to drown them with his harping, and the thanes sang, all at once, whatever songs were noisiest and most licentious. Mighty was the fire that roared up the open hearth-place, deep was the breathing of vanquished warriors from under the tables, red was the spilt wine upon the floor, when presently they put me upon a trestle, and bearing me round the hall in discordant triumph, finally bore me away to the inner corridors, and left me at a portal where I had never yet entered. There is but little to say of that quiet Saxon rest that befell me in pleasant Voewood. Between each line I pen you must suppose an episode of pleasure. In the springtime, when the woods were shot with a carpet of blue and yellow flowers, we lay a-basking in the sunny angles, or rode out to count our swine and fallow deer. In the summer, when all Editha's mighty woodlands were like fair endless colonnades, we basked among the flickering shadows, and watched the sunny sheen upon the tree-tops to the orchestra of little birds, and autumn, that touched the vassals' corn-clearings with yellow, saw my proud Norman charger grow fat and gross with new grain. September rains and mists rusted my silent weapon into its sheath. Even winter, that heard the woodman's axe upon the forest trees, and saw bird and beast and men and kine draw in to the gentle bounty of my white-handed lady, was but a long inglorious holiday of another sort. Many and many a time i' those merry months did this Phoenician laugh to his mirror to see how fitly he could wear upon his Eastern British Roman body the Danish Saxon English tunic. It was all of fine linen the franklin's own fair fingers had spun, and pointed and tasselled and parti-colour, and his legs were cross-gartered to his knees, and his little luncheon dagger hung by his jewelled belt, and a fillet of pure English gold bound down the long black locks that fell upon his shoulders. Every morning Editha combed them out with her silver comb, and double-peaked his beard, kissing and saying that it was the best in all Voewood. He had more servants than necessities in those times, and almost his only grievance was a lack of wants. The Normans for long had left us wholly alone, partly through the usurper cunning which prompted our new tyrant to deal gently with those who had stood in arms against him, but principally in our case, since the strong tide of invasion had swept northward beyond us, and Voewood slept unharmed, unnoticed, among its green solitudes. A Saxon homestead as it had been since Hengist's white horse first flaunted upon an English breeze, and the seven kingdoms sprang from the ashes of old Roman Britain. So we lived light-hearted from day to day, forgetting all about the battle by Senlac, and drinking, as I have said, in our evening wassails, confusion and scorn of the invaders who seemed so distant. It was a good time, and I have little to note of it. Many were the big boars which died upon my eager spear down in the morasses to the southward, and I came to love my casts of tierslets and my hounds as though I had been born to a woodman's cape, and had watched the fens for hernshaws, and followed the slot of wounded deers from my youth upwards. All these things led me into many a wild adventure and many a desperate strait, but one of them stands out from the rest upon the crowded pages of my memory. I had, one day when Editha was with me, mounted as she would be upon her palfrey, slipped the dogs upon a stag an arrow of mine had wounded in the foreleg, and, excited by the chase and reluctant as ever to turn back from an unaccomplished purpose, we followed far into the unknown distances, and all beyond our reckonings. I had let fly that shaft at midday, and at sundown the stag was still afoot, the dogs close behind him, and I, indomitable, muddy, and torn from head to foot, but with all the hunter instinct hot within me, was pressing on by my Saxon's bridle rein. Endless rough and tangled miles had we run and scrambled in that lengthy chase, and neither of us had noticed the way, or how angry the sun was setting in the west. Thus it came about that when the noble hart at length stood at bay in the lichened coverts under a bushy crag, there was hardly breath in me to cheer the weary dogs upon him, and hardly light enough to aim the swift thrust of my subduing javelin, which laid him dead and bleeding at our feet. Yes, and before I could cut a hunter's supper from that glossy haunch, the dome of the sky closed down from east to west, and the first heavy drops of the evening rain came pattering upon the leaves overhead. Thor! How black it grew as the wind began to whistle through the branches and the murky clouds to fly across the face of the sombre heaven, while neither east nor west could any limit be seen to the interminable vastnesses of the endless woodlands. In vain was it we struggled for a time back upon our footsteps, and then even those were lost, and, as the sky in the east burnt an angry yellow for a moment before the remorseless night set in, it gave us just light to see we were hopelessly mazed in the labyrinths of the huge and lonely forest. It was thus we turned to take such shelter as might offer, and that gleam shone for a moment pallid, yellow, and ghastly upon a cluster of grey stones standing on a grassy mound a quarter of a mile away. Thither we struggled through the black mazes of the storm, the headlong rain whistling through the misty thickets like flights of innumerable arrows, the angry wind lashing the tree-tops into bitter complaining, and waving abroad in the sodden dismal twilight all the long beards of goblin lichens hanging in ghostly tapestry across our path that dreary October evening. Reeling and plunging to the shelter through a black world of tangled witnesses, with that mocking gleam behind shining like a window of the netherworld, and overhead a gaunt hurrying array of cloudy forms, we were presently upon the coppice outskirt, and there I stopped as though I had grown to the ground. I stopped before that great gaunt amphitheatre of grey stones, and stared before me as though I were bereft of sense. I rubbed my eyes and pointed with trembling silent finger, and looked again and again, while the Saxon girl crouched to my side, and my hounds whined and shivered at my feet, for there, incredible, monstrous, yellow and shining in the pallid derision of the twilight, stern, hoary, ruinous, mocking, overthrown and piled one upon another, clasped about their feet by the knotted fingers of the woodland growth, swathed in the rocking mists which gave a horrid life to their cruel infernal deadness, were the stones, the very stones of the Druid altar place upon which I was sacrificed nearly 1,000 years before. Here was a pretty welcome, here was a cheerful harbourage. What man ever born of a woman who would not have been dazed and dumbfounded at this sudden confronting, this extraordinary reminiscence of the long forgotten? It overwhelmed for the moment even me, Phra the Phoenician, to whom the red harvest fields of war are pleasant places, who have dallied with the infinite, and have been a melancholy coadjutor of time itself, even me, who never sought to live, yet live endlessly by my very negligence, who have received from the gods that gift of existence that others ask for unanswered. I might have stood there as stolid and grim as any one of those ancient monoliths all through the storm, but for the dear one by my side. Her nestling presence roused me, and gulping down the last of my astonishment, and seeing no respite in the yellow eye of the night over my shoulder, I took the hand that lay in mine with such gentle trust, and with a strange feeling of awe led her into the magic circle of the old religion. The very altar of my dispatch was still there in the centre, but time and forest creatures had worn out from under that mighty slab a little chamber roofed with that vast flagstone and sided by its 3 supports, a space perhaps no bigger than the cabin of my first trading felucca. Yet into this we crept, with the reluctant hounds behind us, while the tempest thundered round, and, loath to lose us, sought here and there, piping in strange keys among those time-worn relics of cruelty, and singing uncouth choruses down every crevice of our wild retreat. Pleasure and pain are sisters, and the little needs of life must be fulfilled in every hour. I comforted my comrade, piling for her a rough couch of the broken litter upon the floor, stuffing up the crannies as well as might be with damp sods, and then making her a fire. This latter I effected with some charcoal and burnt ends of wood that lay upon an old shepherd's hearth in the centre of the chamber, and we kept it going with a little store of wood which the same absent wanderer had gathered in one corner, but had failed to use. More, not only did we mend our circumstances by a ruddy blaze that danced fantastically upon our rugged walls and set our reeking clothes steaming in its flicker, but I rolled a stone to the opposite side of the hearth for Editha, and found another for myself, and soon those venison steaks were hissing most invitingly upon the glowing embers, and filling every nook and corner of the Druid slaughter place with the suggestive fragrance of our supper. Manners were rude and ready in that time. We supped as well and conveniently that night, carving the meat with the little weapons at our girdles, and eating with our fingers as though we sat in state at the high Thane's table of distant Voewood, and looked down the great rushy hall upon 300 feeding serfs and bondsmen. And Editha laughed and chattered, secure in my protection, and I echoed her merriment, while now and then my thoughts would wander, and I heard again in the tempest's whistling the scream of the hungry kites who had seen me die, and in the lashing of the branches the clamour and the beating of the British tribesmen who many a long lifetime before had shouted around this very place to drown my dying yells. The good food and warmth and a long day's work soon brought my fair mistress's head upon her hand, and presently she was lying upon the withered leaves in the corner, a fair white flower shut up for the night time. So I finished the steak and divided the remnants between the dogs, and lay back very well contented. But here only commences the strangest part of that evening. I had warmed my cross-gartered buskined Saxon legs by the blaze for the best part of an hour, thinking over all the strange episodes of my coming to these ancient isles, and seeing again on the blank hither wall this very circle all aglow with the splendid colour of its barbarous purpose, the mighty concourse of the Britons set in the greenery of their reverend oaks, the onset of the Roman, the flash and glitter of their close-packed ranks, and the gallant Sempronius. Alas, that so good a youth should be reduced to dust! And thus, I suppose, I dozed. And then it seemed, all on a sudden, a mighty gust of wind swept down upon the flat roof overhead, shaking even that ponderous stone. Those fierce and brawny hounds of mine howled most fearfully, crouching behind with bristling hair and shaking limbs, and, looking up, there, strange, incredible as you will pronounce it, seated beyond the fire on the stone the Saxon had so lately left, drawing her wild, rain-wet British tresses through her supple fingers, calm, indifferent, happy, gazing upon me with the gentle wonder I had seen before, was Blodwen, once again herself. Need it be said how wild and wonderful that winsome apparition seemed in that uncouth place? How the hot flush of wonder burnt upon my swart and weathered cheeks as I sat there and glared through the leaping flame at that pallid outline? Absently she went on with her rhythmical combing, bewitching me with her unearthly grace and the tender substance of her immaterial outline, and as I glowered with never a ready syllable upon my idle tongue, or any emotion but wonder in the heart beating tumultuously under my hunter tunic, the dogs lay moaning behind me, and the wild fantastic uproar of the tempest outside forced through the clefts of our retreat the rain streaks that sparkled and hissed in the fire heap. That time I did not fear, and presently the Princess looked up and said, in a faint distant voice that was like the sound of the breeze among seashore pine trees, "Well done, my Phoenician, your courage gives me strength." And as she spoke the words seemed gradually clearer and stronger, until presently they came sweeter to me than the murmur of a sunny river, gentler than the whispers of the ripe corn and the south wind. "Shade," I said, "wonderful, immaterial, immortal, whence came you?" "Whence did I come?" she answered, with the pretty reflection of a smile upon her face. "Out of the storm, O son of Anak, out of the wild, wet night wind." "And why, and why? To stir me to my inmost soul and then to leave me?" "Phoenician," she said, "I have not left you since we parted. I have been the unseen companion of your goings. I have been the shadowless watcher by your sleep. Mine was the unfelt hand that bore your chin up when you swam with the Christian slave girl. Mine was the arm that has turned, invisibly, 100 javelins from you. And tonight I am come, by leave of circumstance, thus to see you." "I should have thought," I said, becoming now better at my ease, "that one like you might come or go in scorn of circumstance." "Wherein, my dear master, you argue with more simplicity than knowledge. There are needs and necessities to the very verge of the spheres." But when I questioned what these were, asking the secret of her wayward visits, she looked at the sleeping Editha and said I could not understand. "Yes, by Wodin's self, but I think I can. Yon fair-cheeked girl helps you. There are 100 turns and touches in your ways and manners that speak of her, and show whence you got that borrowed life. You're astute, my Saxon Thane, and I will not utterly refute you. Then, if you can do this, how was it, Blodwen, you never came when I was Roman?" "In truth I often tried," she said, with something like a sigh, "but Numidia was not good to fit my subtle needs, and the other one, Electra, was all beyond me." And here that versatile shadow threw herself into an attitude, and there before me was the Roman lady, so sweet, so enticing, that my heart yearned for her. Ah, for the queenly Electra! All in a moment. But before I could stretch out my arms the airy form had whisked her ethereal draperies toga-wise across her breast, and had risen. And there, towering to the low roof, flashing down scorn and hatred on me, quaking at her feet, shone the very semblance of Electra as I saw her last in the queenly glamour of her vengeance. "Yes," said Blodwen, resuming her own form with perfect calmness before I, astounded, could catch my breath, and stroking out the tangles of her long red hair, "there was no doing anything with her, and so, Phoenician, I could not get translated to your material eyes." All this was very wonderful, yet presently we were chatting as though there were naught to marvel at. Many were the things we spoke of, many were the wonders that she hinted at, and as she went my curiosity blazed up apace. "And, fair Princess," I said presently, "turner of javelins, favourer of mortals, is it then within the power of such as yourself to rule the destiny of us material ones?" "Not so. Else, Phoenician, you were not here." This made me a little uncomfortable, but nothing daunted, I looked the strangest visitor that ever paid a midnight visit full in the face, and persisted. "Tell me, then, you bright reflection of her I loved, how seems this tinsel show of life upon its overside? Is it destiny or man that is master? How looks the flow of circumstances to you? To us, you will remember, it is vague, inexplicable." "You ask me more than I can say," she answered, "but so far I will go. You, material, live substantially, and before you lies unchecked the illimitable spaces of existence. Of all these you are certain heir." "Speak on," I cried, for now and then her voice and attention flagged. "And is there any rule or sequence in this life of ours? Is it for you to guide or mend our happenings?" "No, Phoenician, you are yourselves the true forgers of the chains that bind you, and that initial prenticeship you serve there on your world is ruled by the aggregate of your actions. I tell you, Tyrian,' she exclaimed, with something as much like warmth as could come from such a hazy, air-stirred body, ' I tell you, nothing was ever said or done but was quite immortal. All your little goings and comings, all your deeds and misdeeds, all the myriad leaves of spoken things that have ever come upon the forests of speech, all the raindrops of action that have gone to make the boundless ocean of human history, are on record. You shake your head and cannot understand? Perhaps I should not wonder at it. And have all these things left a record upon the great books of life, and is it given to the beings of the air to refer to them, even as yonder hermit turns back his scrolls of history and finds secreted on his yellow vellums the things of long ago? It is so, in some kind. The actions of that life of yours leave spirit prints behind them, from the most infinitesimal to the largest. Now see, I have but to wish, and there again is all the moving pantomime around you of that unhappy day when you well nigh died upon this spot.' And the chieftainess leapt to her feet and swept her arm around and looked into the void and smiled and nodded as though all the wild spectacle she spoke of were enacting under her very eyes. 'Surely you see it. Look at the priests and the people, and there the running foreigners, and that tall youth at their head. Why, O trader in oils and dyes, it is not the remembrance of the thing, it is, I swear it, the thing itself.' But never a line or colour could I perceive, only the curling smoke overhead, looped and hung like tapestries upon the grey lichened walls, and the black night time through the crevices. And discovering this, Blodwen suddenly stopped and looked upon me with vexed compassion. 'I am sorry. I am no good teacher to so outrun my pupil. Ask me henceforth what simple questions you will, and they shall be answered to the best I can.' And so presently I went on. 'If those things which have been are thus to you, and it does not seem impossible, how is it with those other things of to-day, or still unborn of the future? How far can you more favoured ones foresee or guide these things to which we, unhappy, but submit? The strong tide of circumstance, Phoenician, is not to be turned by such hands as these.' And she held her pallid wrists towards the blaze, until I saw the ruddy gleam flash back from the rough gold bosses of her ancient bracelets. 'There are laws outside your comprehension, which are not framed for your narrow understanding. We obey these as much as you, but we perceive with infinitely clearer vision the inevitable logic of fate, the true sequence of events, and thus it is sometimes within our power to amend and guide the details of that brief episode which you call your life.' 'Do you say that priceless span, my comrades, yonder sleeping girl, and all the others set so high a value on, is but an episode?' 'Yes, a halting step upon a wondrous journey, half a gradation upon the mighty spirals of existence.' 'And time?' I asked, full of a wonder that scarce found leisure to comprehend one word of hers before it asked another question. 'Is there time with you?' Even I, reflective now and then upon this long journey of mine, have thought that time must be a myth, an impossibility to larger experience. 'Of what do you speak, my merchant? I do not remember the word.' 'Oh yes, but you must. Is there period and change yonder? Is time the great braggart and bully of life, also potent with you?' 'Ah, now I do recall your meaning. But, my Tyrian, we left our hourglasses and our calendars behind us when we came away. There is perhaps time yonder to some extent, but no mortal eyes, not mine even, can tell the teaching of that prodigious dial that records the hours of universes and of spaces.' I bent my head and thought, for I dimly perceived in all this a meaning appearing through its incomprehensibleness. Much else did we talk through the livelong night, whereof all I may not tell, and something might but weary you. At one time I asked her of the little one I had never seen, and then she, reflective, questioned whether I would wish to see him. 'As gladly,' was my reply, 'as one looks for the sun in springtime.' At this the comely chieftainess seemed to fall a musing, and even when she did so, an eddy in the curling smoke of the low red fire swang gently into consistency there by her bare shoulder, and brightened and grew into mortal likeness. And in a moment, by the summons of his mother's will, from where I knew not, and how I could not guess, a fair, young, ruddy boy was fashioned, and stood there leaning upon the gentle breast that had so often rocked him, and gazing upon me with a quiet wonder that seemed to say, ' How came you here ?' But the little one had not the substance of the other, and after a moment, during which I felt somehow that no slight effort was being made to maintain him, he paled, and then the same waft of air that had conspired to his creation shredded him out again into the fine thin webs of disappearing haze. Comely shadow, dear British mistress, great was thy condescension, passing strange thy conversation, wonderful thy knowledge, perplexing, mysterious thy professed ignorance. And then, when the morning was nigh, she bade me speak a word of comfort to the restless sleeping Editha, and when I had done so I turned again, and the cave was empty. I ran out into the open air and whispered, ' Blodwen !' and then louder, ' Blodwen !' and all those grey, uncouth, sinful old monoliths, standing there in the half light, up to their waists in white mist, took up my word and muttered out of their time-worn hollows one to another, ' Blodwen ! Blodwen !' but never again for many a long year did she answer to that call. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the days that followed, it seemed the cruse of contentment would never run dry, and I, foolish I, thought angry destiny had misled me, and that these green Saxon glades were to witness the final ending of my story. Vain hope, elusive expectation, the hand of fate was even then raised to strike. In that pleasant harbourage, outside the ken of ambition and beyond the limits of avarice, surrounded by almost impenetrable mazes of forest land, life was delightful indeed. The sun shone yellow and big in those early days upon our oak-crowned hillocks — sometimes I doubt if it is ever so warm and ruddy now — and December storms told mightily in praise of the great Yule fires wherewith we defied the winter cold. In the summer time, when the sunny Saxon orchards sheltered the herds of kine in their flickering shadows, and the great droves of black swine lay a-basking among the ferns on the distant hangers, we lived more out of doors than in. Editha then would bring out under the oaks the little ruddy-cheeked Gurth, and set him upon my knee, that I might cut him reed whistles or bows and arrows, while the flaxen-haired Agitha played about her mother, tuning her pretty prattle to the merry clatter of the distaff and the wheel. In the winter, the blaze that went leaping and crackling from our hearthstone shone golden upon the hair of those little ones as they sat wide-eyed by me and saw among the ruddy embers the white horse of Hengist and the banner of his brother winning those fertile vales for a noble Saxon realm. Never was there a better Saxon than I, and when I told of Harold and softened to those tender ears the story of his dying, the bright drops of sympathy stood in my small maiden's eyes, while Gurths flashed hatred of the false Norman and scorn of the foreign tyrants. Under such circumstances it will readily be understood that I ought to have had little wish to draw weapons again or bestride the good charger growing so gross and sleek in his stall all this long peace time. And yet the silken meshes of felicity were irksome against all reason, and I would grow weary of so much good fortune, finding my pretty deckings and raiment heavier, more burdensome wear than ever was martial harness. My fair Saxon wife noted these moods, and strove to mend them. She would take me out to the hawking, were I never so gloomy, and then I would envy the wild haggards of the rocks who got their living from day to day in the free mid-air, and asked no favour of either gods or men. Or, perhaps, she would make revelries upon the level green before her homestead, and thither would come all the fools and pedlars, all the bear baiters, somersaulters, and wrestlers of the shire. But I was not to be pleasured so, and I slew the bear in single combat, and tossed vindictive the somersaulters over the hucksters' stalls, and broke the ribs in the wrestlers' sides, till none would play with me, and all the people murmured. Then of a night Editha got the best gleemen in Mercia to sing to me, and when they sang of peace, and sheep, and orchards, or each praised his lemon's moonlike eyes and slender middles, I would not listen. Nor was it better when they tuned their strings to martial ditties, for that doubled my malady, since then their rhyming stirred my soul to new unrest, making worse that which they sought to cure. I sometimes think it was all this to do which brought Voewood under Norman notice. But, perhaps, it was the slow and steady advance of the invader's power, percolating like a rising tide into all the recesses of the land, which drew us into the fatal circle of the despoilers, and not my waywardness. Be this as it may, the result was the same. Over to the northward, a score of miles away, where the great road ran east, we heard from wandering strollers the Normans were passing daily. Then, later, there came in the news budget of a Flemish pedlar tidings that the hungry foreigners had licked up all the fat meadows around the nearest town, had hung its aldermen over the walls, and built a tower and dungeon, after their wont, in the middle of it. Yes, and these messengers of ill omen said there were left no men of note or Saxon blood to uphold the English cause. There was no proper speech in England but the Norman. There was no way of wearing a tunic but the Norman. Nothing now to swear by but Our Lady of Tours and Holy St. Bridget. All Saxon wives were in danger of kissing, and all Saxon abbots were become barefooted monks. Never was a country turned inside out so soon or quietly, and as I looked over our wide fair meadows and upon my sweet girl and her flaxen little ones, and thought how, already for her, I had risked my life, I could not help wondering how soon I might have to venture it again. On apace came the outer conquest into our inner peace. Towns and boroughs went down, and the hungry flames of lust and avarice fed upon what they destroyed. All the vales and hills the swords of Hengist and Horsa had won and baptized with foeman's blood in the mighty names of old Norsemen and Valhalla were being christened anew to suit a mincing latter tongue. Thane and Franklin uncapped them at the roadside to these steel-bound swarms of ruthless spoilers, and nothing was sacred, neither deed nor covenant, neither having nor holding, which ran counter to the wishes of the western scourges of our English weakness. When I thought of all this I was extraordinarily ill at ease, and, before I could settle upon how best to meet the danger, it came upon us, and we were overwhelmed. Briefly it was thus. About 12 years after the battle where Harold had died, the Norman leader had, we heard, taken it into his head to poll us like cattle, to find the sum and total of our feus and lands, our serfs and orchards, and even of our very selves. Now, few of us Saxons but felt this was a certain scheme to tax and oppress us even more severely than the people had been oppressed in the time of St. Dunstan. Besides this, our free spirits rose in scorn of being counted and weighed and mulcted by plebeian emissaries of the usurper. So we murmured loud and long, and those thanes who complained the bitterest were hanged by the derisive Normans on their own kitchen beams, on the very same hooks where they cured their mighty sides of pork, while those who complied but falsely with the assessor's commands were robbed of wife and heritage, children and lands, and shackled with the brass collar of serfdom, or turned out to beg their living on the wayside and sue the charity of their own dependents. Whether we would thus be hanged or outcast, or whether we would humble us to this hateful need, writing ourselves and our serfs down in the great Doomsday Book, all had to choose. For my part, after much debating, and for the sake of those who looked to me, I had determined to do what was required, and then, if it might be, to bring all the Saxon gentlemen together, to raise these English shires upon the Normans, and with fire and sword revoke our abominable indenture of thraldom. But alas, my hasty temper and my inability to stomach an affront in any guise undid my good resolutions. Well, this mighty book was being compiled far and wide, we heard, in every shire. There were some men of good standing base enough to countenance it, and, taking the name of the King's justiciaries, they got together shorn monks, shaveling rascals who did the writing and computing, with reeves hungry for their masters' woodlands, and many other lean forsworn villains. This jury of miscreants went round from hall to hall, from manor to manor, with their scrips and pens and parchment, until all the land was being gathered into the avaricious Norman's tax roll. They cast their greedy eyes at last on sunny, sleepy Voewood, though, indeed, I had implored every deity, old or new, I could recall that they might overlook it. And one day their hireling train of 20 pikemen came ambling down the glades with a fat abbot, a Norman rascal, at their head, and pulled up at our doorway. "Hullo there," says the monk. "Whose house is this?" "Mine," I said gruffly, with a secret fancy that there would be some heads broken before the census was completed. "And who are you?" "The master of Voewood." "What else?" "Nothing else." "Well, you are not over civil anyhow, my Saxon churl," said the man of scrolls and goose quills. "Frankly," I answered, "Sir Monk, the smaller civility you look for from me to-day, the less likely you are to be disappointed. Out with that infernal catechism of yours, and have done, and move your black shadows from my porch." At this the clerk shrugged his shoulders — no doubt he did not look to be a very welcome guest — and coughed and spit, and then unfurled in our free sunshine a great roll of questions, and forthwith proceeded to expound them in bastard Latin, smacking of mouldy cathedral cells and cloister pedantry. "Now mark me, Sir Voewood, and afterwards answer truly in everything. Here, first, I will read you the declaration of your neighbour, the worthy Thane Suin, in order that you may see how the matter should go, and then afterwards I will question you yourself." And taking a parchment from a junior, he began. "Here is what Suin told us. Rex tenet in dominio Sohurst, de firma regis Edwardi fuit, tunc se defendebat pro septemdecim hidis, nihil geldaverunt, terra est sedecim carucatae, in dominio sunt duae carucatae, et viginti et quatuor villani, et decem bodarige, conviginti carucis, ibi ecclesia quam velemus, tenet de rege cum dimidia hida in Elemosina. Silva quadragenta porcorum, et ipsa est in parco regis." But hardly had my friend got so far as this in displaying the domesticity of Suin the Thane, when there broke a loud uproar from the rear of Voewood, and the tripping Latin came to a sudden halt as there emerged in sight a rabble of Saxon peasants and Norman prickers, freely exchanging buffets. In the midst of them was our bailiff, a very stalwart fellow, hauling along and beating as he came a luckless soldier in the foreign garb just then so detestable to our eyes. "Why," I said, "what may all this be about? What has the fellow done, Sven, that your Saxon cudgel makes such friends with his Norman cape?" "What? Why, the graceless yonker, not content with bursting open the buttery door and setting all those scullion men at arms, drinking my lady's ale, and rioting among her stores, must needs harry the maidens, scaring them out of their wits and putting the whole place in an uproar. As I am an honest man, there has been more good ale spilt this half hour, more pottery broken, more linen torn, more roasts upset, more maids set screaming, than since the Danes last came round this way and pillaged us from roof to cellar." "Why, you fat Saxon porker," cried the leader of the troops, pushing to the front, "what are you good for but for pillage, drunken serf? And it were not for the politic heart of yonder king, I and mine would make you and yours sigh again for your Danish ravishers, looking back from our mastery to their red fury with sickly longing. Out on you! Unhand the youth, or by St. Bridget, there will be a fat carcass for your crows to peck at." And he put his hand upon his dagger. Thereon I stepped between them, and touching my jewelled belt said, "Fair sir, I think the youth has had no less than his deserts, and as for the Voewood crows, they like Norman carrion even better than Saxon flesh." The soldier frowned as well as he might at my retort, but before we could draw, as assuredly we would have done, the monk pushed in between us and the athelings of the Commission, who had orders to carry out their work with peace and dispatch as long as that were possible, quieted their unruly rabble, and presently a muttering, surly order was restored between the glowering crowds. "Now," said the scribe propitiatingly, anxious to get through with his task, "you have heard how amiably Suin answered. Of you I will ask a question or two in Saxon, since, likely enough, you do not know the blessed Latin. By the soul of Hengist, though I knew it before the stones of that confessor's ancient monastery were hewn from their native rock. Answer truly, and all shall be well with you. First, then, how much land hast thou?" But I could not stand it. My spleen was roused against these braggart bullies, and throwing discretion to the wind, I burst out, "Just so much as serves to keep me and mine in summer and winter." "And how many ploughs?" "So many as need to till our cornlands." "Rude boar," said the monk, backing off into the group of his friends, and frowning from that vantage in his turn. "How many serfs acknowledge your surly leadership?" "Just so many," I said, boiling over, "as can work the ploughs and reap the corn, and keep the land from greedy foreign clutches. There, put up your scroll and be gone. I will not answer you. I will not say how many pigeons there are in our dovecots, how many fowls roost upon their perches, how many earthen pots we have, or how many maids to scrub them. Get you back to the Conqueror, tell him I deride and laugh at him for the second time. Say I have lived a longish life, and I never yet saw the light of that day when I profited by humility. Say I, the swart stranger who stabbed his ruffian courtier and galloped away with the white maid, Editha of Voewood, I, who plucked that flower from the very saddle bow of his favourite, and thundered derisive through his first camp there on the eastern downs. Say, even I will find a way to keep and wear her, in scorn of all that he can do. Out with you, be gone!" And they went, for I was clearly in no mood to be dallied with, while behind me the serfs and vassals were now mustering strongly, an angry array, armed with such weapons as they could snatch up in their haste, and wanting but a word or look to fall upon the little band of assessors and slay them as they stood. Thus we won that hour, and many a long day had we to regret the victory. My luck was against me that time. I hoped, so far as there was any hope or reason in my thoughtless anger, to have had a space to rouse the neighbouring thanes and their vassals upon these our tyrants, and I had dreamt, so combustible was the country just then, somehow perhaps the flame would have spread far and wide. I saw that abominable thing, rebellion, for once linked hand in hand with her sweet rival, patriotism. I saw the red flames of vengeance in the quarrel I had made my own, sweeping through the land and lapping up with its 100 tongues every evidence of the spoilers. Yes, and even I had fancied that, and there were no true Saxon princes for our English throne, there was still Editha, my wife. And if there were no swords left to fence a throne so filled, yet there was the sword of Phra the Phoenician. Vain fantasy. The faces of the Fates were averted. Those hateful inquisitors had not gone many hours' journey northward when, as ill luck would have it, they fell in with a Norman captain, Godfrey de Beauville, and 200 men at arms, marching to garrison a western city. To these they told their tale, and, ever ready for pillage and bloodshed, the band halted and then turned into the woodlands where we had our lair. The sun was low that afternoon when an affrighted herdsman came running into me with the news that he knew not how many soldiers were in the glades beyond. And before he could get his breath or quite tell his hasty message, their prickers came out of the wood, the gallant Norman array, whose glitter has since grown dearer to me than the shine of a mistress's eyes, rode from under our oak trees. The banners and bannerets fluttered upon the evening wind. Their trumpets brayed until our very rafters echoed to that warlike sound. The level twilight rays flashed back from those serried ranks, and the steel panoply of the warriors, in as goodly a martial show as ever to that day I had seen. What need I tell you of the negotiations which followed while this silver cloud, charged with ruin and cruelty, hung on the dusky velvet side of the twilight hill above us? What need be said of how I swore between my teeth at the chance which had brought this swarm hither in a day rather than in the week I had hoped for, or how my heart burned with smothered anger and pride when we had to tamely answer their haughty summons to unconditional surrender? Yet by one saving clause they did not attack us at once. Only to me was it clear how utterly impossible was it with the few rugged serfs at my command to defend even for one single onset that great straggling house against their overwhelming force. To them our strength was quite unknown. This and the gathering darkness tempted the Norman to put off the attack until the daylight came again, and the respite was our saving. It was not a saving upon which I wished to dwell long, for 'twas no more glorious than the retreat of a wolf from his hiding place when the shepherds fire the brake behind him. All along the edge of the hill their watchfires presently twinkled out, and as Editha and Sven the Strong came to me in gloomy conference upon the turret, we could see the soldiers pass now and again before the blaze. We could hear their laughter and the snatches of their drinking song, the hoarse cry of the wardens, and the champing and whinny of the chargers picketed under the starlight in lines upon our free Saxon turf. And for Sven and all his good comrade hinds, we knew tomorrow would bring the riveting of new and heavier collars than any they had worn as yet. For me and my contumacy, though I feared it not, there could be naught but the swift absolution of a Norman sword, while for her, that gentle stately lady, to whose pale sweetness my rough unworthy pen can do no sort of justice, there was nameless degradation and half a wandering bully's tent. The serf suggested, with his rugged northern valour, we should set light to the hall, and with the women and children in our midst, sally out and cut a way to freedom, and I knew the path he would choose would have been through the hostile camp. But his lady suggested better. She proposed both hind and bondsman should steal away in the darkness, and, since valour here was hopeless, disperse over the countryside, and there, secure in their humbleness, await our future returning. We, on the other hand, would follow them through the friendly shadows that lay deep and nigh to the house on the unguarded side, and then turn us to a monastery some few miles away, where, if we could reach it, in sanctuary and the care of one of the few remaining Saxon abbots, we might bide our chance, or at least make terms with our conquerors. So it was settled, and soon I had all those kind shaggy villains in the dining hall, standing there uncapped upon the rushes in the torchlight, and listening in melancholy silence to the plan, and then presently, with the dispatch our situation needed, they were slipping in twos and threes out of the little rearward portal and slinking off to the thickets. Presently our turn came, and as I stood gloomy and stern in that voiceless empty hall that was wont to be so bright and noisy, fingering my itching dagger and scowling out of the lattice upon the red gleam in the night air hanging over the Norman campfires, there came the fall of my wife's feet upon the stairway. In either hand she had a babe, swaddled close up against the night air, and naught but their bright wonder-brimming eyes showing as she hugged them tight against her sides. For them alone, the frown gave way, and I stooped to that escape. We crept away, and Editha's heart was torn at leaving thus the hall where she had been born and reared, and when, presently in the shadows of the crowded oaks, she found all her slaves and bondsmen in a knot to wish her farewell, the tears that had been brooding long overflowed unrestrainedly. Even I, who had dwelt among them but a space on my way from the further world of history towards the unknown future, could not but be moved by their uncouth love and loyalty. There were men there who had stood in arms with her father when the cruel Danes had ravished these valleys for a score of miles inland, and some who had grown with her in the goodly love and faith of thane and servitor,
as long as she herself had lived. These rugged fellows wept like children, called me father, clafford, bread bestower, and pressed upon her in silent sorrow, kissing her hands and the hem of her robe, and taking the little ones from her arms, and pressing their rude unshaven faces to their rosebud cheeks, until I feared that Gurth or Agatha might cry out, or some wail from that secret scene of sorrow would catch the ears of our watchful foemen. So, as gently as might be, I parted the weeping mistress and her bondsman, and set her upon a good horse Sven had stolen from the paddock, and springing into the saddle of my own strong charger, gave my broad jewelled belt to the Saxon that he might divide it among his comrades, and taking a long tough spear from his faithful hand, turned northward with Editha upon our dangerous journey. We stole along as quietly as might be for some distance in safety, riding where the moss was deepest and the shadows thick, and then, just when we were at the nearest to the Norman camp in the curve we were making towards the monastery beyond, those ill-conditioned invaders set up their evening trumpet call. As the shrill notes came down into the dim starlight glade, strong, clear and martial in the evening quiet, they thrilled that gallant old charger I had borrowed from the camp at Hastings down to his inmost warlike fibre. He recognised the familiar sound, mayhap it was the very trumpet call which had been fodder and stable to him for years, and, with ears pricked forward and feet that beat the dewy turf in union to his pleasure, he whinnied loud and long. Nothing it availed me to smite my hand upon my breast at this deadly betrayal, or lay a warning finger upon his brave, unwitting velvet nozzle. Luckless, accursed horse, the mischief was done. But yet I will not abuse him, for the grass grows green over his strong, sleek limbs, and right well that night he amended his error. Hardly had his neigh gone into the stillness when the chargers in the camp answered it, and in a moment the men-at-arms and squires by the nearest fire were all on foot, and in another they had espied us and set up a shout that woke the ready camp in a moment. There was small time to think. I clapped my hand upon Editha's bridle rein and gave my own a shake, and away we went across the checkered moonlight glade. But so close had we been that a bowstring or two hummed in the Norman tents, and before we were fairly started I heard the rustle of the shafts in the leaves overhead. It was more than arrows we had to dread, and turning my head for a moment ere we plunged again into the dark vistas of the forest road, there, sure enough, was the pursuit streaming out after us, and gallant squires and knights tumbling into their saddles and shouting and cheering as they came galloping and glittering down behind us. A very pretty show, but a dangerous one. By the souls of St. Dunstan and his 40 monks, but I could have enjoyed that midnight ride had it not been for the pale brave rider at my side, and the little ones that lay fearfully a-nestling on our saddle bows. For hours the swift, keen gallop of our horses swallowed the unseen ground in tireless rhythm. All through the night, field and coppice and hanger swept by us as we passed from glade to glade and woodland to woodland. Now 'twas a lonely forester's hut that shone for a moment in ghostly whiteness between the tree stems, with the night shine on its lifeless face, and anon we sped through droves of Saxon swine, sleeping upon the roadway under their oak trees round a muffled swineherd, and the great forest stags stayed the fraying of their antlers against the tree trunks in the dark coppices as we flew by, and the startled wolf yelped and snarled upon our path as our fleeting shadows o'ertook him. And then, there, ever behind, low, remorseless, stern, came the murmuring hoof-beats of our pursuers, now rising and now falling upon the light breath of the night wind, but ever, as our panting steeds strode shorter and shorter, coming nearer and nearer, clearer and clearer. Had this sombre race, whereof death held the stakes, continued so as it began, straight on end, I do not think we could have got away. But when we had ridden many an hour, and the heavy streaks of white foam were marking Editha's horse with dreadful suggestion, and his breath was coming hot and husky through his wide red nostrils, for a moment or two
the sound of the pursuers stopped. Blessed respite! They had missed the woodland road, but for all too short a space. We had hardly made good 400 or 500 yards of advantage when, terribly near to us, sounded the call of one of their horsemen, and soon all the others were in his footsteps again. This one, he who now led the pursuers by, perhaps, a quarter of a mile, gained on us stride by stride until I could stand the thud of his horse hoofs on the turf behind no more. ' Here !' I said fiercely to Editha, ' take girth,' and put him with his sister in her arms, then, bidding them ride slowly forward, turned my good charger and paced him slowly back towards the oncoming night, with stern anger smouldering in my heart. There was a smooth, wide bit of grassy road between us in that centre, midnight Saxon forest, and never a gleam of light fell upon that ancient thoroughfare, never the faintest thin white finger of a star pierced the black canopy of boughs overhead. It was as black as the kennel of Cerberus, and as I sat my panting war horse I could not see my own hands stretched out before me, yet there, in that grim blackness, I met the Norman lance to lance, and sent his spirit whirling into the outer space. I let him come within 200 yards, then suddenly rose in my stirrups and, shouting Harold's war cry, since I did not deign to fall upon him unawares, ' Out ! Out ! England ! England !' awaited his answer. It came in a moment, strange and inhuman in the black stillness. ' Roh ! Harold ! Notre Dame !' And then, muttering between my tight-set teeth that surely that road was the road to hell for one of us, I bent my head down almost to my horse's ears, drove the spurs into him, and, gripping my long keen spear, thundered back upon my unseen foeman. With a shock that startled the browsing hinds a mile away, we were together. The Norman's spear broke into splinters athwart my body, but mine, more truly held, struck him fair and full. I felt him like a great dead weight upon it. I felt his saddle girths burst and fly, and then, as my own strong haft bent like a willow wand and snapped close by my hand, that midnight rider and his visionary steed went crashing to the ground. Bitterly I laughed as I turned my horse northwards once more, and from a black cavern mouth on the hillside an owl echoed my grim merriment with ghastly glee. Well, the night was all but done, yet we were not out of the toils. A little further on, Editha's floundering steed gave out, and, just as we saw the pale turrets of the monastery shining in the open a mile ahead of us, the horse rolled over dead upon the grass and bracken. ' Quick, quick !' I said, ' daughter of Hardicanute !' and the good Saxon girl had passed the little ones to the pummel and put her own foot upon my toe, and sprang onto my saddle crupper sooner than it takes to tell. Ah, and the nearer we came to our goal, the closer seemed to be the throb and beat of the pursuing hoofs behind, and many an anxious time did I turn my head to watch the rogues closing with us, now ever and anon in sight, and many a word of encouragement did I whisper to the gallant charger whose tireless courage was standing us in such good case. Noble beast ! Right well had he atoned his mistake that evening, and in a few minutes more we left the greenwood, and now he swept us over the Abbot's fat meadows, where the white morning mist was lying ghostly in wreaths and wisps upon the tall wet grass. And then we staggered into the fosse and spurned the short turf, and so past the checkered cloisters, and pulled up finally at a low postern door I had espied as we approached the nearest wall of the noble Saxon monastery. Surely never was a traveller in such a hurry to be admitted as I, and I beat upon that iron-studded door with the knob of my dagger in a way which must have been heard in every cell of that sacred pile. ' My friend,' said a reverend head which soon appeared at a little window above, ' is this not unseemly haste at such an hour, and my Lord Abbot not yet risen to matins ?'' For the love of Heaven, Father,' I said, ' come down and let us in,' for by this time the Normans were not a bowshot away, and it still looked as if we might fall into their hands. ' Why,' said the unwotting monk, ' no doubt the hospitality of St. Olaf's walls
was never yet refused to weary strangers. But you must go round to the lodge and rouse the porter there. Truly he sleeps a little heavy, but no doubt he will admit you eventually.' ' Sir Priest,' I shouted in my rage and fear, as the good old fellow went meandering on, ' our need is past all nicety of etiquette. Here is Editha of Voewood, the niece of your holy Abbot himself, and yonder are they who would harry and take her. Come down, or by the holy rood our blood will for ever stain your ungenerous lintel.' By this time the horsemen were breasting the smooth green glacis that led up to the monastery walls. Half a dozen of them had outlived that wild race. The reins were upon their smoking chargers' necks, their reeking spurs red and ruddy with their haste, the spattered clay and loam of many a woodland rivulet checkering their horses to the shoulders, and each rider as he came shouting and clapping his hands upon the foam-speckled neck of these panting steeds that strained with thundering feet to the last 100 yards of green sward and the prize beyond. Nearer and nearer they came, and my fair, tall Saxon wife put down her little ones by the opening of the door, and covered them with her skirt as she turned her pale white tearless face to the primrose flush of the morning, and I, with bitterness and despair in my heart, unsheathed my Saxon sword and cast the scabbard fiercely to the ground, and stood out before them, my bare and heaving breast a fair target for those glistening oncoming Norman lances. And then, just when that game was all but lost, there came the sweet patter of sandalled feet within, bolt by bolt was drawn back, willing hands were stretched out, the mother and her babes were dragged from the steps, even my charger was swallowed by the friendly shelter, and I myself was pulled back lastly. The postern slammed to, and as the great locks turned again and the iron bars fell into their stony sockets, we heard the Norman charger's hoofs ringing on the flagstones and the angry spearheads rattling on the outer studs of that friendly oaken doorway. Thus was the gentle Franklin saved, but little did I think in saving her how long I was to lose her. I had but stabled my noble beast down by the Abbot's own palfrey, and fed and watered him with loving gratitude, and then had gone to Editha and my own supper, waited on by many a wondering, kindly one of those corded russet brothers, when that strange fate of mine overtook me once again. I know not how it was, but all on a sudden the world melted away into a shadowy fantasy. My head sank upon the supper board, and there, between the goodly Abbot and the fair Saxon lady, I fell into a pleasant, dreamless sleep. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was with indescribable sensations of mingled pain and satisfaction that life dawned again in my mind and body after the drowsy ending of the last chapter. To me the process was robbed of wonder. No idea crossed my mind but that I had slept an ordinary sleep, but to you, knowing the strange fate to which I am liable, will at once occur suspicion and expectation. Both these feelings will be gratified, yet I must tell my story, in my simple fashion, as it occurred. This time, then, wakefulness came upon me in a prolonged grey and crimson vision, and for a long spell, now I think of it closely, probably for days, I was wrestling to unravel a strange web of light and gloom, in which all sorts of dreamy colours shone alternate in a misty blending upon the blank field of my mind. These colours were now and again swallowed up by an episode of deep obscurity, and the longer I studied them in an unwitting, listless way, the more pronounced and definite they became, until at last they were no more a tinted haze of uncertain tone, but a checkered plan, silently passing over my shut eyelids at slow measured intervals. Well, upon an afternoon, which, you will understand, I shall not readily forget, my eyes were suddenly opened, and, with a deep sigh, like one who wakes after a good night's repose, existence came back upon me, and, all motionless and dull, but very consciously alive and observant, I was myself again. My first clear knowledge on that strange occasion was of the strains of a merle singing somewhere near, and, as those seraphic notes thrilled into the dry unused channels of my hearing, the melody went through me to my utmost fibre. Next I felt, as a strong tonic elixir, a draught of cool spring air, full of the taste of sunshine and rich with the scent of a grateful earth, blowing down upon me and dissipating, with its sweet breath, the last mists of my sleepfulness. While these soft ministrations of the good nurse Nature put my blood into circulation again, filling me with a gentle vegetable pleasure, my newly opened eyes were astounded at the richness and variety of their early discoverings. To the inexperience of my long forgetfulness, everything around was quaint and grotesque. Everything, too, was grey and crimson and green. As I stared and speculated with the vapid artlessness of a baby novice, the new world into which I was thus born slowly took form and shape. It opened out into unknown depths, into aisles and corridors, into a wooden firmament overhead, chequered with clouds of timber-work and endless mazes, to my poor untutored mind, of groins and buttresses. Long grey walls, the same that had been the groundwork of my fancy, opened on either side. A great bare sweep of pavement was below them, and 100 windows letting in the comely daylight above. But best of all was that long one by me, which the crimson sun smote strongly upon its varied surface, and, gleaming through the gorgeous patchwork of a dozen parables in coloured glasses, fell on the ground below in pools of many-coloured brightness. As I, inertly, watched these shifting beams, I perceived in them the cause of those gay mosaics with which the outer light had amused my sleeping fancies. All these things in time appeared distinct enough to me, and tempted a trial of whether my physical condition equalled the apparent soundness of my senses. I had hardly had leisure as yet to wonder how I had come into this strange position, or to remember, so strong were the demands of surrounding circumstances on my attention, the last remote pages of my adventures. Remote, I now began to entertain a certain consciousness, they were. I was so fully taken up with the matter of the moment that it never occurred to me to speculate beyond, but the pressing question was in what sort of a body were those sparks of sight and sense burning. It was pretty clear I was in a church, and a greater one than I had ever entered before. My position, I could tell, spoke of funeral rites, or rather the stiff comfort of one of those marble effigies with which sculptors have from the earliest times decorated tombs. And yet I was not entombed, nor did I think I was marble, or even the plaster of more frugal monumenters. My eyes served little purpose in the deepening light, while as yet I had not moved a muscle. As I thought and speculated, the dreadful fancy came across me that, if I were not stone, possibly I was the other extreme, a thin tissue of dry dust held together by the leniency of long silence and repose, and perhaps, dreadful consideration, the sensations of life and pleasure now felt were threading those thin wasted tissues, as I have seen the red sparks reluctantly wander in the black folds of a charred scroll, and finally drop out one by one for pure lack of fuel. Was I such a scroll? The idea was not to be borne, and pitting my will against the stiffness of I knew not what interval, I slowly lifted my right arm and held it forth at length. My chief sentiment at the moment was wonderment at the limb thus held out in the dim cathedral twilight. My next was a glow of triumph at this achievement, and then, as something of the stress of my will was taken off, and the arm flew back with a jerk to its exact place by my side, a flood of pain rushed into it, and with the pain came slowly at first, but quickly deepening and broadening, a remembrance of my previous sleeps and those other awakenings of mine attended by just such thrills. I will not weary you with repetitions, or recount the throes that I endured in attaining flexibility. I have, by Heaven's mercy, a determination within me of which no one is fit to speak but he who knows the extent and number of its conquests. A dozen times, so keen were these griefs, I was tempted to relinquish the struggle, and as many times I triumphed, the unquenched fire of my mind but burning the brighter for each opposition. At last, when the painted shadows had crept up the opposite wall inch by inch and lost themselves in the upper colonnades, and the gloom around me had deepened into blackness, I was victorious, and weak and faint and tingling, but, respirited and supple, I lay back and slept like a child. The rest did me good. When I opened my eyes again it was with no special surprise, for the capacity of wonder is very volatile, that I saw the chancel where I lay had been lighted up, and that a portly abbot was standing near, clad in brown fustian, corded round his ample middle, and picking his teeth with a little splinter of wood as he paced up and down, muttering to himself something of which I only caught such occasional fragments as fat capons, spoilt roasts, with a sniff in the direction of the side door of the abbey, and a malison on unseemly hours, with a glance at an empty confessional near me, until he presently halted opposite, whereon I immediately shut my eyes, and regarded me with dull complacency. As he did so, an acolyte, a pale, grave recluse on whose face vigils and abnegation had already set the lines of age, stepped out from the shadow, and standing just behind his superior, also gazed upon me with silent attention. " That blessed Saint Ambrose," said the fat abbot, pointing at me with his toothpick, apparently for want of something better to speak about, " is nearly as good to us as the miraculous cruse was to the woman of Sarepta. What this holy foundation would do just now, when all men's minds are turned to war, without the pence we draw from pilgrims who come to kneel to him, I cannot think." " Indeed, sir," said the sad-eyed youth, " the good influence of that holy man knows no limit. It is as strong in death as no doubt it was in life. 'Twas only this morning that by leave of our prior I brought out the great missals, and there found something, but not much, that concerned him." " Recite it, brother," quoth the Abbot with a yawn, " and if you know anything of him beyond the pilgrim pence he draws, you know more than I do." " Nay, my lord, 'tis but little I learnt. All the entries, save the first in our journals, are of slight value, for they but record from year to year how this sum and that was spent in due keeping and care of the sleeping wonder, and how many pilgrims visited this shrine, and by how much Mother Church benefited from their dutiful generosity." "And the first entry, what said it?" "All too briefly, sir. It recorded in a faded passage that when the saintly Baldwin —"" May God assoil him," quoth the friar, crossing himself. " When Baldwin, the first Norman bishop in your Holiness's place, came here, he found yon martyr laid on a mean and paltry shelf among the brothers' cells. All were gone who could tell his life and history, but your predecessor, says the scroll, judging by the outward marvel of his suspended life, was certain of that wondrous body's holy beatitude, and, reflecting much, had him meetly robed and washed and placed him here. 'Twas a good deed," sighed the studious boy. " Ah, and it has told to the advantage of the monastery," responded his senior, and he came close up and bent low over me, so that I heard him mutter, "Strange old relic. I wonder how it feels to go so long as that, if indeed he lives, without food. It was a clever thought of my predecessor to convert the old mummy bundle of swaddles into a Norman saint. Baldwin was almost too good a man for the cloisters. With so much shrewdness he should have been a courtier." " Oh," I thought, " that is the way I came here, is it, my fat friend ?" And I lay as still as any of my comrade monuments, while the old Abbot bent over me, chuckling to himself a bibulous chuckle, and pressing his short thick thumb into my sides as though he was sampling a plump pigeon or a gosling at a village fair. " By the 40 saints that Augustine sent to this benighted island, he takes his fasting wonderfully well. He is firm in gammon and brisket,
and by that saintly band he has even a touch of colour in his cheeks, unless these flickering lights play my eyes a trick.' Whereupon his reverence regarded me with lively admiration, little witting it was more than a breathless marvel, a senseless body, he was thus addressing. In a moment he turned again. ' Thou didst not tell me the date of this old fellow's — Heaven forgive me — of this blessed martyr's sleep. How long ago, said the chronicles, since this wondrous trance began?' ' My lord, I computed the matter, and here, by that veracious unquestionable record, he has lain 300 years and more.' At this extraordinary statement the portly Abbot whistled as though he were on a country green, and I, so startling, so incredulous was it, involuntarily turned my head towards them and gathered my breath to cast back that audacious lie. But neither movement nor sign was seen, for at that very moment the quiet novice laid a finger upon the monk's full sleeve and whispered hurriedly, ' Father, the Earl, the Earl !' and both looked down the chancel. At the bottom the door swung open, giving a brief sight of the pale blue evening beyond, and there entered a tall and martial figure, who advanced in warlike harness to the altar steps, and placing down the helm decked with plumes that danced black and visionary in the dim cresset light, he fell upon one knee. ' Pax vobiscum, my son,' murmured the Abbot, extending his hands in blessing. ' Et vobis,' answered the gallant, ' da mihi, Domine reverendissime, misericordiam vestram.' And at the sound of their voices I raised me to my elbow, for the young warlike Earl, as he bent him there, was sheathed and armed in a way that I, though familiar with many camps, had never seen before. Over his fine gold hauberk was a wondrous tabard, a magnificent emblazoned surtout, and as he knelt, the light of the waxen altar tapers twinkled upon his steel vestments, they touched his yellow curls and sparkled upon the jewelled links of the chain he had about his neck. They gleamed from breastplate and from belt, they illuminated the thick sewn pearls and sapphires of his sword hilt, and glanced back in subdued radiance, as befitted that holy place, from gauntlets and gorget, from warlike furniture and lordly gems, down to the great rowels of the golden spurs that decked his knightly heels. The acolyte had shrunk into the shadows, and the Earl had his blessing when the Abbot drew him into the recess where I lay in the moonbeams, that he might speak him the more privately, that churchman little guessing what a good listener the stern cold saint, so trim and prone upon his marble shrine, could be. ' Ah, noble Codrington,' quoth the monk, ' truly we will to the confessional at once, since thou art in so much haste, and thou shalt certainly travel the lighter for leaving thy load of transgressions to the holy forgiveness of Mother Church. But first, tell me true, dost thou really sail for France tonight?' ' Holy father, at this very moment our vessels are waiting to be gone, and all my good companions chafe and vex them for this my absence.' ' What, and dost thou start for hostile shores and bloody feuds, with half thy tithes and tolls unpaid to us? Noble Earl, wert thou to meet with any mischance yonder, which Heaven prevent, and didst thou stand ill with our exchequer in this particular, there were no hope for thee. I tell thee, thou wert as surely damned as if thou diedst owing this holy foundation aught of the poor contributions it asks of those to whom it ministers, as if thy life were one long count of wickedness. I will not listen. I will not shrive thee until thou hast comported thyself duly in this most important particular.' ' Good father, thy warmth is unnecessary,' replied the Earl. ' My worldly matters are set straight, and my steward has orders to pay thee in full all that may be owing between us. 'Twas spiritual settlement I came to seek.' ' Oh !' quoth his Reverence in an altered tone, ' then thou art free at once to follow the promptings of thy noble instinct, and serve thy king and country as thou listest. I fear this will be a bloody war you go to.' ' 'Tis like to be,' said the soldier, brightening up and speaking out boldly on a subject he loved, his fine eyes flashing with martial fire.
Already the yellow sun of Picardy flaunts on Edward's royal lilies.' ' Ah,' put in the monk, ' and no doubt ripens many a butt of noble Malmsey.' ' Already the red soil of Flanders is redder by the red blood of our gallant chivalry.' ' Yet even then not half so red, good Earl, as the ripe brew of Burgundy, a jolly mellow brew that has stood in the back part of the cellar, secure in the loving forbearance of 20 masters. Talk of renown, talk of thy leman, talk of humour and the breaking of spears, what are all these to such a vat of beaded pleasures? I tell thee, Codrington, not even the fabled pool wherein the rhymers say the cursed Paynim looks to foretaste the delights of his sinful heaven reflects more joy than such a cobweb tub. Would that I had more of them,' added the bibulous old priest after a pause, and sighing deeply. As he did so an idea occurred to him, for he exclaimed, ' Look thee, my gallant boy, thou art bound whither all this noble stuff doth come from, and 'tis quite possible in the rough and tumble of bloody strife thou mayst be at the turning inside out of many a fat roost and many a well-stocked cellar. Now, if this be so, and thou wilt remember me when thou seest the gallant drink about to be squandered on the loose gullets of base scullion troopers, why then 'tis a bargain, and, in paternal acknowledgment of this thy filial duty, I will hear thy confession now, and thy penance, I promise, shall not be such as will inconvenience thine active life.' The knight bent his head, somewhat coldly I thought, and then they turned and went over to the oriel confessional, where the moonlight was throwing from the window, above a pallid pearly transcript of the mother and her sweet Nazarene babe, all in silver and opal tints, upon the sacred woodwork, and as the priest's black shadow blotted the tender picture out, I heard him say, ' But mind, it must be good and ripe. 'Tis that vintage with the 2 white crosses down by the vents that I like best. And thou sendest me any sour Calais layman tipple, thou art a forsworn heretic, with all thy sin afresh upon thee. So discriminate.' And the worthy churchman entered to shrive and forgive, and as the casement closed upon him, the sweet, silent, indifferent shadows from above blossomed again upon the doorway. Dreamy and drowsy, I lay back and thought and wondered, for how long I know not, but for long, until the dim aisles had grown midnight silent and the moon had set, and then an owl hooted on the ledges outside, and at that sound, with a start and a sigh, I awoke once more. ' Fools !' I muttered, thinking over what I had heard with dreamy insequence. ' Fools, liars, to set such a date upon this rest of mine. Drunken churls, I will go at once to my fair Saxon, to my sweet nestlings, that is, if they be not yet to bed, and to-morrow I will give that meagre acolyte such a lesson in the misreading of his missal margins as shall last him till doomsday. By St. Dunstan, he shall play no more pranks with me, and yet, my heart misgives me, my soul is loaded with foreboding, my spirit is sick within me. Where have I come to? Who am I? Gods! Ilapi Amenti of the golden Egyptian past, Skogula, Meester of the Saxon hills and woods, grant that this not be some new mischance, some other horrible lapse. And I sat up there on the white stone, and bowed my head, and dangled my apostolic heels against my own commemorative marbles below, while gusts of alternate dread and indignation swept through the leafless thickets of remembrance. Presently these meditations were disturbed by some very different outward sensations. There came stealing over the consecrated pavements of that holy pile the sound of singing, and it did not savour of angelic harmony. It was rough and jolly, and warbled and tripped about the columns and altar steps in most unseemly sprightliness. Surely never did St. Gregory pen such a rousing chorus as that, I thought to myself, as with ears pricked I listened to the dulcet harmonies, and along with the music came such a merry odour as made me thirsty to smell of it. 'Twas not incense, 'twas much more like cinnamon and nutmegs, and never did censer, never did myrrh and galbanum,
smell so much of burnt sack and roasted crab apples as that unctuous appetising taint. I got down at once off my slab, and being mighty hungry, as I then discovered, I followed up that trail like a sleuth hound on a slot. It was not reverent, it did not suit my saintship, but down the steps I went, hot and hungry, and past the reredos, and crossed the apse, and round the pulpit, and over the curricula, and through the aisles, and by many a shrine where the tapers dimly burnt I pressed, and so, with the scent breast high, I flitted through an open archway into the chequered cloisters. Then, tripping heedlessly over the lettered slabs that kept down the dust of many a roystering abbess, I, the latest hungry one of the countless hungry children of time, followed down that jolly trail, my apostolic linens tucked under my arm, jewelled mitre on a head more accustomed to soldier wear, and golden crook carried, alas, like a hunter lance, at trail in my other hand, till I brought the quest to bay. At the end of the cloisters was a door set ajar, and along by the jamb a mellow streak of yellow light was streaming out, rich with those odours I had smelt, and laden with laughter and the sound of wine-soaked voices, noisy over the end, it might be, of what seemed a goodly supper. I advanced to the light, listened a moment, and then, in my imperious way, pushed wide the panel and entered. It was the refectory of the monastery, and a right noble hall wherein ostentation and piety struggled for dominion. Overhead, the high-peaked ceiling was a maze of cunningly wrought and carved woodwork, dark with time and harmonised with the assimilating touches of age. Round by the ample walls, right and left, ran a corridor into the dim far distance, and crucifix and golden ewer, cunning saintly image, and noble branching silver candlesticks gleamed in the dusk against the ebony and polish of balustrade and panelling. Under the heavy glow of all these things the brothers' bare wooden table extended in long demure lines, but wooden platter and black leathern mugs were now all deserted and empty. It was from the upper end came the light and jollity. Here a wider table was placed across the breadth of the hall, and upon it all was sumptuous magnificence. Holy poverty here had capitulated to priestly arrogance. Silver and gold, and rare glasses from cunning Italian moulds, enriched about with shining enamels, wherein were limned many an ancient heathen fancy, shone and sparkled on that monkish board. On either side, in mighty candelabra, bequeathed by superstition and fear, there twinkled 100 waxen candles, and up to the flames of these steamed, as I looked, many a costly dish uncovered, and many a mellow brew beaded and shining to the very brim of those jewelled horns and beakers that were chief accessories to that pleasant spread. They who sat here seemed, if a layman might judge, right well able to do justice to these things. Half a dozen of them, jolly rosy priors and prelates, were round that supper table, rubicund with wine and feeding, and in the high carved chair, coif thrown back from head, his round ruddy face aflush with liquor, his fat red hand asprawl about his flagon, and his small eyes glazed and stupid in his drunkenness, sat my friend, the latest abbot of St. Olaf's Fane. He had been singing, and, as I entered, the last distich died away upon his lips. His round, close-cropped head, o'erwhelmed with the wine he loved so much, sank down upon the table. The red vintage ran from the overturned beaker in a crimson streak, and while his boon comrades laughed long and loud, his holiness slept unmindful. It was at this very moment that I entered, and stood there in my ghostly linen, stern and pale with fasting, and frowning grimly upon those godless revellers. Jove! It was a sight to see them blanch, to see the terror leap from eye to eye as each in turn caught sight of me, to see their jolly jaws drop down, and watch the sickly pallor sweeping like icy wind across their countenances. So grim and silent did we face each other in that stern moment that not a finger moved, not a pulse, I think, there beat in all their bodies, and in that mighty hall not a sound was heard save the drip, drip of the Abbot's malmsey upon the floor, and his own husky snoring as he lay asleep amid the costly litter of his swinish meal. Stern, inflexible, there by the black backing of the portal I frowned upon them, I, whom they only deemed of as a saint dead 300 years before, I, whom lifeless they knew so well, now stood vengeful upon their threshold, scowling scorn and contempt from eyes where no life should have been. Can you doubt but that they were sick at heart with pallid cheeks answering to coward consciences? For long we remained so, and then, with a wild yell of terror, they were all on foot, and, like homing bats by a cavern mouth, were scrambling and struggling into the gloom of the opposite doorway. I let them escape, then, stalking over to the archway, thrust the wicket to upon the heels of the last flyer, and, glad to be so rid of them, shot the bolt into the socket and barred that entry. Then I went back to my friend the Abbot and stood reflective behind him, wondering whether it were not a duty to humanity to rid it of such a knave even as he slept there. But when I stood at his elbow contemplating him, the unwonted silence told upon his dormant faculties, and presently the heavy head was raised, and, after an inarticulate murmur or two, he smiled imbecilely, and picking up the thread of his revelry, hiccuped out, "The chorus, good brothers, the chorus, and all together. Die we must, but let us die drinking at an inn. Hold the wine cup to our lips, sparkling from the bin. So when the angels flutter down to take us from our sin, God have mercy on these sots, the cherubs will begin." "Why, you rogues," he said, as his drunken melody found no echo in the great hall, "why, you sleepy villains, am I a strolling troubadour that I should sing thus alone to you?" And then, as his bleared and dazzled eyes wandered round the empty places, the spilt wine and overturned trestles, he smiled again with drunken cunning. "Ah," he muttered, "then they must be all under the tables. I thought that last round of sack would finish them. Hello there, Ambrose, Devoe, Chevaux, jolly comrades, sleepy dogs, come forth, fire ye, to call yourselves good monks, and yet to leave thy simple kindly prior thus to himself." And he pulled up the table linen and peered below. Sorely was the churchman perplexed to see nothing, and first he glared up among the oaken rafters as though by chance his fellows had flown thither, and then he stared at the empty places, and so his gaze wandered round until, in a minute or two, it had made the complete circle of the place, and finally rested on me, standing, immovable, a pace from his elbow. At first he stared upon me with vapid amusement, and then with stupid wonder, but was not more than a second or two before the truth dawned upon that hazy intellect, and then I saw the thick short hands tighten upon the carving of his priestly throne. I saw the wine flush pale upon his cheeks, and the drunken light in his eyes give place to the glare of terror and consternation, just as they had done before him, but with infinite more intensity. He blanched and withered before my unrelenting gaze. He turned in a moment before my grim, imperious frown, from a jolly rubicund old bibber, rosy and quarrelsome with his supper, into a cadaverous, sober-minded confessor, lantern-jawed and yellow, and then, with a hideous cry, he was on foot and flying for the doorway by which his friends had gone. But I had need of that good confessor, and ere he could stagger a yard, the golden apostolic crook was about the ankle of the errant sheep, and the prior of St. Olaf's rolled over headlong upon the floor. I sat down to supper, and as I helped myself to venison pasty and malmsey, I heard the beads running through the recumbent abbot's fingers quicker than water runs from a spout after a summer thunder shower. "Misericordia Domine nobis," murmured the old sinner, and I let him grovel and pray in his abject panic for a time, then bade him rise. Now, the fierceness of this command was somewhat marred, because my mouth was very full just then of pasty crust, and the accents appeared to carry less consternation into my friend's heart than I had intended. The Pater Noster began to run with more method and coherence, and, soon finding he was not yet half way to that nether abyss he had seen opening before him, he plucked up a little heart of grace. Besides, the Avenger was at supper and making mighty inroads into the provender the Abbot loved so well. This took off the rough edge of terror, and was in itself so curious a phenomenon that little by little, with the utmost circumspection, the monk raised his head and looked at me. I kept my baleful eyes turned away and busied me with my loaded platter, which, by the way, was far the most interesting item of the two, and so by degrees he gained confidence, and came into a sitting position, and gazed at the hungry saint, so active with the victuals, wonder and awe playing across his countenance. " I see, Sir Priest," I said, " you have a good cook yonder in the buttery." But the Abbot was as yet too dazed to answer, so I went on to put him more at his ease, for I designed to ask him some questions later on. Now, where I come from, the great fault of the cooks is they appreciate none of your Norman niceties. They broil and roast for ever, as though everyone had a hunter appetite, and thus I have often been weary of their eternal messes of pork and kine.
" Holy saints !" quoth the Abbot, " I did not dream you had any cooks at all."
" No cooks, thou fat wine vat? What, didst thou think we ate our viands raw?"
" Heaven forbid !" the Abbot gasped. " But truly, your sanctity's experiences astound me. 'Tis all against the canons, and if they be thus as you say at their trenchers, may I ask in all humbleness and humility how your blessed friends are at their flagons?"
"Ah, Sir, good fellows enough, my jolly comrades, but caring little for thy red and purple vintages, liking better the merry ale that autumn sends, and the honeyed mead, yet in their way as merry roisterers for the most part as though they were all Norman abbots," I said, glancing askance at him. By this time the prior was on his feet, as sober as could be, but apparently infinitely surprised and perplexed at what he saw and heard. He cogitated, and then he diffidently asked,
"And were it not too presumptive, might I ask if your saintship knows the blessed Oswald?"
"Not I."
"Nor yet the holy Sewell de Montaigne?" he queried with a sigh, "once head of these halls and cells?"
"Never heard of him in my life."
"Nor yet of Grindal, or Gerard of Bayeux, or the saintly Anselm, my predecessor in that chair you fill?" groaned the jolly confessor.
"I tell you, priest, I know none of them. Never heard their names or aught of them till now."
"Alas, alas," quoth the monk, "that if none of these have won to heaven, if none of these are known to thee so newly thence, there can be but small hope for me."
And his fat round chin sank upon his ample chest, and he heaved a sigh that set the candles all a-flickering half-way down the table. "Why, priest, what art thou talking of? Paradise and long-dead saints? 'Twas of the Saxons, Harold Saxons, my jolly comrades and allies in arms when last in life I spoke."
"Ho, ho, was that so? Why, I thought thou wert talking of things celestial all this while, though in truth thy speech sorted astounding ill with all I had heard before."
"I think, father," I responded, "there is more burnt sack under thy ample girdle than wit beneath thy cowl. But never mind, we will not quarrel. Sit down, fill yon tankard, for dryness will not, I fancy, improve thy eloquence, and tell me soberly something of this nap of mine."
"Ah, but, sir, I was never very good at such studious work," the monk replied,
seating himself with uneasy obedience.
"If I might but fetch in our clerk, though in truth I cannot imagine why and whither he has gone. He is one who has by heart the things thou wouldst know."
"Stir a foot, priest," I said, with feigned anger,
"and thou art but a dead abbot.
Tell me so much as your muddled brain can recall. Now, when I supped here before, that yellow-skinned Norman, William, sat upon the English throne."
"Saints in paradise! What, he who routed Harold and founded yonder Abbey of Battle? Impossible!"
What, dost thou bandy thy impossible with me? Slave, if thou cast again but one atom of doubt, one single iota of thy heretic criticism here, thou shalt go thyself to perdition, and seek Sewell de Montaigne and Gerard of Bayeux. And I lay my hand upon my crook.
Misericordia, misericordia, stammered the Abbot. I meant no ill whatever, but the extent of thy holiness's astounding abstinence overwhelmed me.
Why, then to your story. But I am foolish to ask. You cannot, you dare not tell me again that lie of thy acolyte, that 300 years have passed since then. Look up, say 'twas false, and that single word shall unburden here, and I struck my breast, a soul of a load of dread and fear heavier than ever was lifted by priestly absolution before. But still he hung his face, and I heard him mutter that 50 white-boned abbots lay in the cloisters heel to head, and the first one was a kinsman of William's, and the last one was his own predecessor. Then if thou darest not answer this question, who reigns above us now? Has the Norman star set, as I once hoped it might, behind the red cloud of rebellion, or does it still shine to the shame of all Saxons?
Sir Saint,
answered the monk, with a little touch of the courage and pride of his race gleaming for a moment through his drunken humility,
rebellion never scared the Norman power, so much I know for certain, and Saxon and Norman are one by the grace of God, linked in brotherhood under the noble Edward. Expurgate thy divergences, erase invaders and invaded from thy memory, and drink as I drink, if indeed all this be news to thee, for the first time to England and to English.
Was harl, Sir Monk, England and the English?
Drink harl, good saint,
he answered, and giving me the right acceptance of my flagon challenge.
And I do hereby receive thee most paternally into the national fold. Nevertheless, thou art the most perplexing martyr that ever honoured this holy fane.
And he raised the great silver cup to his lips and took a mighty pull. Then he gazed reflectively for a moment into the capacious measure, as though the pageantry of history were passing across the shining bottom in fantastic sequence, and looked up and said,
Most wonderful, most wonderful. Why, then, you know nothing of William the Red?
The William I knew was red enough in the hands.
Ah, but this other one who followed him was red on the head as well, and an Anselm was archbishop while he reigned.
Well, and who came next in thy preposterous tale?
Henry Plantagenet, unless all this sack confuses my memory. I have told thee, good saint, I am better at mass and breviar than at missals and scroll.
And better, no doubt, than either at thy cellar score-book, priest. But what befell your Henry?
Frankly, I am not very certain, but he died eventually.
'Tis the want of kings no less than of lesser folk. Pass me yon bread platter and fill thy flagon. So much history, I see, makes thee husky and sad.
Well, then came Stephen de Blois, the son of Adeliza, who was daughter to the Conqueror.
Forsworn priest! I exclaimed at that familiar name, leaping to my feet and swinging the great gold flail into the air. That is a falser lie than any yet. The noble Adeliza was trothed to Harold and had no children. Unsay it, or... And here the crook poised ominously over the shrieking abbot's head.
I lied,
yelled the monk, cowering under the swing of my weapon like a partridge beneath a falcon's circlings. And then, as the crook was thrown down on the table again, he added,
"'Twas Adela, I meant. But what it should matter to thee whether it were Adeliza or Adela passes my comprehension."
And the monk smoothed out his ruffled feathers. "Proceed. It is not for thee to question. Wrought Stephen anything more notable to thy mind than Henry?"
"Well, sir, I recall, now thou puttest me to it, that he laid rough hands upon the sacred persons of our bishops once or twice, yet he was much indebted to them. Didst ever draw sword in a good quarrel, Sir Saint?"
"Didst ever put thy fingers into a venison pasty, Sir Priest? Because if thou hast, as often and oftener have I done according to thy supposition."
"Why, then, I wonder you lay still upon yonder white marble slab, while all the northern bishops were up in arms for Stephen, and on bloody Northallerton Moor broke the power of the cruel Northmen for ever. That day, sir, the sacred flags of St. Cuthbert of Durham, St. Peter of York, St. John of Beverley, St. Wilfrid of Ripon, not to mention the holy Thurston's ruddy pennon, led the van of battle. 'Tis all set out in a pretty scroll that we have over the priory fireplace. Else, as you will doubtless guess, I had never remembered so much of detail.
Anyhow, it is well recalled. Who came next?
Another Henry, and he made the saintly Thomas Becket Archbishop in the year of grace 1162, and afterwards the holy prelate was gathered to bliss.
Thy history is mostly exits and entries, but perhaps it is none the less accurate for all that. And now thou wilt say this Henry was no more lasting than his kinsman. He too died.
Completely and wholly, sir, so that the burly Richard Coeur de Lion reigned in his stead, and then came John, who was at best but a wayward vassal of St. Peter's chair.
Down with him, jolly abbot, and mount another on the shaky throne of thy fantastic narrative. I am weary of the succession already, and since we have come so far away from where I thought we were, I care for no great niceties of detail. Put thy sovereigns to the amble, make them trot across the stage of thy hazy recollection, or thou wilt be asleep before thou canst stall and stable half of them.
Well, then a Henry came, after John, and an Edward followed him, then another of the name, then a third, that noble Edward in whose sway the realm now is, and in whom, save some certain exactions of rent and taxes, Mother Church perceives a glorious and warlike son. But it is a long muster roll from the time of thy Norman monarch to this year of grace, 1346.
A long roll, I muttered to myself, turning away from my empty plate. Horrible, immense, and vast. Good Lord, what shadows are these men who come and go like this? Wonderful and dreadful that all those tinselled puppets of history, those throbbing epitomes of passion and godlike hopes, should have budded and decayed and passed out into the void, finding only their being, to my mind, in the shallow vehicle of this base churchman's wine-vault's breath. Dreadful, quaint, abominable, to think that all these flickering human things have paced across the sunny white screen of life, like the coloured fantasies yonder stained windows threw upon my sleeping eyes, and yet I only but wake, hungry and empty, unchanged, unmindful, careless. "Priest," I said aloud, so sudden and fiercely that the monk leapt to his feet with a startled cry from the drunken sleep into which he had fallen. "Priest, dost fear the fires of thy purgatory?"
Ah, glorious miracle! But surely thou wouldst not—
Why then, answer me truly, swear by that great crucified form there shining in the taper light above thy throne, swear by him to whom thou nightly offerest the hyssop incense of thy beastly excesses. Swear, I say.
I do,
exclaimed St. Olaf's priest in extravagant terror, as I towered before him with all my old Phrygian fire, emphasised by the sanctity of my extraordinary repute.
I swear,
he said, but seeing me hesitate, he added,
What wouldst thou of thy poor, unworthy servant?
'Twas not so easy to answer him, and I hung my head for a moment, then said, When I died, in the Norman time thou rememberest, there was a woman here, and 2 sunny little ones, blue in the eyes and comely to look upon. There, shut thy stupid mouth and look not so astounded. I tell thee they were here, in St. Olaf's hall, here, at this very high table between me and St. Olaf's abbot. 3 tender flowers, old man, set in the black framing of 100 of thy corded, wondering brotherhood. Now, tell me the very simple truth. Is there such a woman here, tall and fair and melancholy gracious? Are there such babes in thy cloisters or cells?
It is against the canons of our order.
A malison on thee and thy order! Is there then no effigy in yon chancel, no tablet, no record of her? I mean of that noble lady and those comely little ones.
I know of none, Sir Saint.
Think again. She was a franklin, she had wide lands. She reverenced thy church, and in her grief, being woman, she would turn devout. Surely she built some shrine, or made thee a portico, or blazoned a window to shame rough fate with the evidence of her gentleness.
There is none such in St. Olaf's. But now thou speakest of shrines, I do remember one some hours' ride from here, unroofed and rotten, but nevertheless such as you suggest, and in it there is a cenotaph, and a woman laid out straight. She is cracked across the middle and mossy, and there be two small kneeling figures by her head, but I never looked nicely to determine whether they were blessed cherubim or but common children. The shepherds who keep their flocks there and shelter from the showers under the crumbling walls call the place Voewood."
"Enough, priest," I said, as I paced hither and thither across the hall in gloomy grief. And then, taking my hasty resolution, I turned to him sternly. "Make what capital thou list of to-night's adventure, but remember, the next time thou seest a saint, may Heaven pity thee if thou art not in better sort. Turn thy face to the wall." The frightened abbot obeyed. I shed in a white heap upon the floor my saintly vestments, my mitre and crook upon top, and then, stepping lightly down the hall, mounted upon a bench, unfastened and threw open a lattice, and placing my foot upon the sill, sprang out into the night and open world again. I walked and ran until the day came, southwards constantly, now and again asking my way of an astonished hind, but for the most part guided by some strange instinct, and before the following noon I was at my old Saxon homestead. But could it be Voewood? Not a vestige of a house anywhere in that wide grassy glade where Voewood stood, not a sign of life, not a sound to break the stillness. Near by there ran a little brook, and against it, just as the monk had said, were the four grey walls of a lonely roofless shrine. Over the shrine, on the very spot where Voewood stood, alas, alas, was a long grassy knoll crowned with hawthorns and little flowers shining in the sunlight. I went into the ruined chapel, and there, stained and lichened and broken in the thorny embrace of the brambles, lay the marble figure of my sweet Saxon wife, and by the pillow, green velveted with the tapestry of nature, knelt her little ones on either side. I dropped upon my knee and buried my face in her crumbling bosom and wept. What mattered the eclipse, while I slept, of all those kingly planets that had shone in the English firmament compared to the setting of this one white star of mine? I rushed outside to the mound that hid the forgotten foundations of my home, and, as the passion swept up and engulfed my heart, I buried my head in my arms and hurled myself upon the ground, and cursed that tender green moss that should have been so hard, cursed that golden English sunlight that suited so ill with my sorrows, and cursed again and again in my bitterness those lying blossoms overhead that showered down their petals on me, saying it was spring when it was the blackest winter of desolation, the night time of my disappointment. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I am not of a nature to be long overwhelmed. All that night and far into next day I lay upon Voewood, alternately sleeping and bewailing the chance which tossed me to and fro upon the restless ocean of time, and then I arose. I threw my arms round each in turn of those dear callous ones in the chapel, and pushed back the brambles from them, and wept a little, and told myself the pleasure store of life was now surely spent to the very last coin. Then, with a mighty effort, tore myself away. Again and again, while the smooth swell of the grassy mound under which the foundations of the long-destroyed Saxon homestead, with the little chapel by the rivulet, were in sight, I turned and turned, loath and sad. But no sooner had the leafy screen hid them than I set off and ran whither I knew not, nor cared. Indeed, I was so terribly drawn by that spot,
so close in the meshes of its association, so thralled by the presence of the dust of all I had had to lose or live for, that I feared, if the best haste were not made, I should neither haste nor fly from that terribly sweet hillock of lamentations for ever. What could it matter where my wandering feet were turned? All the world was void and vapid, east and west alike indifferent to one so homeless. And thus I stalked on through glades and coppices for hours and days, with my chin upon my chest, and feeling marvellously cheap and lonely. But enough of this. Never yet did I crave sympathy of any man. Why should I seem to seek it of you, sceptical and remote? There were those who appeared at that time to take compassion on me unasked, and I remember the countrywomen at whose cottage doors I hesitated a moment, yearning with pent-up affection over their curly-headed little ones. Added to the draught of water I begged, such food as their slender stores provided. One of these gave me a solid green forester's cape and jerkin, another put shoes of leather upon my feet, and a third robbed her husband's pegs to find me headwear. And so, through the gifts of their unspoken goodwill, I came by degrees into the raiment of the time. But nothing seemed to hide the inexpressible strangeness I began to carry about with me. No sorry apparel, no woodman's cap drawn over my brows, no rustic clogs upon my wandering feet masked me for a moment from the awe and wonder of these good English people. None of them dared to ask me a question, how I came or where I went, but everywhere it was the same. They had but to look upon me, and up they rose, and in silence, and drawn involuntarily by that stern history of mine they knew naught of, they ministered to me according to their means. The women dropped their courtesies, and, unasked, unasking, fed the grim and ragged stranger from their cleanest platter. The men stood by and uncapped them to my threadbare russet, and whole groups would watch spellbound upon the village mounds as I paced moodily away. In course of time my grief began to mend, so that it was presently possible to take a calmer view of the situation, and to bend my thoughts upon what it were best to do next. Though I love the greenwood, and am never so happy as when solitary, yet my nature was not made, alas, for sylvan idleness. I felt I had the greatest admiration and brotherhood with those who are recluse, and shun the noisy struggles of the world. Yet, had I always been a leader of men, I now remembered, as all the pages of my past history came one by one before me, and I meditated upon them day and night. No, I was not made to walk these woods alone, and, if another argument were wanting, it were found in the fact that I was here exposed to every weather, hungry and shelterless. I could not be for ever begging from door to door, eternally throwing my awe-inspiring shadow across the lintels of these gentle-mannered woodland folk, and my tastes, though never gluttonous, rebelled most strongly against the perpetual dietary of herbs and roots and limpid brooks. Reflecting on these things one day, as I lay friendless and ragged in the knotty elbow of a great oak's earth-bare roots, after some weeks of homeless wandering, I fell asleep and dreamed all the fair shining landscape were a tented field, and all the rustling rushes down by the neighbouring streamlet's banks were the serried spears of a great concourse of soldiers defiling by, the sparkle of the sunlight on the ripples seeming like the play of rays upon their many warlike trappings, the yellow flags and water-flowers making no poor likeness of dancing banners and bannerets. 'Twas a simple dream, such as came of an empty stomach and a full head, yet somehow I woke from that sleep with more of my old pulse of pleasure and life beating in my veins than had been there for a long time, and with the wish for another spell of bright existence, spent in the merry soldier mood that suited me so well, came the means to attain it. In the first stage of these wanderings, while still fresh from the cloister shrine, I had paid but the very smallest heed to my attire and its details. I was clad in clean, sufficient wraps, so much was certain, with a linen belt about me, and sandals upon my feet. Yet even this was really more than I noticed with any closeness. But as I ran and walked, and my flesh grew hot and nervous with the fever of my sorrow, a constant chafing of my feet and hands annoyed me. I had stopped by a woodside river bank, and there discovered with wrathful irritation that upon my bare apostolic toes and upon my sanctified thumbs, those soldier thumbs still flat and strong with years of pressing sword hilts and bridle reins, there were glistening in holy splendour such a set of gorgeous gems as had rarely been taken for a scramble through the woods before. There were beryls and sapphires and pearls, and ruddy great rubies from the caftans of Paynim chiefs, slain by long-dead crusaders, and onyx and emerald from Cyprus and the remotest east, set in rude red gold by the rough artificers of rearward ages, and all these put upon me, no doubt, after the manner in which, at that time, credulous piety was wont to bedeck the shrine and images of saints and martyrs. I was indeed at that moment the wealthiest beggar who ever sat forlorn and friendless on a grassy lode. But what was all this glistening store to me, desolate and remorseful, with but one remembrance in my heart, with but one pitiful sight before my eyes? I pulled the shining gems angrily from my swollen fingers and toes, and hurled them one by one, those princely toys, into the muddy margin of the stream, and there, in that rude setting, a blazing, red and green and white and hot and cool, with their wonderful scintillations, they mocked me as I sat there with my chin in my palms, and twinkled and shone among the sludge and scum so merrily to the flickering sunshine, that presently I laughed a little at those cheerful trinkets that could shine so bravely in the contumacy of chance. And after a time I picked up one and rinsed it, and held it out in the sunshine, and found it very fair, so fair indeed that a glimmer of listless avarice was kindled within me, and later on I broke a hawthorn spray, and groped among the sedge and mire, and hooked out thus, in better mood, the greater part of my strange inheritance. Then here I was, upon this other bank, waking up after my dream, and, turning over the better to watch the fair landscape stretching below, my waistcloth came unbound, and out upon the sand, amid the oak roots, rolled those ambient glistening rings again. At first I was surprised to see such jewels in such a place, staring in dull wonderment while I strove to imagine whence they came, but soon I remembered piece by piece their adventure as has been told to you, and now, with the warm blood in my veins again, I did not throw them by, but lay back against the oak and chuckled to myself as my ambitious heart fluttered with pleasure under my draughty rags, and crossed my legs, and weighed upon my fingertips, and inventoried and valued all in the old merchant spirit those friendly treasures. How unchanging are the passions of humanity! I tossed those radiant playthings up in the sunlight and caught them. I counted and recounted them. I tore shreds from my clothing and cleaned and polished each in turn. I started up angry and suspicious as a kite's wheeling shadow fell athwart my hoard. Forgotten was hunger and houselessness. I no longer mourned so keenly the emptiness of the world or the brevity of friendships. I, to whom these treasures should have been so light, overlooked nearly all my griefs in them, and was as happy for the moment in this unexpected richness as a child. And then, after an hour or so of cheerful avarice, I sat up, sage and reflective, and, having swathed and wrapped my store safely next my heart, I must needs climb the first grassy knoll showing above the woodlands, and search the horizon for some place wherein a beginning might be made of spending it. Nothing was to be seen thence but a goodly valley spread out at a distance, and there my steps were turned, for men, like streams, ever converge upon the lowlands. Now that I had the heart to fall into beaten tracks, coming out of the sheltering thicket byways for the first time since quitting the mounds over the ashes of Voewood, I observed more of the new people and times among whom fate had thus thrown me. And truly it was a very strange meeting with these folk, who were they whom I had known when last I walked these woods, and yet were not. I would stare at them in perplexity, marvelling at the wondrous blend of nations I saw in face and hair and eyes. Their very clothes were novel to me and unaccountable, while their speech seemed now the oldest union of many tongues, all foreign, yet upon these English lips most truly native, and wondrous to listen to. I would pass a sturdy yokel leading out his teams to ploughing, and when I spoke to him it made my ears tingle to hear how antique Roman went hand in hand with ancient British, and good Norman was linked upon his lips with better Saxon. That polyglot youth, knowing no tongue but one, was most scholarly in his ignorance. To him 'twas English that he spoke, but to me, who had lived through the making of that noble speech, who knew each separate individual quantity that made that admirable whole, his jargon was most wonderful. Nor was I yet fully reconciled to the unity of these new people and their mutual kinsmanship. I could not remember all feuds were ended. When down the path would come a more than usually dusky wayfarer, a trooper perhaps with leather jerkin, shield on back and sword by side, I would note his swart complexion and dark black hair, and then 'twas, "Oh ho, a Norman villain straying from his band," and back I would step among the shadows and, gripping the staff that was my only weapon, scowl upon him while he whistled by, half mindful in my forgetfulness to help the Saxon cause by rapping the fellow over his head. On the other hand, if one chanced upon me who had the flaxen hair and pleasant eyes of those who once were called my comrades, if he wore the rustic waistless smock, as many still did, of hind or churl, why then, I was mighty glad to see that Saxon, and crossed over friendly to his pathway, bespeaking him in the pure tongue of his forefathers, asked him of garth and homestead, and how fared his Thane and Heratoga, all of which, it grieved me afterwards to notice, perplexed him greatly. Not only in these ways was there much for me to learn, but, with speech and fashions, modes and means of life had changed. At one time I met a strange piebald creature, all tags and tassels, white and red, with 100 little bells upon him, a cap with peaks hanging down like asses' ears, and a staff with more bells tucked away under his arm. He was plodding along dejected, so I called to him civilly, "Why, friend, who are you?" "I'm a fool, sir." "Never mind," I replied cheerfully, "there is the less likelihood of your ever treading this earth companionless." "Why, that is true enough," he said, "for it was too much wisdom that sent me thus solitary afield," and he went on to tell me how he had been ejected that morning from a neighbouring castle. "I had belauded and admired my master for years. Therein I had many friends, yet was a fool. Yesterday we quarrelled about some trifle. I called him beast and tyrant, and therein, being just and truthful, I lost my place and comrades over the first wise thing I said for years. It is a most sorry, disorderly world." The Phoenician must have failed to recognise in the new finery of the time the latest representative of a brotherhood that had long existed. This strange individual, it seemed, lived by folly, and though I had often noticed that wit was not a fat profession, I could not help regarding him with wonder. He was, under his veneer of shallowness, a most gentle and observant jester. Long study in the arts of pleasing had given him a very delicate discrimination of moods and men. He could fit a merriment to the capacity of any man's mind with extraordinary acumen. He had stores of ill-assorted learning in the empty galleries of his head, and wherewithal a kindly gentle heart, a whimsical companionship for sad-eyed humanity, which made him haste to laugh at everything through fear of crying over it. We were companions before we had gone a mile, and many were the things I learnt of him. When our way parted, I pressed one of my rings into his hand. "Goodbye, fool," I said. "Goodbye, friend," he called. "You are the first wise man with whom I ever felt akin." And indeed, as his poor buffoon's coat went shining up the path, I felt bereft and lonely again for a spell. Then I found another craftsman of this curious time. A little way further on, near by to a lordly house standing in wide stretches of meadow and park lands, a most plaintive sound came from a thicket lying open to the sun. Such a dismal moaning enlisted my compassion, For here, I thought, is some luckless wight, just dying, or, at least, in bitterest extremity of sorrow. So I approached, stepping lightly round the blossoming thicket, peering this way and that, and now down on my hands and knees to look under the bushes, and now on tiptoe, craning my neck that I might see over, and so, presently, I found the source of the sighs and moans. It was a young man of most dainty proportions, with soft, fine-combed hair upon his pretty sloping shoulders, his sleeves so long they trailed upon the moss, his shoes laced with golden threads and toed and tasselled in monstrous fashion. A most delicate perfume came from him. His clothes were greener than grass in springtime, turned back and puffed with damask. In his hand he had a scroll whereon now and again he looked and groaned in most plaintive sort. "Why, man," I asked, "what ails you? Why that dreadful moaning? What are you, and what is yon scroll?" So absorbed was he, however, it was only when I had walked all round him to spy the wound, if it might be, that he suffered from, and finally stood directly in his sunshine, repeating the question, that he looked up. "Interrupter of inspiration, hast thou asked what I am and what this is?" "Yes, and more than once." "Fie, not to see? I am a minstrel, a bard. My lord's favourite poet up at yonder castle, and this is an ode to his mistress's eyebrows. I was in travail of a rhyme when thy black shadow fell upon the page." "Give me the leaf. Why, it is the sickliest stuff that ever did dishonour to virgin paper. There, take it back," I said, angry to find so many fools abroad, "and listen to me. You may be a poet, for I have no experience of them, but as I am a man thou art not a bard. You a bard? You, the likeness and descendant of Howell ap Griffith and 100 other Saxon gleemen? You, one of the guild of Griffith ap Conan? You, a scop or a skald? Why, boy, they could write better stuff than thou canst, though they had been drunk for half a day. You, a stirrer of passions? You, a minstrel? You, a tightener of the strong sinews of warrior hearts? Fie! For shame upon your silly trivial sonnets, your party-coloured suits and sweet insipid vapourings. Out, I say, get home to thy lady's footstool, or, by Thor and Odin, I will give thee a beating out of pure respect for noble rhyming." The poet did not wait to argue. I was angry and rough, and the rudest clad champion that ever swung a flail in the cause of the Muses. So he took to his heels, and as I watched that pretty butterfly aiming across the sunny meadows for his master's portals, and stopping not for hedge or ditch, "By Hoth," I said, laughing scornfully, "we might have been friends if he could but have writ as well as he can run." Then I went on again, and had not gone far when down the road there came ambling on a mule a crafty-looking churchman, with big wallets hanging at his saddle-bows, a portentous rosary round his neck, and bare unwashed feet hanging stirrupless by his palfrey's side. "Now here's another tradesman," I muttered to myself, "of this most perplexing age. Heaven grant his wares are superior to the last ones. Good morning, father." "Good morning, son. Art going into the town to take up arms for Christ and his servant Edward?" "Yes," I answered. "I'm bound to the town, but I've not yet chosen a master." "Then you are all the more sure to go to the fighting, for everyone just now who has no other calling is apprentice to arms." "It will not be the first time I have taken that honourable indenture." "No, I guess not," said the shrewd friar, eyeing me under his penthouse eyebrows, "for thou art a stout and wiry-looking fellow, and may I never read anything better than my breviary again if I cannot construe in your face a good and varied knowledge of camps and cities. But there was something else I had to say to you." Here comes the point of the narrative, I thought to myself. "Now, so trim a soldier as you, and one wherewithal so reflective, would surely not willingly go where hostile swords are waving and cruel French spears are thicker than yonder tall-bladed grass, unshriven, with all thy sins upon thy back. Why then, monk, I must stay at home. Is that what you would say?" "Nay, not at all. There is a middle way, but soft. Hast any money with thee?" "Enough to get a loaf of bread and a cup of ale." "Oh," said the secret pardoner, for his calling was then under ban and fine, a little disappointedly.
"That is something small, but yet, nevertheless," he muttered, partly to himself. "These are poor times, and when all plump partridges are abroad, Mother Church's falcons must necessarily fly at smaller game. Look here, good youth. Forgo thy mortal appetites, defer thy bread and ale, and for that money saved thereby I will sell thee one of these priceless parchments here in my wallet. Scrolls, young man, hot from the holy footstool of our blessed Father in Rome, and carrying complete unction and absolution to the soul of their possessor. Think, youth, is not eternal redemption worth a cup of muddy ale? Fie to hesitate. Line thy bosom with this blessed scroll, and go to war cleaner hearted than a newborn babe. There, I will not be exacting. For one of those silver groats I fancy I see tied in thy girdle, I will give thee absolute admittance into the blessed company of saints and martyrs. I tell thee, man, for half a zecchin I will make thee comrade of Christ, and endow thee with eternity. Is it a bargain?"
Silent and disdainful, I, who had seen a dozen hierarchies rise and set in the various peopled skies of the world, took the parchment from him and turned away and read it. It was, as he said, more shame on human intellect, a full pardon of the possessor's sins, wrote out in bad Norman Latin, and bearing the sign and benediction of St. Peter's chair. I read it from top to bottom, then twisted its red tapes around it again, and threw it back to that purveyor of absolutions. Yes, and I turned upon that reverend traveller and scorned and scouted him and his contemptible baggage. I told him I had met two sad fools since noon, but he was worse than either. I scoffed him, just as my bitter mood suggested, until I had spent both breath and invention, then turned contemptuous and left him at bay, mumbling inarticulate maledictions upon my biting tongue. No more of these shallow panderers fell into my path to vex and irritate me, and before the white evening star was shining through the brilliant tapestry of the sunset over the meadowlands in the west, I had drawn near to and entered the strong, shadowy, moated walls of my first English city.
End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I took lodgings that evening with some rough soldiers who kept guard over the town gate, and slept as soundly by their watchfire as though my country clothes were purple, and a stony bench in an angle of the walls were a princely couch. But when the morning came, I determined to better my condition. With this object in view, one of the smallest of my rings was selected, and, with this conveniently hidden, I went down into the town to search for a jeweller's. A strange town indeed it struck me as being. Narrow and many were the streets, and paved with stones, timber and plaster jutting out overhead so as to lessen the fair free sky to a narrow strip, and greatly to compress my country spirit. At every lattice window, so amply provided with glass as I had never known before, they were hanging out linen at that early hour to air, and the prentice lads came yawning and stretching to their masters' shutter booths, and every now and then, down the quaint streets of that curious city which had sprung, peopled with a new race, from the earth during the long night of my sleep, there rumbled a country tumbril loaded with rustic things, whereat the women came out to chaffer and buy of the smocked cartsmen who spoke the glib English so novel to my ear, and laughed and gossiped with them. The early ware I noticed in his cart was still damp and sparkling with the morning dew, so close upon the dawn had he come in, and there in the town where the deep street shadows still lay undisturbed, now and then a Jew, still ashamed, it seemed, to meet any of those sleepy Christian eyes, would steal by to an early bargain, wrapped to his chin in his gabardine. I knew that garment 1,000 years ago, and fearfully slinking in that intolerant time from house to house and shadow to shadow. Now and then, as I sauntered along in a city of novelties,
a couple of revellers in extraordinary various clothes, their toes longer than their sleeves, their velvet caps quaintly peaked, and slashed doublets showing gay vests below, came reeling and singing up the back ways, making the half-waked dogs, dozing in the gutters, snarl and snap at them, and disturbing the morning meal of the crows rooting in the litter heaps. As the sun came up, and the fresh white light of that fair Plantagenet morning crept down the faces of the eastward walls, the city woke to its daily business. A page came tripping over the cobbles with a message in his belt. The good wives were astir in all the houses, and the prentices fell to work manfully on booth and bars, as merchant and mendicant, early gallant and basketed maid, began the day in earnest. All these things I saw from under the broad rim of my rustic hat, my ragged sorrel green cloak thrown over my shoulder and across my face, and, so disguised, silent, observant, now recognising something of that yesterday that was so long ago, and anon sad and dubious, I went on until I found what I sought for, and came into a smooth, broad street where the jewellers had their stalls. I chose one of those who seemed in a fair way of business, and entered. " Are you the master here ?" I asked of a grey-bearded merchant who was searching for the spectacles he had put away overnight. "
My neighbours say so,"
he answered gruffly. " Then I would trade with you." Whereon, having found and adjusted his great horn glasses, he eyed me superciliously from head to foot, then said in a tone of derision, "
As you wish, friend countryman. But will you trade in pearl and sapphire, or diamond pins and brooches, perhaps? Or is it only for broken victuals of my last night's supper?"
" Keep thy victuals for thy lean and hungry lads. I will trade with you in pearl and sapphire." And thereon from under my mouldy rags I brought a lordly ring that danced and sparkled in the clear sunlight stealing through the mullioned windows of his booth, and threw quivering rainbow hues upon the white walls of the little den, dazzling the blinking, delighted old man in front of me. " How much for that ?" I asked, throwing it down in front of him. It was a better gem than he had seen for many a day, and having turned it over, loving and wistful, he whispered to me, for he thought I had surely stolen it, 1/16 of its value. Thereon I laughed at him, and threw down my cap and took the ring, and gave him such a lecture on gems and jewels, all out of my old Phrygian merchant knowledge, so praised and belauded the shine and water of each single shining point in that golden circlet, that presently I had sold it to him for near its value. Then I bought a leather wallet and put the money in, and traded again lower down the street with another ring, and then again at good prices, for competition was close among these goldsmiths, and none liked me to sell the beautiful things I showed them one by one to their rivals. I sold 2 more. " Surely, surely, good youth," questioned one merchant to me, " these trinkets were made for some Master Abbot's thumb, or some blessed saint." " And surely again, my friend," I answered, " you have just seen them drawn from a layman's finger." " Well, well," he said, " I will give you your price." And then, as he turned away to pack them, he muttered to himself, " A stout cudgel seems a good profession nowadays. If it were not through fear yon Flemish rascal over the road might take the gem, I at least would never deal with such an obvious footpad." By this time I was rich, and my wallet purse hung low and heavy at my girdle, so away I went to where some tailors lived and accosted the best of them. Here the cross-legged sewers, who sat on the sill among shreds of 100-coloured stuffs, and the bent white-fingered embroiderers, stopped their work and gaped to hear the ragged way-worn loafer, whose broad shadow darkened their doorway, ask for silks and satins, ypres and velvet. One youthful churl, under the master's eyes, unbonneted, and in mock civility asked me whether I would have my surtout of crimson or silver, whether my jupons should be strung with seedling pearls, or just plain sewn with golden thread and lace. He said, that harmless scoffer, he knew a fine pattern a noble lord had lately worn of miniver and silver, which would very neatly suit me. But I, disdainful, not putting my hand to my loaded pouch as another might have done, only let the ragged homespun fall from across my face, and taking the cap from my raven hair and grim weather-beaten face, turned upon them. The laughter died away in that little den as I did so. The embroiderer's needle stuck half-way through its golden fabric. The workers stared upon me open-mouthed. The cutter's shears shut with a snap upon the rustling webs, and then forgot to open, while prentice lads stood, all with yard wands in their hand, most strangely spellbound by my presence. The conquest was complete without a word, and no one moved, until presently down shuffled the master tailor from his dusky corner, and, waving back his foolish boys, bowed low with sudden reverence as he asked, with many epithets of respect, in how he might serve me. ' Thanks,' I said, ' my friend. What I need is only this, that you should express upon me some of these tardy but courteous commendations, translate me from these rags to the livery of gentility, express in good stuffs upon me some of that nobility your quick perception has now discovered. In brief, suit me at once as a not too fantastic knight of your time is clad, and have no doubt about my paying.' Whereupon I quickened his willingness by a sight of my broad pieces. Well, they had just such vests and tunics and hose as I needed, and these, according to the fashion, being laced behind and drawn in at the middle by a loose sword belt, fitted me without special making. My vest was of the finest doeskin, scalloped round the edge, bound with golden tissue, and worked all up the front with the same in leaves and flowers. My hose were as green as rushes, and my shoes pointed and upturned half-way to my knees. On my shoulders hung a loose cloak of green velvet of the same hue as my hose, lined and puffed with the finest grass-green satin that ever came in merchant bales from overseas. Over my right arm it was held by a golden emerald brooch, a morse, that worthy clothier termed it, bigger than my palm, and this tunic hung to my small laced middle. My maunch sleeves were lined by ermine, and hung to my ankles a yard and more in length. On my head my cap again was all of ermine and velvet, bound with strings of seed pearls. That same kindly hosier got me a pretty playtime dagger of gold and sapphire for my hip, and green satin gloves, sewn thick upon the back with golden threads. This, he said, was a fair and knightly vestment, such as became a goodly soldier when he did not wear his harness, but with naught about it of the courtly sumptuousness which so hard and warlike seeming a lord as I no doubt despised. From hence I went by many a cobble pavement to where the noisy sound of hammers and anvils filled the narrow streets, and mighty busy I discovered the armour-smiths. There was such a riveting and hammering, such a fitting and filing and brazing going on, that it seemed as though every man in the town were about to don steel and leather. There were long-legged pages in garb of rainbow hue hurrying about with orders to the armourers, or carrying home their masters' finished helms or warlike gear. There were squires and men-at-arms idly watching at the forge doors the pulsing hammers weld rivets and chains, and ever and anon a man-at-arms would come pushing through these groups with sheaves of broken arrows to be ground, or an armful of pikes to be rehandled, casting them down upon the cumbered floor. Or perhaps it was a squire come along the way, leading over the cobbles a stately war-horse to the shoeing. In truth, it was a sight to please a soldier's eyes, and right pleasant was it to me to hear the proud neighing of the chargers, the laughing and the talk, the busy whir of grindstone on sword and axes, the clangour of the hammers as hot white spearheads went to the noisy anvil, while forges beat in unison to the singing of the smiths. Ah, and I walked slowly down those streets, wondering and watching with vast pleasure in the busy scene, though every now and then it came over me how solitary I was, I, the one impassive in this turmoil, to whom the very stake they prepared to fight for was unknown. A little way off were the booths where stores of Milan armour was for sale. To them I went, and was shown piles and stacks of harness such as never man saw before, all of steel and golden inlay, covering every point of a warrior, and so rich and cumbersome that it was only with great hesitation I submitted my free Phrygian limbs to a steel casemating. But I was a gentleman now, whereof to witness came my gorgeous apparel, backing the grim authority of my face, and the bargaining was easy enough. Skogula and Mista! But those swart, olive-skinned, hook-nosed Jewish apprentices screwed me up and braced me down into that suit of Milan steel until I could scarcely breathe, their black-eyed master all the time belauding the sit and comfort of it. " Gad, sir," quoth he, " many's the hauberk I've seen laced on knightly shoulders, but by the mail from the back of the Gittite who fell in Shoko, I never saw a coat of lynx sit closer or truer than that." And then again, " There's a gorget for you, sir. Why, if Ahab had but possessed such a one, as I am a miserable poor merchant and your valour's very humble servant, even the blessed arrows of Israel would have glanced off harmlessly from his ungodly body." And the cunning, sanctimonious old Jew went fawning and smiling round, while his helpers pent me up in my glittering hide until I was steel and gold inlay from heel to heel. By Abraham, noble sir, those greaves become your legs. Pull them in a little more at the ankles, Isaac. And here's a tabard, sir, of crimson velvet and emblazoned borderings a prince might gladly wear. Then they put a helm upon me with a visor and beaver, through which I frowned, as ill at ease as a young goshawk with his first hood, and girded me with a broad belt chosen from many, and a good English broadsword, the dagger Misericordia at my hip, and knightly spurs. They gave me that rank without question, upon my heels, so that I was completely armed at last, after the fantastic style of the time, and fit to take my place again in the red ranks of my old profession. I will not weary you with many details of the process whereby I adapted myself to the times. From that armourer's shop I went, leaving my mail to be a little altered, to a hostelry in the centre square of the town, and there I fed and rested. There, too, I chose a long-legged squire from among those who hung about every street corner, and he turned out a most accomplished knave. I never knew a villain who could lie so sweetly in his master's service as that parti-coloured curly-headed henchman. He fetched my armour back the next day, cheating the armourer at one end of the errand and me at the other. He got me a charger, filling the grey-stoned yard with capering palfreys that I might make my choice, and over the price of my selection he cozened the dealers and hoodwinked me. He was the most accomplished youth in his station that ever thrust a vagrom leg into green and canary tights, or put a cock's feather into a borrowed cap. He would sit among the wallflowers on the inn-yard wall and pipe French ditties till every lattice window round had its idle sewing-maid. He would swear out in the market-place when he lost at dice or skittles, until the bronze troopers looking on blushed under their tawny hides at his supreme expletives. There was not such a lad within the town walls for strut, for brag or bully, yet when he came in to render the service due to me, he ministered like a soft white-fingered damsel. He combed my long black hair, anointing it and washing it with wondrous scents, whereof he sold me phials at usurious interest. He whispered into my sullen, unnoticing ear a constant stream of limpid, sparkling scandal. He cleaned my armour till it shone like a brook in Maytime, and stole my golden lace and a dozen of the sterling links from my dagger chain. He knew the wittiest, most delicately licentious songs that ever were writ by a minstrel, and he could cook such dishes as might have made a dying anchorite sit up and feast. Strange, incomprehensible, that wayward youth went forth one day on his own affairs, and met in the yard two sturdy loafers who spoke of me, and calling me penniless, unknown, infamous, and French perhaps, for they doubted I was good English, whereon that gallant youth of mine fell on them and fought them, there right under my window, and beat them both, and flogged their dusty jackets all across the market-place to the tune of their bellowings, and all this for his master's honour. Then, having done so much, he proceeded with his private errand, which was to change for his own advantage at a mean Fleming shop those pure golden spurs of mine, secreted in his bosom, into a pair of common brass ones. For 5 days I had lain in that town in magnificent idleness, and had spent nearly all my rings and money, when one day, as I sat moody and alone by the porch of the inn, drinking in the sun, my idle valour rusting for service, and looking over the market square with its weather-worn central fountain, its cobblestones mortared together with green moss and quaint surroundings, there came cantering in and over to my rest house 3 goodly knights in complete armour, with squires behind them, their pennons fluttering in the wind, tall white feathers streaming from their helms, and their swords and maces rattling at the saddle bows to the merriest of tunes. They pulled up by the open lattice, and throwing their broad bridles to the ready squires, came clattering up, dusty and thirsty, past where I lay, my inglorious silken legs outstretched upon the window bench, and the sunlight all ashine upon the gorgeous raiment that irked me so. They were as jolly fellows as one could wish to see, and they tossed up their beavers and called for wine and poured it down their throats with a pleasure pleasant enough to watch. Then, for they could not unlace themselves, in came their lads and fell to upon them, and unscrewed and lifted off the great helms, and piece by piece all the glittering armour, and piling it on the benches, the knights the while sighing with relief as each plate and buckle was relaxed, and so they got them at last down to their quilted vests, and then the gallants sat to table and fell to laughing and talking until their dinner came. From what I gathered, they were on their way to war, and war upon that fair fertile country yonder over the narrow seas. Jove, how they did revile the Frenchman and drain their beakers to a merry meeting with him, until ever as they chattered the feeling grew within me that here was the chance I was waiting for. I would join them, and, since it was the will of the incomprehensible, draw my sword once more in the cause of this fair many-masted island. Nor was there long to wait for an excuse. They began talking of King Edward's forces presently, and how that every man who could spin a sword or sit a war-horse was needed for the coming onset, and how more especially leaders were wanting for the host gathering, so they said, away by the coast. Whereon at once I arose and went over, sitting down at their table, and told them that I had some knowledge of war, and though just then I lacked a quarrel, I would willingly espouse their cause if they would put me in the way of it. In my interest and sympathy I had forgot they had not known I was so close, and now the effect which my sudden appearance always had on strangers made them all stare at me as though I were a being of another world, as indeed I was, of many other worlds. And yet the comely stalwart raven-tressed silk-swathed fellow who sat there before them at the white-scrubbed board, marking their fearful wonder with regretful indifference, was solid and real, and presently the eldest of them swallowed his surprise, and spoke out courteously for all, saying they would be glad enough to help my wishes, and then, warming with good fellowship as the first effect of my entry wore off, he added they were that afternoon bound for the rendezvous, as he termed it, at a near castle, and if I could wear harness as fitly as I could wear silk, and had a squire and a horse, they would willingly take me along with them. So it was settled, and in a great bumper they drank to me, and I to them, and thus informally was I admitted to the ranks of English chivalry. We ate and drank and laughed for an hour or two, and then sat with our host and got into our armour. This to them was customary enough, nor was it now so difficult a thing to me, for I had donned and doffed my gorgeous steel casings by way of practice so often in seclusion that, when it came to the actual test, assisted with the nimble fingers of that varlet of mine, I was in panoply from head to heel, helmeted and spurred, before the best of them. Ah, and I was not so old yet but that I could delight in what, after all, was a noble vestment, and as I looked round upon my knightly comrades, draining the last drops of their flagons while their squires braced down their shining plates, and girt their steel hips with noble brands, the while I knew in my heart that if they were strong and stalwart, I was stronger and more stalwart, and if they carried proud hearts and faces shining there under their nodding plumes of gentle birth and handsome soldierliness, no less did I. Knowing all this, I say, and feeling peer to those comely peers, I had a flush of pride and contentment again in my strangely varied lot. Then the grooms brought round our gay ribboned horses to the cobbles in front, where, mounting, we presently set out, as goodly a four as ever went clanking down a sunny market-place, while the maids waved white handkerchiefs from the overhanging lattices, and townsmen and prentices uncapped them to our dancing pennons. We rode some half-score miles through a fertile country towards the west, now cantering over green undulations, and anon picking a way through woodland coppices where the checkered light played daintily upon our polished furniture, and the spear points rustling ever and anon against the green boughs overhead. " What of this good knight to whose keep we are going ?" asked one of my companions presently. " He is reputed rich, and what is convenient in these penurious times, blessed only with daughters." " Why," responded the fellow at his elbow, who set no small store by a head of curly chestnut hair and a handsome face below it, " if that is so, in truth, I am not at all sure but that I will respectfully bespeak one of those fair maids. I am half convinced I was not born to die on some scoundrel Frenchman's rusty toasting iron. 'Tis a cursed, perilous expedition, this of ours, and I never thought so highly of the advantages of a peaceful and Christian life as I have this last day or two. Now, which of these admirable maids dost thou think most accessible, good Delafosse?" he asked, turning to the horseman, who acted as our guide by right of previous knowledge here. " Well," quoth that youth, after a moment's hesitation, " I must frankly tell you, Ralph, that I doubt if there are any two maids within a score of miles of us who have been tried so often by such as you and proved more intractable. The knight their father is a rough old fellow, as rich as though he were an abbot, hale and frank with everyone. You may come or go about his halls, for they have no mother, lay what seed you like to his girls, nor will he say a word. So far so well, and many a pretty gallant asks no better opportunity. But because you begin thus propitious, it does not follow either fair citadel is yours. No, these virgin walls have stood unmoved 100 assaults, and as much escalading as only a country swarming with poor desperate youths can in any way explain." " Saint Denis !" exclaimed the other, " all this but fans the spark of my desire." " Oh, desire by all means. If wishes could bring down well-lined maidenhoods, those were a mighty scarce commodity. But soberly, does thy comprehensive valour intend to siege both these heiresses at once, or will one of them suffice?" "One, gentle Delafosse, and when my exulting pennon flutters triumphant from that captured turret, I will in gratitude help thee to mount the other. Difference them, beguile this all too tedious way with an account of their peculiar graces. Which maid dost thou think I might the most aptly sue?" "Well, you may try, of course, but remember I hold out no hope, neither of the elder nor of the younger. That one, the first, is as magnificent a shrew as ever laughed an honest lover to scorn. She is as black and comely as any daughter of Zion. 'Tis to her near every knight yields at first glance, but, gads, it does them little good. She has a heart like the nether millstone, and as for pride, she is prouder than Lucifer. I know not what game it may be this swart Circe sees upon the skyline. Some say 'tis even for that bold boy, the young prince himself, now gone with his father to France, she waits, and some others say she will look no lower than a duke backed by the wealth of the grand Soldan himself. But whoever it may be, he has not yet come." "By the bones of St. Thomas a Becket," the young knight laughed, "I have a mind that knight and I may cross the drawbridge together. Canst tell me out of good comradeship any weak place in this damsel's harness?" "There is none I know of. She is proof at every point. Indeed, I am nigh reluctant to let one like you, whose heart has ripened in the sun of experience so much faster than his head, engage upon such a dangerous venture. They say one gallant was so stung by the calm scorn with which she mocked his offer that he went home and hung himself to a cellar beam, and another, blind in desperate love, leapt from her father's walls and fell in the courtyard, a horrid shapeless mass. Young de Vipon, as you know, stabbed himself at her feet, and 'tis told the maid's wrath was all because his spurting heart's blood soiled her wimple a day before it was due to go to wash. How thrives thy inclination?' ' Oh, well enough. 'Twould take more than this to spoil my appetite. But nevertheless let us hear something of the other sister. This elder is obviously a proud minx, who has set her heart on lordly game, and will not marry because her suitors seem too mean. How is it with the other girl?' ' Why,' said Delafosse, ' it is even more hopeless with her. She will not marry for the cold sufficient reason that her suitors be all men.' ' A most abominable offence.' ' Ah, so she thinks it. But such a tender, shy, and modest maid there is not in the boast of the county. While the elder will hear you out, arms crossed on pulseless bosom, cold, disdainful eyes fixed with haughty stare to yours, the other will not stop to listen, no, not so much as to the first inkling of your passion. Breathe so little as half a sigh, or tint your speech with a rosy glint of dawning love, and she is away, lighter than thistledown on the upland breeze. I know of but 2 men, loose, worldly fellows both of them, who cornered her, and they came from her presence looking so crestfallen, so abashed at their hopes, so melancholy to think on their gross manliness as it had appeared against the white celibacy of that maid, that even some previous suitors sorrowed for them. This is, I think, the safer venture, but even the least hopeful.' ' Is the maid all fallow like that? Has she no human faults to set against so much sterile virtue?' ' Of her faults I cannot speak, but you must not hold her altogether insipid and shallow. She is less approachable than her sister, and contemns and fears our kind. Yet she is straight and tall in person, and I have heard from a foster brother of hers, can sit a fiery charger, new from stall, like a groom or horse boy. She is the best shot with a crossbow of any on the castle green, and in the women's hall as merry a romp, as ready for fun or mischief, as any village girl that ever kept a twilight tryst on a Saturday evening.' ' Gads, a most pleasant description. I will keep tryst with this one for a certainty, not only Saturdays, but 6 other days out of the week. The black jade may wait for her princeling for 100 years as far as I am concerned. How far is it to the castle? I am hot impatience itself.' ' Nor need your patience cool. Look,' said Delafosse, and as he spoke we turned a bend in the woodland road, and there, a mile before us, flashing back the level sun from towers and walls that seemed of burnished copper, was the noble pile we sought. Certes, when we came up to it, it was a fine place indeed, cunningly built with fosses round about, long barbican walls within them, turreted and towered, and below these again were other walls, so shrewdly designed for defence as to move any soldier heart with wonder and delight. But if the walls did pleasure me, the great keep within, towering high into the sky with endless buttresses and towers and casements, grim, massive and stately, rearing its proud circumference, embattled and serrated far beyond the reach of rude assault or desperate onset, filled me with pride and awe. I scarce could take my eyes from those red walls, shining so molten in the setting sun, yet round about the country lay very fair to look at. All beyond that noble pile the land dropped away, on 2 sides by sheer cliffs to the shining river underneath, and on the others in gentle grassy undulations, dotted with great trees, whereunder lay, encamped by tent and watchfire, the rear of King Edward's army, and then on again into the pleasant distance that lay stretched away in hill and valley towards the yellow west. All over that wide campaign were scattered the villages of serfs and vassals who grew corn for the lordly owner in peacetime and followed his banner in battle. And in that knightly stronghold up above there were, I found when I came to know it better, many kinsmen and women who sheltered under my lord's liberality. Dowagers dwelt in the wings, and young squires of good name, a jolly, noisy, unruly crew, harboured down in the great vaulted chambers by the sally-port. There were kinsmen of the left-hand degree in the warder's lodge by the gates, and poor wearers of the same noble escutcheon up among the jackdaws and breezes of the highest battlements. And so generous was the King's bounty, so ample the sweep of his castellated walls and labyrinthine the mazes of the palace keep they encircled, so abundant the income of his tithes and tenure, dues and fees, that all these folk found living and harbourage with him. And not only did it not irk that lord, but only to his steward and hall porter was it known how many guests there were, or when a man came or went, or how many 100 horses stood in the stalls, or how many score of vassals fed in the great kitchen. On Sundays after Mass, the smooth green in the centre of the castle would be thronged with men and maids in all their finery, while the quintains spun merrily under the mock onsets of the young knights, and dame and gallant trod the stony battlements, and down among the wide shadow of the cedar trees on the slope — 'twas a crusader who brought the saplings from Palestine — vassal and yeoman idled and made love or frolicked with their merry little ones. Over all that gallant show my lord's great blazon snaps and flaunted in the wind upon the highest donjon, and in the halls beneath the lords and ladies sat in the deep-seated windows, and laughed and sang and jested in the mullion-tinted sunshine with all the courtly extravagance of their brilliant day. Ah, by old Isis, at that time the world, it seemed to me, was less complex, and the rules of life were simpler. Kingcraft had found its mould and fashion in the courageous Edward, and the first duty of a noble was then nobility. The knights swore by their untarnished chivalry, and the vassals by their loyalty. Yes, and it was priestly then to fear God and hell, and every woman was or would be lovely. So ran the simple creed of those who sang or taught, while near everyone believed them. But you who live in a time when there is no belief but that of incredulence, when the creative skill and forethought of the great primeval cause is open to the criticism and cavil of every base human atom it has brought about, you know better. You know how vain their dream was, how foolish their fidelity, how simple their simplicity, how contemptible their courage, and how mean by the side of your love of mediocrity their worship of ideals and heroes. By the bright Theban flames to which my fathers swore, by the grim shadow of Osiris which dogged the track of my old Phoenician bark, I was soon more English than any of them. But while I thus tell you the thoughts that came of experience, I keep you waiting at the castle gate. They admitted us by drawbridge and portcullised arch into the centre space, and there we dismounted. Then down the steps, to greet guests of such good degree, came the gallant grizzled old lord himself in his quilted under-armour vest. We made obeisance, and in a few words the host very courteously welcomed his guests, leading us in state, after we had given our helmets to the pages at the door, into the great hall of his castle, where we found a throng of ladies and gallants in every variety of dress filling those lofty walls with life and colour. In truth, it was a noble hall, the walls bedecked with antlers or spoils of woodcraft, with heads and horns and bows and bills and tapestry, and the ceiling wonderfully wrought with carved beams as far down that ample corridor as one could see. The floor of oak was dark with wear, yet as smooth and reflective to many-coloured petticoats and rainbow-tinted shoes as the Parian marble of some fair Roman villa. And on the other side there were 50 windows deep set in the wall, with gay stainings on them of parable and escutcheon, while on the benches, fingering ribboned mandolins, whispering gentle murmurs under the tinselled lawn of fair ladies' kerchiefs, or sauntering to and fro across the great chamber's ample length, were all these good and gentle folk, bedecked and tasselled and ribboned in a way that made that changing scene a fairy show of colour. Strange indeed was it for me to walk among the glittering throng, all prattling that merry medley they called their native English, and to remember all I could remember, to recall Briton, Roman, Norseman, Norman, Saxon, and to know each and all of those varied peoples were gone for ever, gone beyond a hope or chance of finding. And yet, again, to know that each and every one of these nations, whose strong life in turn had given colour to my life, was here before me, consummated in this people. Oh, 'twas strange and almost past belief. And ever as I went among them in fairer silks and ermines than any, yet underneath that rustling show I laughed to know that I was nothing but the old Phoenician merchant, nothing but Electra's petted paramour, the strong unruly Saxon thane. And if I thought thus of them, in sooth they thought no less strangely of me. Ever as my good host led me here and there from group to group, the laughter died away on cherry lips, and minstrel fingers went all a-wandering down their music strings, as one and all broke off in mid-pleasure to stare in mute perplexity and wonder at me. From group to group we went, my host at each making me known to many a glittering lord and lady, and to each of those courtly presences I made in return that good Saxon bow, which subsequently I found in stable fashion had made exceeding rustic. Presently, in this way, we came to a gay knot of men, collected round two fair women, the one of them seated in a great velvet chair, holding court, as I could guess by word and action, over the bright constellations that played about her, the other within the circle, yet not of it, standing a little apart and turned from us as we approached. Alianora, the first of these noble damsels, was the elder daughter of the master of the house, and the second, Isabel, was his younger child. The first of these was a queen of beauty, and from that first moment when I stood in front of her and came under the cold, proud shine of those black eyes, I loved her. Jove! I felt the hot fire of love leap through my veins on the instant as I bowed me there at her footstool, and forgot everything else from the moment, merging all the world against the inaccessible heart of that beautiful girl. Indeed, she was one who well might play the queen among men. Her hair was black as night, and, after the fashion of the time, worked up to either side of her head into a golden filigree crown, beaded with shining pearls, extraordinary regal. Black were her eyes as any sloe, and her smooth, calm face was wonderful and goddess-like in the perfect outline and colour. Never a blush of shame or fear, never a sign of inward feeling, stirred that haughty damsel's mood. By Venus, I wonder why we loved her so. To whisper gentle things into her ear was but like dropping a stone into some deep well. The ripples on the dark sullen water were not more cold, silent, intangible than her responsive smile. She was too proud even to frown, that disdainful English peeress, but instead, at slight or negligence, she would turn those unwavering eyes of hers upon the luckless wight, and look upon him, so that there was not a knight, though of 20 fights, there was not a gallant, though never so experienced in gentle tourney with ladies' eyes, who durst meet them. To this maid I knelt, and rose in love against all my better instinct, wildly, recklessly enamoured of her shining Circean queenliness. Ah, so enthralled was I by the black Alianora that my host had to pluck me by the sleeve ere he whispered to me,
"Another daughter, Sir Stranger. Divide your homage."
And he led me to the younger girl. Now, if the elder sister had won me at first sight, my feelings were still more wonderful to the other. If the elder had the placid sovereignty of the evening sky, Isabel was like the planet of the morning. From head to heel she was in white. Upon her forehead her fair brown hair was strained back under a coverchief and wimple as colourless as the hawthorn flowers. This same fair linen, in the newest fashion of demurity, came down her cheeks and under her chin, framing her face in oval, in pretty mockery of the steel coif of an armed knight. Her dress below was of the whitest, softest stuff, with long hanging sleeves, a wondrous slender middle drawn in by a silk and silver cestus belt made like a warrior's sword-wear, and a skirt that descended in pretty folds to her feet and lay a-twining about them in comely ampleness. She was as supple as a willow wand, and tall and straight, and her face, when in a moment she turned it on me, was wondrous pleasant to look at. The very opposite of her sisters, all pink and white, and honestly ashine with demure fun and merriment, the which constantly twinkled in her downcast eyes, and kept the pretty corners of her mouth a-twitching with covert, ill-suppressed, unruly smiles. A fair and tender young girl indeed, made for love and gentleness. Unhappy Isabel, luckless victim of an accursed fate! Wretched, perverse Phoenician, ill-omened Alianora! Between us three sprang up two fatal passions. Read on, and you shall see.
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Now, when that fair young English girl, at her father's voice, turned to acknowledge my presence, thinking it was some other new knight of the many who came there every hour, she lifted her eyes to mine, and then, all on a sudden, without rhyme or reason, she started back and blanched whiter than her own wimple, and then flushed again, equally unaccountably, and fell a-trembling and staring at me in a wondrous fashion. She came a step forward as though she would greet some long-looked-for friend, and then withdrew, and half held out her hand and took it back, the while the colour came and went upon her cheeks in quick flushes, and, stirred by some strange emotion, her bosom rose and fell under the golden cestus and the lawn with the stress of her feelings. The sudden storm, however invoked, shook that sweet fabric most mightily. There in that very minute, it seemed, there in that merry careless place in sight of me, but a gaudy gallant, a little more thoughtful looking, perhaps, than those she often saw, yet all the same naught but a stranger gallant, unknown and nameless to her, moved by some affinity within us. Just as the alchemist's magic touch converts between two breaths one elixir in his crucibles to another, so before my eyes I saw in that fair girl's pallid face love flush through her veins and light her heart and eyes with a responding blush. And I, the unhappy, I, the sorrow bestower, as I saw her first, what of all things in this wide world should I think of? What should leap up in my mind as I perked my gilded scabbard and bowed low to the polished oaken floor in my glittering Plantagenet finery? What vision should come to me in that latter-day hall, among those mandolin-fingering courtiers, before that costly raimented maiden, the fair heiress of 1,000 years of care and gentle living, that girl leaning frightened and shy upon the arm of her strong father, like a soft white mist-cloud in the shadow of a mountain? What thought, what idea, but a swift revision of Blodwen, my wild, ruddy, untutored British wife? All those gaudy butterflies of the new day, that stately home and that fair flower herself, shrank into nothing, and as the white lightning leaps through the dull void of midnight and shows for one dazzling second some long-remembered country, a shine in every leaf and detail, to the startled pilgrim, and then is gone with all the ghostly mirage of its passage, so in that surprising moment, so full of import, Blodwen rose to my mind against all reason and likelihood. Blodwen the Briton, the ruddy-haired, Blodwen radiant with her gentle motherhood, Blodwen who could scream so fiercely to her clansmen in the forefront of conflict, and drive her bloody chariot through the red mud of battle with wounded foemen writhing under her remorseless wheels more blithely than a latter-day maid would trip through the spangled meadow grass of springtime. Blodwen rose before me. Oh, 'twas wild, 'twas foolish, past explaining nonsense! And angry with myself and that white maid who stood and hung her head before me, I stroked my hand across my face to rid me of the fancy, and, gathering myself together, made my bow, murmuring something fiercely civil, and turned my back upon her to seek another group.
Yes, but if you think I conquered that fancy, you are wrong. For days and days it haunted me, even though I laughed it to scorn, and what made the matter more difficult, more perplexing, was that I had not guessed in error. The unhappy Isabel had loved me from first sight, and against every precedent her nature would have warranted, grew daily deeper in the toils. And I, who never yet had turned from the eyes of suppliant maid, watched her colour shift and fly as I came or went, and strode gloomy, unmindful through all her pretty artifices of maiden tenderness, burning the meanwhile with love for her disdainful sister. It was a strange medley, and in one phase or another pursued me all the time I was in that noble keep. When I was not wooing I was being wooed. Alas! And all the coldness I got from that black-browed lady with the goddess carriage and the faultless skin I passed on to the poor enamoured girl who dogged my idle footsteps for a word. Thus on one day we had a tournament. All round the great castle under the oaks were pitched the tents of the troopers, while the pennons and bannerets of knights and barons, as we saw them from the turret top, shone in the sunlight like a field of flowers. The soldier yeomen had their sports and contests on the greensward, and we went down to watch them. Thor! But I never saw such bronzed and stalwart fellows, or witnessed anything like the truth and straightness of those stinging flights of shafts the archers sent against their butts. Then the next day, following the sports of the common people, in the tilt-yard inside the barbican, we held a tourney, a mock battle, and a breaking of spears, a very gorgeous show indeed, and near as exciting as an honest melee itself. So tuneful in my ears proved the shivering of lances and the clatter of swords on the steel panoply of the knights, that though at first I held aloof, stern and gloomy with my futile passion, yet presently I itched to take a spear, and, since those sparkling riders liked the fun so much, to let them try whether my right hand had lost the cunning it learnt before their fathers were conceived. And as I thought so, standing among the chief ones in that brilliant tourney ring, up came the white rose and tempted me to break a lance, and sighed so softly, and brushed against me with her scented draperies, and tried with feeble self-command to meet my eyes, and could not, and was so obviously wishful that I should ride a course or two, and so prettily in love that I was near relenting of any coldness. I did unbend so much as to consent to mount. A page fetched my armour, and my mighty black charger draped in crimson blazoned velvet, and ribboned from head to tail, and then I went to the rear of the lists and put on the steel. "Thanks, good squire," I said to the youth who thrust my pointed toes into the stirrups when I was on my horse. "Now give me up my gauntlets and post me in my principles." "Fie, sir, not to know," quoth he, "the worship of weapons and the honour of fair ladies." "Thanks, that is not difficult to remember. And as to my practice—" "Ah, there you confuse him," put in a jester standing by. "No good knight likes to be bound too closely as to that." As I rode round the lists, a white hand from under the sisters' dais, to whom belonging I well could guess, threw me a flower, the which fell under my sleek charger's hoofs, and was stamped into the trodden mould. And then the trumpet sounded. "Avant!" called the glittering marshal, and we met in mid-career. 7 strong knights did I jerk from their high-peaked saddles that morning, and won a lady's golden head-ring, and rode round about the circus with it on my lance-point. When I came under where Isabel sat, I saw her fair cheeks redder than my ribbons with maiden expectation, but as I passed without a sign, they grew whiter than her lawn. And then I reined up and deposited that circlet at the footstool of her sister. The proud, cold maid accepted the homage, as was her duty, but scarcely deigned to lower her eyes to the level of my helmet plumes, while her father put it on her forehead. A merry time we had in that courtly place, waiting for the signal to start, and much did I learn and note. Soon the favourite gallant in that goodly company, the acknowledged strongest spearman in the lists, the best teller of strange stories by an evening fire, but never an inch of way could I make with the impenetrable girl on whom my wayward heart was set, while the other, the younger, made her sweet self the pointing stock of high and low. She was so blindly, so obviously in love. One day it came to a climax. We met by chance in a glade of black shadows among the cedar branches, I and that damsel in white, and finding I would not woo her, she set to work and wooed me, so sweet, so strong, so passionate, that to this day I cannot think how I withstood it. Yes, and that fair slim maid, renowned through all the district for her gentle reticence, when I would not answer love with love and glance for glance, fired up with white-hot passion, threw hesitance to the wind, and besought and knelt to me, and asked no more than to be my slave, so sweet, so reckless in her passion, that it was not the high-born English lady who knelt there, but rather it seemed to me my dear, fiery, untutored British princess. Fool I was not to see it then, witless after so much not to guess the tameless spirit, the intruder soul that poor girl at my feet held unwitting in her bosom. She came to me, as I have said, all in a gust of feeling unlike herself, and, when I would not say that which she longed to hear, she wrung her hands, and then down she came upon her knees, and clipped me round my jewelled belt, and confessed her love for me in such a headlong rush of tearful eloquence I durst not write it. ' Lady,' I said, lifting the supple girl to her feet, ' I grieve, but it is useless. Forget, forgive. I cannot answer as you would.' ' Ah, but,' she answered, rushing again to the onset, sighing as now the hot, strange love that burnt within her, and now her sweet native spirit strove for mastery, ' surely I think I am possessed. I will not take no for an answer. I am consumed. Oh, fie to say it for thee. I am not first in thy dear affection. Why, then I will be second. Not second, then I will be the 100th from thy heart. My light, my life and fate, I cannot live without thee. Oh, as you were born by your mother's consummated love, as thou hast ever felt compunction for a white-cheeked maid, have pity on me. I tell thee, I will follow thee to the ends of the earth. Lord, how my tongue runs on! For one moiety of that affection perhaps a happier woman has, I will serve thee through life. Thou hast no wife, 'tis said, to hinder. Thou art a soldier, and a score of them, ere I was touched with this strange infection, have sued hopeless for but a chance of that which is proffered thee so freely. Truth, they have told me I was fair and tall, with a complexion that ridiculed the water lilies on the moat, and hair, one said, was like ripe corn, with a harvest sun upon it. It makes me blush, I heard her whisper to herself, to apprise myself like this. And yet you stand averse and sullen, with eyes turned from me and deaf ears. Am I a sight so dreadful to you? Maid, I cried, shutting out her suppliant beauty from my heart, overfull as I thought it of that other one, her sister. No man could look at you and not be moved. The wayward immortals have given you more sweetness than near any other woman I ever saw. A sight so dreadful to me? Why, you are fairer than an early morning in May when the new sun gets up over the wet flowered hawthorns. And for this very reason, for pity on us both, stand up and dry your tears. Believe me, dear maid, where I go you cannot come. You tread the rough soldier's path. Why, those pretty velvet buskins would wear out in the first march, and turn those dainty hands to the rough craft of war, to scouring harness and grooming chargers. Oh, that were miserable indeed. Those cherry lips are worse suited than you know for the chance fare of camp and watchfire, and these round arms would soon find a sword was heavier than a bodkin. There, again, forget, forgive, and perhaps when I come back. But why should I further follow that sad love scene under the broad spreading cedars? Let it be sufficient for you that I soothed her as well as might be, and staunched her tears, and modified my coolness, taking her pretty hands and whispering to as dainty and greedy an ear as ever was open to hear, perhaps a little more of lover-friendliness than I truly meant. And so we parted. Now see the shield turned, That very afternoon did the other sister unbend a point with cruel suavity, and set me joyous by promising to meet me at nightfall, whereat, as you will readily understand, every other event of the day faded into nothingness. At the appointed hour, just as the white mist floated in thin fine wisps from the shadowed moat on the eastward of the castle wall, and the red setting sun was throwing the strong black shadows of cedar branches upon the copper gleaming windows and walls of the side that faced him, I rose, and making some jesting excuse, slipped away from my noisy comrades in the hall into the shadows of the corridors. Yes, and, though you may smile, he who thought this Phoenician had plumbed the well of mortal love to the very depth, had learnt all there was to learn, and left nothing that could stir him so much as a heartbeat in this fair field of adventure, was now tripping through the ruddy and black dusk, anxious and alert, his pulses beating a quicker measure than his feet, the native boldness of his nature all overlaid with new-born diffidence, fingering his silken points as he went, and conning pretty speeches, now hoping in his lover hesitance the tryst would not be kept, and then anon spurning himself for being so laggard and faint-hearted, and thus progressing in moods and minds, as many as the gentle shadows checkering his path from many an oriel window and many a fluted casement, he came at length within sight of the deep-set window looking down over the pale shining water, and the heavy woods beyond, where his own love-tale was to be told. And there, as I plucked back the last tapestry that barred my passage, and stood still for a moment on the threshold, there before me, sitting on the trestles under the mullions, in the twilight, was the figure of my fair and haughty English girl. She had her face turned away from the evening glow, her ample white cap, peaked and laced with gold on either crescent point, further threw into shadow the features I knew so well, while the fine shapely hands lay hidden in the folds of the ample dress which shone and glimmered in the dusk against the oak panellings of that ancient lobby in misty uncertainty. Gentle dame! My heart bounded with expectant triumph to see how pensive and downcast was her look, how still she sat, and how, methought, the white linen and the golden cincture above her heart rose and fell even in that silent place with the tumult of maidenly passion within. My heart opened to her, I say, as though I were an enamoured shepherd about to pour a brand new virgin love into the frightened ears of some timid country maid, and within my veins, as the heavy arras fell from my hands behind me, there surged up the molten stream of Eastern love. I waited neither to see nor hear else, but strode swiftly over the floor and cast myself down there at her feet upon one knee. Gods, how it makes me smart to think of it! I, who had never bent a knee before in supplication to earth or heaven, and poured out before her the offering of my passion. Hot and swiftly I wooed her, saying I scarce know what, loosening my heart before that silent shrine, laying bare the keen strong throb of life and yearning that pulsed within me, persuading, entreating, cajoling, until both breath and fancy failed. And never, under all that stream of love, had the damsel given one sign, one single indication of existence. Then on I went again, deeming the maid held herself not yet wooed enough, disporting myself before her and pleading the simplicity of my love, saying how that, if it brought no great riches with it, yet was it the treasure of a truthful heart. Did she sigh to widen her father's broad lands? I swore by Osiris I would do it for her love better than any petty lordling could. Did she desire to shine, honoured above all women where spears were broken or feasts were spread? Think of yon littered lists, I cried, and told her there was not a champion in all the world I feared, none who should not come humbled to her footstool. While as for honour and recognition, Jove, I would pluck them from the king himself, even as I had plucked them from his betters. Yet never a sign that fair girl gave. Full of wonder and surprise, I waited for a moment for some sign or show, if not of answering fire, at least of reason. And then, as I checked in full course my passionate pleadings, that wretched thing before me burst not into the tears I expected of maidenly capitulation, nor into the proud anger of offended virgins, but into a silly plebeian simper, which began in ludicrous smothered merriment under the folds of the lawn she held across her face, and ended, amid what appeared contending feelings, in a rustic outburst of sobs and exclamations. I was on my feet in an instant, all my wild love-making dammed back upon my heart by suspicion and surprise, and as I frowned fiercely at that dim-seen form under the distorting shadow of the windows, it rose, to nothing like Alianora's height, and stepped out where the evening light better illuminated us. And there that poor traitress tore off in anger and remorse the lace and linen of a well-born English maiden, and stood revealed before me the humblest, the meanest seeming, and the most despised kitchen wench of any that served in that baronial hall. You will guess what my feelings were as this indignity I had been put to rushed upon me. How in my wounded pride I crossed my arms savagely upon my breast, and turned away from that poor simpering rustic fool, and clenched my teeth, and swore fierce oaths against that cruel girl who in her pride and insolence had played me this sorry trick. Wild and bitter were the gusts of passion that swept through my heart, and all the more unruly since it was by and for a woman I had fallen, and there was none for me to take vengeance on. In a few minutes I turned to the wretched tool of a vixen mistress. "Hast any explanation of this?" I sternly asked, pointing to the disordered finery that lay glimmering upon the floor. The unhappy kitchen maid nodded behind her tears, and the thick red hands wherewith she was streaking two wet round cheeks with alternate hues of grief and dinginess, and put a hand into her bosom and handed me a folded missive. I tore it open and read, in prettily scrawled old Norman French, that cruel message. "This is to tell that nameless knight, who has nothing to distinguish him but presumption, that although the daughter of an English peer must ever treat his suit with the contempt it deserves, yet will she go so far as to select him from among her father's vassals, one to whom she thinks he might very fitly unburden his soul of its load of love and fealty." Such was the missive, one surely penned by as ungentle a hand as ever ministered to a woman's heart. I tore it into 100 fragments, and then grimly pointed my traducer to the narrow wicket in the remote wall leading down by 100 stony stairs to the scullion places whence she had come. She turned and went a little way towards it, then came sobbing back and burst out into grief anew, and "Alas, alas, sir," she cried, "this is the very worst task that ever I was put to. Shame upon Lady Alianora, and double shame upon me for doing her behests. I'm sorry, sir, indeed I am. Until you began that wonderful tale I thought 'twas but a merry game, but oh, sir, to see you there upon your knee, to see your eyes burning in the dark with true love for my false mistress, why, sir, it would have drawn tears from the hardest stone in the mill down yonder. And ever as your talk went on just now, I kept saying to myself, sure, but it must be a big heart which works a tongue like that. And when you had done, sir, before you were half-way through, though I could not stop you, yet I loathed my errand. I am sorry, sir, indeed I am. I cannot go until I be forgiven." "There, there, silly girl," I said, my wrath quenched by her red eyes and humble amendment. "You are fully absolved." She kissed my hands and dried her eyes, and swept together, with woman swiftness, the tattered things in which she had masqueraded, and then, as she was about to leave, I called her back. "Stay one moment, damsel. How much had you for thus betraying me?" "2 sequins, sir," she answered with simplicity. "Why, then here's 3 others to say naught about this evening's doings in the servants' hall. You understand? There, go, and no more tears or thanks." And as the curtain fell upon her, I could not help muttering to myself, "What, 2 sequins to undo you, Phra, and 3 to mend it? Why, Phoenician, thou hast not been so cheap for 1300 years." End of chapter 11.